Hello everyone, welcome to day 2 of Shmup Slam. We're starting off hot with some Crimson Clover World Ignition. This is Mark MSX. Joining me on commentary is Satis. How's it going, my dude?
No, it's pretty good. Pretty excited to watch on Crimson Clover.
Yes, and Lunar, who's been a long time viewer of my channel, one of the most active commenters on my channel, is putting together a demonstration of original scoring, which I'm really excited for. And yeah, so we'll get that going here very shortly. He should be ready to go. He's got the word, and here he goes. So he'll be playing Type Z, my favorite ship. Why don't people change the skin though?
Yeah, this Pinecone, the original skin isn't very good, in my opinion.
I agree. I think that's why they ended up introducing the alternate skin, which looks way cooler. At least I think so.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Satis, I remember in the very first Shmup Slam, you played original. Not original, sorry, unlimited. And I can't remember, did you clear or did you get right to the end? I can't remember. I remember it was real close either way.
Yeah, I got to the end, but I didn't get a new PV.
Yeah, that's it. That was a crazy run.
Yeah. Anyway, so this player is he's playing Type C first of all, which we mentioned, which is the OP ship. It's good at everything, like actually everything. And for most of the early stages, he's gonna focus on some routes that can give him some easy stars because he wants to get the 450k extend, which is the third extend. So in total, he's gonna get 450 5 lives rather.
Right. So he's gonna have a little bit more rank at the end than like when I did my 1cc of original mode. I didn't get that high with the rank. I tried to lowball it intentionally to make the final boss not so tough.
I think it's very manageable with this rank, so if you can get 450k, I would do that.
So what's cool about Crimson Clover is with the rank system, the harder you score, the harder the game becomes for survival and everything. So even if two players are doing original runs, depending on the way they route it and the way they score, they're going to end up with pretty different results as far as difficulty.
Right now, he's basically just building up a break meter for the boss. So the best way to get stars, and by getting more stars you get more extends, is basically using double break. And getting lock-on multipliers is also really useful for that, but I think this player is mostly going to focus on getting double breaks in good spots to maximize the amount of stars here. And bosses are a pretty great source for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, his gauge is filled already, so this is gonna be... He's probably gonna enter break after he destroys a part, I'm not really sure.
And should we just explain the break system a little bit to people who might not be super familiar with how it works?
Yeah, you can do that.
So the way the breaks work is they're like hypers that you'll run in like a Dodonpachi style game. But rather than just having one hyper, you actually can do with something called a double break, where you see the 2 meters there. You have your first meter, which is your typical sort of hyper meter, and then you have another one underneath it. And so what's cool is if you break at just the right time, you can break with just 1 meter, but during your hyper, you can build up enough to get that second meter while you're hypering and then go into a double break. Or you can wait till it's just completely full like we see here. A lot of the game's strategy when it comes to routing and scoring is managing that break meter, and even survival too.
Yeah, definitely.
So here goes into the double break, and this is where you get much more score than you would if you just are trying to single break throughout the game.
Yeah. Pretty fun fact about the double break is the sub-gauge, as it's called, actually only holds like 98% of the energy needed to enter a double break. So even if like both bars look full, You have to enter the first one, and then you have to like hit something
Oh,
for a couple of frames, and then you can have the double break. So it's a pretty common mistake for more inexperienced players to like expect that you can use double break right away, even if both bars are full.
right.
So you'll usually break and then you'll have a bomb, and that's definitely not the desired result.
And that can throw off your timing for double breaks, you're saying, when you're trying to route and stuff, and you're like, oh, okay, I'll just immediately double break right here. And you realize, oh, you had to activate it a little earlier. This is a fun mid-boss. So he's saving his break a little bit. He's probably... I'm trying to think where he might use it. Probably gonna save it for the boss. Oh, no, right here.
Yeah, there's a Sakura rush going on there. It's a pretty good spot. He's also gonna take star pickups like almost every single time
Yes.
to get the fourth.
To get third extend. Yeah.
Easier.
These trains can be really lucrative. So, I've always wondered, when you're going for maximum damage with the ship, is it better to do a bunch of really rapid homing shots, or is it better to fully charge them at a particular rhythm?
It's kind of a mildly complicated answer, but basically the way lock-on works is if you hold it, you can see like the circle expanding, and whenever it collects like 6 locks, I think it is, 6 or 8, I don't remember off the top of my head, this raider is gonna reset, and so ideally you would let go of the locks every time this raider resets. It's you can see it if you pay attention really closely to the boss. The raider is like wobbling back and forth. And,
See how he's like this? Is this the optimal way to get max damage right here?
It is pretty damn close to optimal.
Okay.
I'd say.
Because I always wondered if I should do that or if I should sit and wait for it to fully charge every time.
There's like downsides and upsides, I guess, to different methods. Personally, I like charging up to like 12 or so, like right when the radar resets, the lock-on radar, and let go.
Oh yeah.
The problem with like spamming like really hard is it can affect your movement a bit.
Oh, that's very true.
Like, you're switching between different speeds all the time.
Yes, that's very true.
Right.
Yeah, because of the lock-on mechanic and the way this game works, it gives it a really particular feel that's not quite shared by a lot of other shmups that I've played. Because it's one of the few shmups where my hand that shoots is, my right hand is tired after playing for a few hours, just because you're always charging and releasing that lock-on. And I never really found a compelling auto-fire way around it.
No. Like, even if you decide to only go for full locks, that's a very, very good alternative.
Yeah.
Most important thing above all is just being close, because that increases your damage way more than anything else.
Right.
He's gonna try to speed kill these mid-sized ships coming in. It's like the more you kill, the more enemies are gonna spawn. It's a reoccurring theme in this game.
A little caravan style.
Yeah, it gives them a good amount of stars.
Yeah, I've noticed some, even cave shmups, have a little bit of that sort of element in them in certain places, like Hetsuya, stuff like that, where in certain sections, if you kill off certain ships fast, you'll get some bonus spawns and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's not something I typically think about being in cave games, but there are a few examples of that.
Yeah, it's very common in this game, and there are several places where you can refrain from killing something if it's safe, obviously, and to like prevent more enemies from spawning, like maybe more dangerous enemies.
Right.
like the stage 1 bridge. If you like let one of the tanks be, the bridge like won't spawn in more.
I didn't know that. Lunar is playing really well so far.
Yeah, it's pretty clean, and it's worth knowing that stage 3 is basically the first hard stage. It's quite a difficulty spike.
Yes, this is where, if you're playing original arcade for the first time, this is where you're gonna get beat down over the head a few times.
Yeah. Alright.
Great job on that mid boss. So there's 3 items there. So one of them is the recovery, where if you bomb, every time the bombing system in this game is really unique, where every time you bomb, it increases the requirement of meter for you to bomb again. And so the more you spam it, the harder it is to bomb, which is a really cool balancing mechanic. And so the recovery item, which I think I use at like the very end of the game, drops that bomb ready requirement back down a bit.
Yeah.
And then the energy item just gives you meter. Oh, there was a bomb right there. And notice, see how the bar moved up? Now it requires more to bomb again. The part about this section when I first played it was you could kind of get into this ugly sort of bomb loop where the game's bringing a lot of heat, but you don't necessarily have enough meter to get to a hype or get to a break, and so you keep having to spam bomb over and over. That's not fun.
Yeah. That's a planned bomb, by the way, right here. It's not a panic bomb or anything.
Nice.
It's not something he has kept in mind for this one. Because it can be tricky to deal with that without break.
Yes.
Also, someone in chat asked an excellent question that isn't it kind of a waste to double break right away when you could be waiting until the first one is almost over before setting off the second one? So the way it works is when you're above like what's it called? Well, rather, in the first place, using a break will put you at 100% timer, and using another one will put you at 200% timer. So it should be the same duration as just using one after the other. But when you double break, if the gauge is like above 100%, it's gonna go down 50% faster.
Yes.
So you only get like 150% on the actual duration.
Oh, okay.
200.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is better. It sounds like it is better to double break as quick as you can. Then do you get more double break time?
No, it's the opposite.
Oh, the other way. So you do
yeah.
want to extend it out.
You can if you want, but a lot of the time this will be worse for score, but it can be an excellent alternative for survival.
Yes.
To like extend the double break further.
Oh, and does it? So if you activate it later, does it really matter all that much, other than getting a little bit extra time, or can you really, really string it out if you time it just right?
No, it's just gonna last. No, if you use both right away, it's gonna last 150% gauge effectively.
Right.
And if you delay it like optimally, it's gonna last 200%. And I don't know how many seconds that translates into.
So that's something you probably have to keep in mind when you're scoring and everything too, because you want as much break as you can in certain sections.
Sometimes, but single break scores like absolutely nothing compared to double break. So a lot of that time spent in single break can be
just like wasted meter, maybe.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, yeah, see, the meta of the breaks get very complicated. I always think of this as a mini sort of preview for the TLB.
The double break length is not extended if you wait until first break almost ends, because they use the same meter, like the same gauge.
Right.
And each one gives 100%. So if you like delay it, you're gonna get more single break, but less double break.
Yes.
I think the best part about delaying the double break is the fact that you get another bullet cancel and some iframes. You
That's
can
very
use that
true.
really effectively.
Yes, especially in certain boss fights.
Alright, I'm not too sure about this star count here. It probably is enough. Like the star item drops are gonna get.
Yes, it'll be enough
bigger.
if he keeps up this pacing, I think. Because when I just went for all the star items, I'm pretty sure I could get the last extend if you got all star items and scored somewhat.
The last extend is actually 700k.
I mean I'm sorry, the third or whatever it is, third or fourth, whatever it is.
Yeah, 450k.
Yes.
If you want 700k, then assuming you're using the lock-on multiplier, you probably need to score around like the 3 billion range to get it.
Yeah. Just imagine how high your rank is at that point. That's crazy.
You can just kind of sit here and we'll kill most of the circle.
Yeah.
Before they get to do anything.
Thank you, Z-Shot. Z-Type.
Yeah.
This is a really fun stage.
Yeah. This is another part where if you speed kill these carriers, these barges rather, you'll get more ships. At this rate, he's gonna get a third one, I think. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, got a third one.
There it is.
I'm not sure if he wants that, but...
But he did get it.
Yeah, he's gonna get more gauge this way.
You know what's another thing that I really like about the hyper system in Crimson Clover is you get a bullet cancel at the beginning of your hyper, then you get one at the end there. I always really like that. Where if you play if you play a bunch of Crimson Clover, then you go back to DOJ, you're like, hey, where'd my second cancel go?
Yeah, it's you can kind of use it for like refilling your lock-on multiplier timer in some cases, in some modes. I mentioned this kind of recently too, but these like balls heal each other when one breaks, so you can't just damage control them all to like 1 HP.
Yes.
And just kill them all in a row.
And that's kind of the better way to do it, rather than like focusing on one, then focusing on the other, because as they get less, you know, as there become fewer of them, they kind of get more aggressive with their spinning and stuff.
Yeah, you can damage control, but unlike some of the later cycles, basically, you should try to focus a bit on the others, or they're gonna be really angry when there's like only three
yes,
left.
Yes, exactly.
Right, you can just spin around this mid boss, and I would say he's on the wrong side right now, but it should still be fine.
Yeah.
He also has a lot of gauge here, and he can use a double break for an extra cancel when he gets lower down.
Yeah, I remember when I first played this stage, I didn't understand that you're supposed to spin around that boss. I was like, holy shit, why is the game so hard? Then I realized, oh, okay, you gotta spin around the thing.
Yeah, this looks pretty safe. It's still no miss, by the way. And
yeah, I know, he's doing great.
It's really good.
If he can get out of this stage without dying... Oh! Okay. Of course. Of course.
Of course.
Let's say he'd be on really good track for the 1cc.
I'm not sure if he would pick the bomb gauge reset here normally, but since he died, he doesn't have to, because that also resets the bomb gauge.
He went for the hyper gauge.
Yeah, that's not what I expected.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go for the stars.
Although this way, he can speed kill the big 5 red ships that come after, and use both cancels of the break to make it pretty safe. I assume he's gonna use it, yeah.
Yeah. A little survival strategy.
Huh.
See, now he's really extending it out.
Yeah.
This is exactly what we're talking about. Oh, man, that's brutal.
Yeah. You can sit in the middle most of the time, but right at the end, some will shoot at you.
Yes, you gotta sneak around.
But sitting at the side is probably safer.
Okay, so he still has a good amount of extends coming into the final stage. He's just got to kind of hold it together during this boss fight, I'd say, if he can.
Those pods he has destroyed, like next to the main body.
Whoa! That was scary.
Did that really well. Those like pods next to the main body that are now broken, they shoot whenever they want. It's completely random.
Yeah, I hate them. This boss fight's really tough.
Alright, he killed it
right
before it got nasty.
That was close. This always reminds me of the second to last boss in Grega, with the guns that come out on the sides.
He's actually milking this, surprisingly. He's keeping a Radal turret alive on the right side, which is probably the easiest for him, I guess. And it also gives pretty consistent energy, I would say.
Yeah. Well, the scary thing about those cannons, we haven't seen. He kills them so fast, it's hard to say, but that one right there. So those cannons are kind of scary to leave on the side because sometimes they will shoot through your brake. Like, because they shoot such a long attack, like the brake won't fully cancel it, which is really scary.
Yeah. He messed up, by the way. He definitely wanted to keep the Radal on the right alive, but
yes,
it's gone. Oh, one spawn on the left, so he can stick to the left.
Still very ballsy.
Stick to the right.
Ballsy choice here with the milk.
Yeah, it's a very safe method of doing it, but it's still a risk. I probably wouldn't take it if I was him, but you know, he hasn't died, so he is getting stars from this.
Yes.
Also,
oh, nice.
Yeah, he's just sealing the bullets here. Gotta be careful to not get rammed by the boss. His movement is kind of erratic.
You know what's sad is I didn't know you could do that.
Static.
I played this game for so many hours, I did not know you could do that.
That's a very handy technique. Can double break now if he wants.
Yes, double break for... Okay. For the love of God. Because that pattern's scary.
Well, good thing he doesn't want Gage here. Otherwise, he might like drift off screen before the break's over.
Yes, got his stars. I forget. If you don't collect the star item, does it still increase like it would normally the next star drop? Or do you need to, or is it like medals in Grega where you need to collect them? Okay, so they're just fixed.
Increase regardless.
Okay,
yeah, they're fixed.
I just wanted to double check that.
See how he does this section.
Oh, thanks so much for the super chat.
Oh, okay, so it's pretty bad. He's only gonna get one more life.
That's a great comment, by the way.
Yeah, that's really bad.
Well, if you play a bunch of Crimson Clover, that might be literally true. Not just figuratively. It might be literally true, because how much you have to work the lock-on button. At least one of your hands will be ripping phone books. I know.
It's definitely gonna break. This big tank is very rude. And there's another one right after it.
Yes.
They shoot like these pink, nasty walls, and they go in random directions.
For me, doing survival in this section, what I always do... Oh, he's doing it, I think. Is just do single breaks, survival-wise.
Yeah. That's totally viable because he gets 50% gauge back.
Yes.
I think it's 50. I never do it myself, so I don't really know. So I'm pretty sure it's 50.
Also, another question that I've actually wondered is, so in other shmups like DOJ, when it comes to hypering, when you're hypering, especially in White Label, I've noticed, like the bullets themselves get more aggressive and everything, even in the stage. Is that a thing in Crimson Clover? Like when you're hypering and breaking, do the bullets become more aggressive?
Yeah, but only from aerial enemies.
Ah, okay. Yeah, because I felt like sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I've always been a little confused how that works.
Yeah, there's one extend left, yeah. But TOB is extremely tough. It's most of the difficulty in original, I think.
Lunar strikes me as a player who's really good at TLB type fights. Just interacting with him over the past year or so, because I think he's a Touhou player, and he kind of strikes me as the type of player who'd be really good at the TLB fight. So I'm still optimistic that he could pull this off.
Not sure about this gauge. Maybe a bomb.
He's almost there. There you go. Type Z. When in doubt, just shoot from the corner. The one drawback of Type Z that he'll run into when he gets to the TLB is it has this amazing movement speed, but sometimes that movement speed can be pretty tricky to handle when you're trying to dodge really dense, bullet hell style patterns, because you're just so damn fast. It's hard to get through him. Most of the game, it never comes up because you can just macro around everything so effectively. But when you get to the TLB, that's where it gets a little tricky in some patterns. Though in other patterns, he's freaking awesome because he can macro around other things. So, still a very good ship.
His pink walls are aimed, so you can just stick to the side and avoid the static lasers in the middle.
That's great.
And here, you can just sit on top of the boss if you want.
Here we go, here we go.
He's also killing the turrets for some extra stars. Very bold.
Hurry! Blow up, damn it! Nice.
Alright, nice. Yeah, his star count is definitely good enough. Just gotta hope he keeps it together for the rest of the run. Yeah, it's picking gauge.
Yes, now we go to the second mid-boss, or third? I can't remember how many mid-bosses there's been so far, but here's one of my favorite mid-bosses, though.
Yeah. If you kill him fast enough, you can get a second one, and in boost...
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. In boost, you can even get 3 if you're really optimal about it. It's really tricky, though. You have to, sit on top of the boss the entire time and just hit it with your main shot, kind of.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whenever I play this... Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's pretty hard because the boss moves kind of erratically. It's easy to get around.
Yeah, that sounds very risky to me.
Yeah.
But extremely cool when you pull it off. But I was going to say, in that boss fight, whenever I fight him, I usually try not to worry about those falling tanks too much because you can pretty effectively just kill them with your wide shot. So I try to just focus on the thing behind me and then periodically just let go of the lock-on button to kill the tanks.
Yeah. Alright, looks like he's gonna break here and probably double break right now. No?
Oh, no. He's extending it out. There we go.
Yeah. You can speed kill these maelstroms, they're called. Pretty fast if you kill them before the pedals open. Because the pedals are blocking the shots from
Oh. Damn it. And he was in double break there, so bomb not available.
Yep.
Another scary thing about being in double break. Okay.
He has enough energy for this last part at least. He can use a break and then a bomb if he needs to.
Yeah, he should be okay.
A break alone is enough, but...
See, this is another section where I do a lot of single breaking, just for survival.
It was really tight.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's a super hard section also. Okay, it's looking pretty grim. He did say...
Yes, because he doesn't have an... I was hoping he'd get that extend before the boss here. Because this boss is tough.
Yeah, he's gonna have to pick the Star Arm extend, which is not great because getting the bomb gauge,
pretty
the bomb
good.
resets.
Yeah.
The bomb reset will be amazing.
Here we go, this son of a bitch.
His first form is pretty trivial if you do it like this. It's already over.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, the closer you are, the more damage you do, and you know, like the walls are easier to avoid.
Yes. It's doing great
Right.
here. It comes number 3. Number 3 is the tricky one.
Yeah.
It's always...
Alright.
Oh, that's
Perfect.
great. And it also has this weird delay on it that always psychs me out every time. Okay. Don't double break. Don't do it. Hang in there. Oh, he's double breaking. No!
Down.
Oh, I hate that boss fight because you get in situations like that that are so brutal because you're like, do I double break? Do I not double break?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that was
definitely
great,
would've,
great run though.
I would have double break too if I was him, because that can make the pan really easy. But sadly, like it takes a little bit before it gets easy. So
He's getting his revenge.
yeah. So
Yeah.
if you like dodged one laser, you probably could have done it, but it spawned like really close to him, so you needed to react quite fast.
I do have to say, this Shmup Slam has been especially brutal. And being someone who has thrown my run in a pretty embarrassing manner, I feel okay to say that. Like, this slam has been real brutal on the players this time around.
Yeah, I can definitely attest to that.
Yes. So the reason why people are wondering why he went to training mode rather than continuing is because he wants to go to the TLB, I'm assuming, and you can't do that if you die.
Yeah. If you continue, you can't do the TLB. It's fine to continue doing the TLB, but if you continue doing TLB 1, you won't get TLB 2.
Exactly. Here's this
You could
weird
break
third
this
one.
third one if you wanted to.
There it is. Okay. This pattern from hell. This is a really hard pattern, so there's no shame on dying on this one. Because it's so weird. That's why it's hard. It's just a weird pattern.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you play
easier.
it, and you're like, oh, no, it's not too bad. Then other times you play it, and it just murders you.
It's probably gonna use 2 plan bombs here.
Yes. The bouncing ball. Nice. Yes, okay.
Another one. That should be enough as long as he's aggressive with it.
Run! Run!
Yeah, that's
Oh,
basically
I
the easiest
hate
way
that
to
pattern.
do it.
TLB time.
Honestly, he could have skipped the Star Arm if he decided to go for double break and got some point blanking in on this.
Oh, right, yeah, and he could have recharged his bombs. But he's got lots of lives. But, I mean, if he were in the real run, though, would you have advised doing that? Probably, right?
I'm not sure. Only if you have the balls to do it.
Oh.
It's kind of scary.
Oh, maybe not then. It is nice. See, this is where Type Z is nice, though. Sneaking around it like that.
Yeah, it's a bit tighter if you're playing someone like Type 1.
This pattern here, though, you're like, son of a bitch. This is where it gets a little bit tricky. Because you're so fast.
This pattern is quite amusing. It's actually static, but the boss movement is random. But you can like recognize patterns in it, and if you have enough experience with it, you can kind of
Understand it somewhat. Yeah. The final attack of stage 6 boss in Dononpachi is like that. Like, there's a method somewhere behind the madness, but it's not exactly easy to describe what exactly that is.
Yeah.
Phase 2. This thing can ram you, by the way, which has happened to me a time or two during the respawn. Yeah, good hyper there.
Oh,
whoa!
So he got point blank by the bullets.
So I remember you telling me, I used to think that it was bad to do those charge shots when it's like reflecting them like that, but you said it was a good thing, right? Because you get meter or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, this
Whoa.
stream you skipped ahead a lot.
Yeah. That happened on my end as well.
Looks like he lost. No, actually, just kidding. He did not lose a life in that time.
Ooh,
Okay.
Nice dodge there.
And he's gonna enter the last phase now.
Here we go.
Honestly, you never want to break on this thing because it it's. We mentioned it earlier how it makes aerial units
Yes.
angrier if you're in high break. So you definitely never want to fill the gauge here
Yes.
unless you're somehow crazy enough to go for a break or double break kill here for score.
Yeah, just keep working those bombs. And this is where having a nice healthy bomb meter really comes in handy.
Yeah.
This is a really fun final attack, I will say. As frustrating as it is to lose to it, it is a really fun attack.
Yeah. Also a pretty clean final.
Yes,
Like-
I knew if he got there with like an extend or two, he'd have it because he's the type of player I think that's really good at those types of fights. Nicely played, though.
Alright, GG. That's a really clean run up to. I forgot where the first miss was.
Stage 4 on that mid boss, I think it was, or right after the mid boss, kind of in there somewhere.
Oh yeah, it was on the mid boss final form. This player has pretty solid routes, and I'm pretty impressed by them.
Yeah, it was a great demonstration. Great playing,
Yeah.
Lunar. All right, so up next we have Shark Attack. I'm not familiar with this game, but I think it'll be probably pretty amusing because Eero always comes up with kind of funny games.
It's an interesting game, you could say.
Oh, the people are asking if Lunar wants to join the commentary. Oh, there you are. How's it going, Lunar? He's in the voice chat. Maybe is he probably just plugging in his mic or something.
Yeah.
Well, while he joins that, I'll get ready for the next run on my end of things. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
There you are.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yes. Great playing. That stupid attack on the stage 5 boss. I was talking about how I hate that attack.
Oh yeah, the laser.
Well,
laser.
The thing I
That's
hate
really much
about it is it's so hard to get a read on the thing. It just feels like you're doing well and then a laser hits you in the face. Like, that's how it goes.
Yeah. You didn't see that one coming, then there was also the one at the start of stage 5. You didn't see that one either.
Yeah, I was saying, though, during your run that if you got to the TLB, I had confidence you'd be able to clear it because you're the type of player that seems really good at TLB fights.
Oh, no. I need at least 2 lives for that. So messed up the end of stage 5. I mistimed the kill on the second one of the laser flowers.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, we're talking about that. And you were stuck in your
Yeah, I was like-
hyper or in your break.
Yeah, I was like positioned wrongly and mistimed it, so it was like really bad.
You just need to be a bit more aggressive before the pedals deployed, and you would have been fine.
Yeah, that was like the last thing I was trying to add to my route, and didn't have time to go and like really practice it.
It's kind of hard to practice it because you have to go through all of stage 5 before you get there too.
Yeah. It's a massive pain.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing with like the bouncing ball, where you have to do the whole boss fight to practice the bouncing ball.
Yeah. At least that one went well, I guess, in the practice.
Yes. Well, that was a great demonstration, though. That was really fun to watch. Crimzon Clover is one of those
Thanks.
games that's always really fun to watch, too. Well, any final thoughts before we swap over to the next run?
No, I guess that's about it.
Well, awesome. Great play, my dude.
Yeah, good job.
Oh, I was saying, too, that Shmup Slam 5 has been a brutal mistress. I mean, I could say that because I got absolutely embarrassed yesterday by the TLB and Zero Ranger, so... Oh my gosh. It's been a brutal event. People are getting destroyed.
At least I'm glad I can put this game down now because it's hurting my hands.
Yes. Yes, I have the same thoughts. Maybe in the next Shmup Slam you can return for revenge.
I think I'll play a different game.
I might have to play Zero Ranger just for the satisfaction of beating that TLB in the next one.
I need to watch that run because it was like during my sleeping time.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you. The event was 16 hours long, so... But there was a part where I played the entire run pretty much perfectly, at least for my route. So I was really feeling myself, and then I weirdly was overly confident in the TLB, where I'd die, and I'd be like, that's fine, not a big deal. And I just kind of, like, play randomly, aggressively at times. It just went really badly, and I can't even explain how. It just went bad. And then I'm looking at my lives, I'm like, how am I dying so much? But I just died, and then at the end, missed a few inputs and died, so...
Right, speaking of which,
rough
I was
times.
sticking to my route, but then at the stage 1 mid-boss, I died. And I was like, well, I don't need bomb reset now, I don't need stars, so I guess I'll take the energy gauge, which I never take before. And I thought, okay, now I have a double break for the last few ships.
Yes.
So I thought I would double break there. And they turned out to be very bad.
Oh, yeah, I remember that part.
Yeah, there was like one part where I deviated from my route, and I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Because I don't know stupid
Those
there.
ships are pretty hellish no matter what you do.
Yeah. My strategy is to just single break them and hope to just single break spam them.
Yeah, I normally just single break on the fourth one when like two of them came out at once.
Well, awesome. Okay, we'll swap over to the next run here.
Yeah, alright. Thanks, guys.
Stupid Twitch advertisements. They're still going. Come on, Twitch. Let's get... Okay, there he is. Okay, perfect.
Out of here. Keep together. Where'd he go? Go deeper. Can you see him? Wide enough?
I don't know if this is like a screensaver.
He's coming back. Move away.
There's like really trippy sound effects playing. Can you hear that?
I hope the game won't get spoiled before the run actually starts. Markemasix is saying that we are ready. As you can see, this is Shark Attack. It's totally a shmup, don't worry about what it looks like. It's a very classic shmup from 1981. Unfortunately, we're not the one attacking the shark, but we might have the nerf for Shark Attack. I'll just stall for a bit in case there's any tech issues that are popping up, but it seems like Mark isn't saying anything bad, so I'm gonna assume that that means that it's working. We can get this run on the road. With the start button, get ready. I also have co-commentators for this run, unlike usually for Shmup Slam. Diver A, Diver B, Diver C, and Diver D. They might have been spoiled while we were setting this stream up, but I think you can enjoy their commentary even so. I'm just gonna let them have a moment, introduce the game.
Those teeth. Where'd he go? Go deeper. The water's cold. Can't see him. I got him. He's over there. He's coming toward you.
Now that our co-commentators have introduced the game,
Keep together. Where'd he go?
there's actually some very interesting technology enabling these high-quality voice samples to be used in a game from 1981.
Go to your left.
They actually had cassette tape machines inside the arcade machine that was built for this game. 2 of them inside the machine, which are triggered to play whenever the divers die. The second cassette plays the screams, and then the other tape is constantly playing the chatter.
I'm going to the surface. Coming at me.
Very high quality technology.
That shark. Go to your right.
According to Google, this may also be the first game with recorded voice acting. There were games with synthesized voice acting like Microsoft Sam before this, but it is said that this is the first one with real humans talking into microphones. A very historical game. Unfortunately, these legendary voice actors went uncredited for their efforts and are soon to be random employees of Pacific Novelty. And the company also went under in 84 or 83 with the video game crash, so not much information is known about how this game was developed. Other than that, it's awesome.
He's right below you. I lost my knife. Where is he? Where'd he go?
You also have iframes when you're munching these guys. Only when the blood is pouring out and you can't move. That's when you have iframes. So if you miss eating, you can get killed, and that can be pretty bad. And the hitbox for eating these guys can be a bit tricky. Hopefully they wouldn't troll us.
Get your spear gun ready.
Spears can also wrap around the screen like that, and those wraparound spears can kill you from the rear. Can't believe that one didn't reach me. Okay, there we go. One more diver.
Where is he? Where'd he go? Over by the ship.
This game also has a deep scoring system for its time. You get exactly 14,400 points for each loop of the game. There's no way to gain more points or less. You get a fixed amount of points for each diver and round depending on what round it is. And the round number is tracked by the skulls in the top right. And above that are my sharks. So we have a couple of sharks for now, but hopefully we don't start losing them too soon. There we go. There we go. And these guys can only shoot where they are facing, and they always try to chase you, so you can kinda give it a double wrap around. You spin me right round. But have to be kind of careful doing it, since if you do miss the hitbox on the munch, which is pretty small, or you do dumptins, you can get killed like that. That's dangerous. The respawn after you die can be pretty random, so good thing I didn't die again there. Oh, please, diver. And every 14,000 points you get another shark, so you can afford to die a bit, but not too much. You'll also notice that we can't go below 2/3 on the screen or so. I'm not sure if that's a feature of the original game or a main bug, but I think it adds to the charm. And it also makes the game a bit harder, since it makes the space you have to move in more cramped. That's a good spawn eat. Ah, he didn't want to get in my mouth. There we go. Tastes good. We don't know if the Darius franchise was inspired by this game, but chances are pretty high. This was the greatest shark game in history after all. For some reason, there were a ton of Killer Shark team games in arcades in the late 70s and early 80s. Probably because of the popularity of Jaws, which was originally in theaters in 75, I think. So back in 81, it was still all about Jaws. And lots of games, even ones that weren't about killer sharks, had sharks in them. But not all of them were as high quality as this, of course. Ah, got the diver. There's also some quirky stuff where you stop when you're eating a guy, but the guys continue diving wherever they were going before, which can sometimes make them split, which you don't want. You want to hurt them together, kind of like bullets in a shmup. I mean, this is shmup. There's nothing non-shmup about this. Dodge the harpoons. Eat the guys with your bullets. Mouthful of bullets. These aren't teeth, these are bullets. Let's shoot them up. You also notice that the music is getting a bit more intense. Those two tones in the background. Ah! Nice hitbox. That spear gun was literally 2 sharks away from me. That's one of the things that can make this game a bit dangerous, since you can kind of get hit out of nowhere. Oh, that was dangerous. But we made it. Please, guys. Oh! They kind of didn't want to get grouped there. They made a small deviation. This is fine. Oh! Check out those spears, man. Sometimes they can go through you and you don't get hit, then sometimes you get hit 50 miles away from your shark. It's a fun game. The hitboxes work properly. Exactly as designed. Ah, please. Please, divers. Let me eat you. I'm getting hungry here. The last diver can be really elusive, since there's only one diver hitbox to go for. Once there's only the last diver, so he can be quite dodgy. Okay, they split because they were facing different directions during the munch, so we have to regroup them. Ah! That spear was even further away than all the last ones. This is getting dangerous. We might have to do a second run to properly show the fantastic qualities of this game. The game does get harder as it loops, the divers get more aggressive and faster. And I am on my last shark. This is dangerous. Oh. Maybe I should have practiced for this run. That might have helped. Oh. That was a nice munch. Finally the guys are together. Need to just be patient a lot of the time. Wait until they are fully grouped up and are locked in.
Coming back. Move away. Stay together.
There we go.
I lost my knife. Where is he? Where'd he go?
Oh, oh. They got out of the group. That was really dangerous. Please, divers. Get eaten. Don't resist.
Where's that shark? Go to your right. What do sharks eat?
What do sharks eat? That's a good question. What do they eat? Seems like they have quite one of these red divers. There we go. Now we have one more shark. And this run even has a arbitrary category that I'm playing. Since this game is actually infinite, you can get extents every 1400 points. I mean 14,000 points forever. It can be played infinitely if you play good, which is not happening right now, but 72,000 is set as the goal of this run. Because the two-tone music actually gets super intense and noisy later, and I don't want to play it for that long. It gives me a headache. So usually I stop at 72,000, but if these guys kill me, I might have to do a second run or end this a bit early. Ah, please, divers, get grouped. Look at those teeth. Shoutouts to my co-commentators, the divers again. They are really carrying the run. Shoutouts to the guy telling them to keep together, which is exactly what we want them to do.
Go to your left. Get your spear gun ready. I want to leave it down here. Coming back. Move away.
This game is just way too good. Ah! He almost trapped me. That was super close. Ah! They are not grouped. Need to get them to... Okay, no, it's good. Because this is clear. Just a couple more waves. You'll notice that the game is also lagging at a random speed, and the music also lags. It's pretty good. And it's at this point that the music starts getting unbearable, so if we get to 72,000, that would be nice. Please! Please, Mouth. Take the divers inside. Connect your toothboards with them, please. Please, thank you. 2 more waves. Oh, almost got hit. That was so dangerous.
Go to your right. I'm going to the surface.
Last dude, please don't kill me. Thank you. Okay, this is the final wave if you can get past this before 72,000. Oh, that's dangerous. They are splitting up, they are splitting up. Oh damn, this is getting close. Also, check out this epic crab rave in the background with these wonderful beats. You'll love to hear it. Okay, final diver. And there's the 72,000 extend. Fantastic run. I think we might be a bit behind schedule in Shmup Slam, so I guess I shouldn't be playing further than this. Anyway, thanks for MarkhamX for hosting this. This fantastic shmup. Great year Zero. There is Zero. What am I thinking? A very classic game. Anyway, I think that's all from me, so have a good one. Let's just get rid of my sharks in case I'm alive still, but we just see if Mark is gonna kick me out.
He's coming back. Move away. Stay together.
Alrighty. No more of this pounding.
I guess he wants to be kicked. Oh, that's great. Arrow's been in every single Shmup Slam, including the first one. Awesome. Oh, I'm so glad he is able to get the high score. That's great. Alrighty, up next we've got Trap playing some Desert War, I believe. Let's check what it's called. Desert War, yes. This will be pretty awesome. So stay tuned for that.
Well, I'm playing this on real hardware, so there's some stuff in here that will look a little weird. Like, during the game in the top left, there's going to be a couple of disco pixels. And my capture decided to take a shit day, so the brightness goes up and down. It doesn't actually do that. But yeah, let's get started. Because we have a lot of content to cover. So, as said, this is Wangan Sensou, also known as Desert War. Released in 1995 by NMK, and it has 3 difficulties: beginner, average, expert. We're going to do all 3, and 1 CC all of them. Except maybe expert. We might lose that. Bad ending is pretty cool. And, you know, mistakes can happen. For the most part, it's pretty chill, casual game. It's pretty... I don't want to say it's pretty easy, but it's not very hard. But there's a lot of stuff in it. It's a very action-packed game, and it's pretty atypical. Not as atypical as Shark Attack, of course, but it's a bit more like an Outzone or something with like a push scroller, because you can push forward, but it also auto scrolls, and you can land to pick up these. So, yep, we're just cruising along. With some tanks and stuff. Pick up power-up items. And then we also have a scoring system. Like any good shooting game, we have a scoring system. The scoring system is whenever you land on a ground target that can take damage, you do a crazy amount of damage to that target, and you get 100 points. Now, if you also do not shoot, so if you bounce once, you get 1,000. If I bounce again, I get 2,000. But since I just shot, the value resets to 1,000. So scoring involves avoiding shooting as much as you can and bouncing on all the stuff. You can bounce on multiple targets at once, which is a good way to increase your bounce rate. Oops, well, whatever. So one thing you're not going to see me do in this run at all is drop off all of my guys. So there's a target amount of people to save in every stage, and if you save that many people before the end of the stage, it automatically finishes the stage for you. While this is good if you're just trying to clear the game, clearing the game is not hard in the first place. And there is a ton of really cool stuff in like the parts of the game that you wouldn't see if you do that. So I'm not going to do it. So what I will be doing is I will try to leave one person in my in the amount that I have left. Like, there's all this cool stuff, like that graveyard, and like there's just tons of stuff. But this is the end of the stage, so I'm going to spend some bumping here. For the most part, I'm not going to be swearing in this run because it's pretty something. And especially on expert, the scoring strategy is really regressive. For a couple of points, I will be doing the landing scoring. For the most part, if I'm landing in this run, it will be to pick up guys or to show off some really cool stuff. Because as you can see, when you land, everything zooms in. There is a ton of detail in everything that you will not see unless you land in some kind of strange places. So this is the first anti-escort mission. This is a stage where... Oh wait, okay, so there's the first cool thing. The POWs that you can save, they can get into bad situations, like being on fire, and they do die if they are on fire for too long, or otherwise exposed to a harmful situation. They can't be shot, but they can definitely catch fire. But yeah, these anti-escort missions are pretty easy for the most part. Okay, yeah, so this guy's on fire. He's gonna... Oh no! Falls over, and then he's all toasted. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to leave just one in my queue for the drop-off. When you pick dudes up and when you drop them off, you get a little bit of fuel back. And that is basically your timer. There's a bonus timer in the bottom right. I'm probably not going to make any of those because I'm trying to show things off rather than get the stages quickly. But the reward for clearing a stage with the bonus timer at more than 0 is an extra armor. So if you're doing poorly, you can use that to try to help yourself. So there's stuff like that. Those huts can only be destroyed by bouncing on them. And I'll be doing that a bit too, because, like I said, I'm just trying to show off as much of the game as I possibly can. Yeah, so to go over the items, there are 2 different kinds of items that POWs can have. They can have fuel and they can have power. Fuel is ridiculous. It is worth a ton of fuel every time you pick up a fuel item. Like, you can go from like under half of your whole fuel bar to maxed out in one pickup. Like, it's pretty enormous. And the power-ups are pretty important because your default shot power is pretty bad, and every time you take a hit, you also you lose a bunch of power levels. Not only do you lose power levels, though, you also drop a bunch of your POWs, which can sometimes make clearing the stage difficult. Okay. If you clear a stage without having saved all of your guys, you actually fail the stage and have to do it again. And if you have missed your bonus timer, you don't get to try again. The bonus timer does not reset, and like you lose all the progress from that stage basically. Although I think I'm pretty sure you get the POW saved counter to be the same. So you only, like, if you only have one left normally, when you redo the stage, you still only have to get one. So this is the last stage of the game, of course. It's pretty alright. There's there's a boss at the end of this. Well, sort of. It's not really a boss because it doesn't shoot at you. But like, look at these missing things. Like the colors inside is so cool. And of course, you can bounce on it to blow them up. You can also shoot it, but bouncing on them is much cooler. Just imagine you're in a helicopter saving dudes, and you decide the best way to take out a missile is to just land your helicopter on it until it blows up. Something worth talking about probably is the hitboxes are quite big in this game. As you can see, your playership is rather large in the first place, and the hitbox is relatively reasonably sized compared to it. By reasonably sized, I mean it's pretty it's pretty big. So here's another mid-boss sort of thing. But yeah, the hitbox is pretty big, but it doesn't super matter because the density is pretty low for the most part. But it does get tricky when you're landing and taking off because the way the bullets interact with the screen zooming is a little strange. But you can understand how it works after playing it a little bit. So these are the targets I gotta take out. For the oh shit. Alright, well it didn't matter. I already beat it, so the damage doesn't matter. But yeah, so that's beginner course. It's pretty good. Biological weapons neutralized. Thumbs up. Mission complete. Did I get the VIP? No. So when you so the VIP system is basically there's a certain POW in every stage that if you pick him up and then deliver him without getting hit in between, you get that POW or the VIP bonus at the end of the stage. That's beginner. This rank system is mostly meaningless. If you 1cc, you're pretty much always going to get the same rank. And it is higher based on which course you're doing. So yeah, thanks for your playing. Let's try the next level. I always thought that this score screen is a little silly for beginner because the highest default score has 4 VIP medals in a course with only 3 stages. Great game over screen, by the way. Let's move on. I will show the attract sequence in its entirety at the end of the whole thing because, well, let's just finish it out now. This intro is so good. The artwork is incredible, and there's just so much of it. And it's not too long, so you know, we're going by. We're saving our buddies, saving the buddies. It's me. I'm the pilot. And all right, let's move on. So I think this is my favorite course. Just for the last stage. The last stage in this course is insanely cool. It has really, really good details. It's got a really nice atmosphere. 5 is missing. Alright. Also, like, look at all of this stuff in this opening platform that literally everybody is just gonna zip right past. It's incredible. Or, let's see. I want to show off these boats too. The boats are like crazy. Like, look at all that detail in that boat. The armor hit is fun. This is also a pretty easy course. So here's the other situation they can be in. Is they can be in the water. Well, you couldn't really see that. They can drown. But their drowning animation is really cool. So you gotta shoot that plane down in order to get the VIP, which is that pilot. So the drop-off points, these drop-off points are not always safe. Sometimes there are enemies around, and they will shoot you, even while you're dropping dudes off. and as a way to stop the player from sticking themselves in one spot for, you know, however long. If you are parked in the same spot for a sufficiently long time, things will come by and shoot you. And that's even when you're dropping dudes off. So you are not safe from that because you're saving people. There's a neat little thing you can bounce on to destroy this one too. Can't kill it any other way. Yeah, so fuel and yeah. But for the most part, pretty chill. Gonna bounce on some trees. There's the boss. I'm playing with auto fire because I think it makes the game more fun. It's definitely harder without it, but I don't think it's a fun type of harder, so I don't. So I just play with auto fire. One of the big things auto fire gives you is it lets you drop off and pick up dudes faster. Because every time you tap the button, so you get to see the guys drowning. Every time you tap the button, all the POWs run over to you a little bit faster. And the same when you let them out. So auto fire makes POW management much easier, which is honestly the main thing it gives you. Like, you could mash your hand off if you wanted, but not very fun to me. I think this is another anti-escort mission. You gotta just blow stuff up. This is exactly the stage I thought it was. Yeah, so one of the interesting things about the way these stages work is your target doesn't try to move, doesn't move at the same speed always. The higher up on the actual screen it is, the slower it moves. So it kind of lets you catch up to it. So actually, you don't really have to care too much about catching your target. You just have to, just do it, rather. And so it makes it a bit easier because you can just, you can basically just stay at the bottom of the screen and just kind of tap upwards. So here's one of the more interesting ways you can abuse the POW capture system. Okay, so that's what I mean about the timeout stuff. So these planes will come by and drop stuff. But yeah, so you can, even if you're full of POWs, you can actually, you can still pull them towards you. And so if you are close to another drop-off point and you want to save an extra person or two, you can actually do that to bring them closer, drop off some dudes, and then go pick up whoever you needed to pick up. One of the weirder ones. It's got these escorts, but yeah, like I said, you can just kind of just hang back. If you know what's going on, you just deal with it reasonably. So trying to keep yourself with just one guy left is false counting, of course. So that enemy I let get away, that's totally fine. It literally does not matter that I let it go. Like, I don't even have to kill it. It really does not matter a single bit. The only enemies who ever have to destroy in this game are like bosses, stuff that lock the screen. Any of the push scroll ones are completely free. And this is the end of the stage, so I'm just gonna bit. Okay, so this is where the game gets dysfunctional. Where's it? There it is. So, as you can see, there are sometimes invincible ground objects that still give you the bump points. And when this happens, you can just do this and rack up the points. And eventually, of course, your fuel ticks down, you have to go. But the optimal scoring strats are basically find the biggest infinite bump you can and milk it as long as you possibly can. And then making a gun for the end of the stage. And then making sure that you don't save all of the people so you get to do the stage again. It's dysfunctional is maybe the kindest word for it. Alright, so I'm actually going to take an intentional stage loop here because this is one of the coolest bosses in the game, and if you, well, you'll see. But I can assure you it's very cool, and it will be super worth it to have to loop the stage. And, of course, we'll let y'all see what looping a stage actually means. So an important thing about the landing and taking off system is you actually do get to shoot while you are landing and while you are taking off. But as soon as you actually touch the ground, that's it, no more shooting. And when you're taking off and landing, you move a lot faster than your normal movement speed. So you can kind of abuse this to zip around if you... alright, well, I can't loop the stage now, actually. It's unfortunate. Because then I will actually game over if I do that. I don't want to do that, really. Even though this is more of a show-off sort of thing, I do want to 1cc on this. But yeah, here is that boss. So this is like a giant space shuttle, and you have to destroy it before it takes off. It's not hard. Like, I just did it there. No problem. And then a whole bunch of dudes come out for you to save. But like, look at the sprite, dude. Like, holy shit. It's so good. But yeah, if you fail to kill it, it actually launches, and you get to see it launch, and it's incredible. Like, it looks so good, and what it does when you fail is very cool. But alright, so now we're moving on to the last stage of the average course. Just save some dudes. The end of the stage is unbelievably cool. Like, this stage is just the coolest ever. It's just amazing. So there's these platforms, these boats, and there are tanks inside of these two hatches, and then a little tiny turret that pops out there. And there's actually a second one. See, it does this really cute little pop out. It's really cool. Well, I just killed that, but so these platforms in the middle of the water can actually be destroyed by some enemies. And of course, for whatever reason, when the platforms get destroyed like that, they become infinite bounce targets. Forgot this is like the dangerous one, because there's lots of boats here that will kill you if you're not super on it. Like if you guys thought Raiden was bad about sniping you when you horizontal scroll, I got this game to show you, because it's way worse about it, because the scale of everything is so big. Some more destruction targets can only bounce on. Oh, I never noticed that before, dude. That's so cool. That that tank ran into that house and the house exploded. Okay, so it's these guys. They shoot the target and it'll eventually explode, and then you can't drop dudes off anymore. This battleship is awesome. Like these lights and stuff. It's just so cool. Saving dudes is a great way to get your fuel back. Even the guys that do not normally give you fuel will give you plenty of fuel. But like, look at these rotating lights and stuff. It's just awesome. It's just such a really cool atmospheric stage. Alright, it's fine that he blew that up. Well, not really. I wanted to drop some dudes off for the thing. But yeah, like, this is another infinite bump. Kinda silly. By kinda silly, I mean it's pretty silly. So I'm like out of fuel, so I gotta gun it. And, there it is. Freaking so cool, but I gotta go or I'm gonna die. Make it? Alright, made it. That was a close one. But yeah, like, amazing. It's so cool. Such a cool stage. Alright, so that is average course. And I'm a hero. Accomplished. Thanks for your playing. Let's try the next level. Whatever you say. Alright. The credits at the bottom there are very funny. They're just like actors. Like it's not related to the game credits at all. It's just like random actor names. Alright, let's do expert combat. So we are actually starting with one of the anti-escort missions in the stage. Jackal's Army. And just like all the other anti-escort missions, the thing doesn't move without letting you catch up to it. Let's see what this does. Okay, so one of the important things about when POWs are dying is they do not count as dead until they are gone. If you can still see them, like if they're falling over from being burned to death, you can still pick them up and they'll still run you. Coming up is probably the most, yeah, here it is. This is the most well-known infinite bump spot because it gives you 3. And yeah, this is definitely the most infamous one because it's worth so many points that it's just absurd. One thing I should probably mention is expert course. This one is significantly harder than the other stages in every aspect. There are more enemies, they shoot more, they shoot much faster. Pretty much every possible way the game is much harder. Just even from stage 1. Like, stage 1 of this is probably harder than any of the other stages earlier. So it becomes very important to know what is actually in the stage for this course. Otherwise, you can get pretty messed up. But once you know what to do, it's still pretty easy. It's just there's a lot of traps that if you don't know that they are there, you will get hit and you will feel bad. So we got the bacteriologist is like freaking out always. It's pretty cute. And that's that. Stage 1. Not much to it. Just killing. Just need 20 alliance members. Warning, enemy patrol units spotted in the area. So this is one of the more inventive stages in this game, for sure. Because it introduces a somewhat new mechanic, just by utilizing the existing ones. But I don't think it's very fun. I think that the added mechanic is not... like, obviously it adds to the game, but I don't think it's very interesting. Not that it's not interesting, it's just not fun to do. Let's bounce on this real quick. And it is right here. We got these overhead pipes. And you cannot shoot through them, and you cannot run through them. What you have to do is you have to go under them. Thankfully, there's these ground pipes that you can bounce off of, which make it a lot easier to handle. You can always like land and just like stay parked and wait for it to pass you, but usually an enemy will come by and shoot you if you try to do that. And if the pipe's overhead, you can't really do much about it, because if you go up, you'll just get shot. Or you'll run into the pipe and get hit. So you can end up in some pretty sticky situations where you're kind of like stuck in a lot of ways. Because you can't navigate past the pipe, and you, more importantly, cannot shoot through the pipe. Which means if there's enemies like under it or just slightly beyond it, you can't really deal with them. Like, this is probably not a great idea, because that's a timeout enemy. And that does happen while you are dropping off dudes, as I mentioned a while ago. But like, this kind of situation is really very... it's that sort of thing happens. It's just really, it's difficult to deal with. And not in a particularly interesting way, in my opinion. But the game is sick, so it's not a super big deal. It's just kind of one little gripe is certainly better than most games. Well, I guess there's also the stuff that's kind of breakable. Two. That's it. I skipped it. Fuck. Well, that's unfortunate because that's like the coolest part in the game right there. Dang, dude, that sucks. There's like these statues and stuff on the ground, and they're like really, really detailed, and it's just super, super awesome. But, oh well. You can play this yourself and experience the joy. Like, look at this water up against these rocks. Like, it's so crazy. There's just so much effort into it. Okay, so this is the first time you'll see a power-up guy sink. They have like just this crazy, really long animation. And because they're in the water, they have like scuba gear on. So, an interesting thing about, well, hold on. So these guys from behind here, they don't hit you while they're coming up. But if you don't know they're there, and you move ahead too quickly, those can be, that can be like the hardest part of the game, honestly, because of these tanks right here. Trying to deal with those planes and those tanks is quite a challenge. So you want to avoid having to do that. And much like the anti-escort things, you are they gonna do it? No. Dude, what the hell? I'm gonna try to do this because it's one of my favorite little things in this game. But when I was practicing, they didn't do it. Doesn't seem like they're going to. Alright, I need to pick these guys up, like, instantly, or I'm gonna die. Yeah, sometimes, I don't know what the cause is, but during that fight, those two guys, the bottom left and right, the one with the power-up and the one with the fuel, they can just decide that they're done sticking around and just like walk off screen to the bottom. And it's like, you just completely don't expect it because they never move on their own any other time. And then you just see the fuel guy like walking off screen and you're like, hey, wait, come back, I need you. It's very goofy, and I really wish I knew why it happened, but like well, we might be getting the bad end, which is fine, because the bad end I think is more interesting. It's more, I think it has a lot more impact than the good ending. Like, the good ending is cool, but it's not nearly as good. But I'm just gonna play it out. We'll see if I make it or not. So I won't try to throw it, but if it happens, it happens. Oh yeah, so a thing that I was going to mention until I got shot there. This game has an interesting way of handling slowdown. And for the most part, the game does not have slowdown, as it were. If the game has to slow, like if the game's overloaded, it'll actually drop frames. Rather, it'll drop 1 frame. But if it goes beyond that, it seems like it slows down as well. And so you can end up with a situation where it's got both frame drops and slowdown. It's kind of funky. Okay, so we got the only instance of a fuel guy in the water, and so we're gonna watch him drown real quick. No, wait, hey! Because it like makes an oil spill and everything. It's just crazy. So one of the most important things to know about how to play this game is don't rush. If you're rushing, you'll probably die because you'll run into something that you weren't expecting to spawn and it will smack you in the face, or you'll like load up the screen with enemies that you can't deal with. But if you take it slow and just pick off the enemies, it's pretty simple. Like this weird little base thing is pretty cool. Oh well. I was gonna try to take that guy over here because you can actually I mean it's probably obvious, but you can make guys go into the water and drown. All right, so I got the VIP. There was a detail I discovered in when I was practicing that I don't seem to remember where I did it anymore. So you remember how enemies can be on fire and enemies can drown. Well, what do you think happens when you take an enemy that's on fire, or a POW that's on fire, and you make him go in the water? Surprise! It extinguishes the fire, and then it just becomes a normal POW. Like, for some reason I never tried it or something, but yeah, very, very cool little tiny detail. So like, look at this little statue down here. It's like a little dude pouring out water into the fountain, and then you can bounce on it to blow it up, and then you get to see it like all destroyed, and like it's a completely different image, and it's just crazy. Got a usual NMK Capitol building right there. And now here's the last boss itself being carried on its big carrier. So I think if I die here, I don't get either ending and I can actually continue. But if you die on the actual last boss, or you let this carrier take off, you see the bad ending. But much like the anti-escort stages, again, this boss, for the most part, will not move ahead without you. So if you just take it easy, push slowly, deal with it pretty easy. So there it goes. It's the last boss coming up. And he gets joined by enemies sometimes, which you actually have to dodge in this fight, which is different. Okay, I got him. So there he goes. He was flying up in the air. Now he's landing. And that is the Jackal. He's a little dude. I love that little animation of him flopping over. And they've got him all like tied up. You can like see the ropes around him. It's so good. And that's expert. God. I am God. I was gonna say, if I have time, I would like to just like zip through expert and try to show the bad ending, but it looks like I'm a little bit over time still, so that's gonna be it. I hope everyone enjoyed this complete masterpiece. Like, look at that art right there. It's so detailed. It looks so good. But yeah, I'm God, and thanks for your playing. And let me just put in my score, and I will pass it back to Mark.
Awesome.
I gotta put in my name first.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, so that's it. That's Wangan Sensou by NMK in 1995. I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope stream went well because I wasn't looking at chat or anything. And, we'll get ready for Dubs playing Batrider with low tier characters, which is always a nice comedy fest. Yeah.
That's exactly
that's it.
right.
I'm gonna.
So coming up next will be Dubs playing Batrider, so hang tight for that. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Oh yeah, take it away.
Time for some Batrider. And on the commentary, we'll have Plasmo and Satis.
Yep. Hello. I guess I'm more of a sidekick today at the commentary desk. I have played Batrider quite a bit, but I'm nowhere near on the expert level that Satis is, so might be a little bit mixed commentary. But let's see.
Sure, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
So, description of this one is Team Batrider, which basically means he's gonna intentionally use horrible characters. Like, not bad, but horrible. Because Batrider allows for that kind of diversity.
I was wondering, was he maybe inspired by your random team runs? Where you ended up playing all those
I'm not sure. Alright, so first is picking Juji. I think that might be Starch, which is horrendous. Then that's Snail Start, which is pretty good. And I believe that's Shira C. I am not entirely certain.
Yeah, it should be C.
Yeah. So first off, Judy, I think he's gonna keep this character for a few stages if he can. The good part about Judy is he has great options, but he's playing Start Judy, which has horrible options because they turn off every now and then, which is extremely dangerous because a lot of enemies will like to ram you in this game. Like, if you play Judy B or C, then the options will always stay on, basically, and you're safe from a lot of things. So, yeah. It's gonna be quite an adventure using this character. He's also quite fast, which can help, but he might be too fast.
Yeah, I can imagine that maybe being too fast and then the options suddenly going away is not the best combination.
Yeah, exactly.
But definitely an interesting pick for a team to spice it all up. We are watching normal course, by the way, so 5 stages.
Yep.
And Dubs is going to trigger, if possible, all of the secret bosses that are available. So there's some more content.
He's doing some light scoring on this boss. Maybe it's required for his route. I'm not really sure what his route is, but starting off with Sewer here, which is it's a good second stage.
What scoring does in this game is, of course, you get a higher number, but it's also interesting for survival-oriented players because you do get an extra life every 1.5 million. So if you do just some average scoring, it also helps you to get a clear. So it's important to balance these things out.
Yeah. If you want to trigger all bosses, some scoring is probably almost mandatory. Well, it's kind of dependent on how you route things out. There's a lot of options you can do. So
yeah, this game is absolutely insane when it comes to routing. There's so many secrets, so many stuff you want to shoot with the bomb or shoot with your shot or whatever, or here you have to use your aura. It's just insane just how much replay value, secrets and stuff like this is here to uncover.
The game has there's just a lot of options for everything, basically.
Yeah.
So.
And that's definitely, at least for me, one of the main appeals as well. So when people think of racing games, of course, everyone first says Garaga, but some people actually do like Batrider more. As for myself, I can't really decide because the games just play so vastly different. But some people definitely do prefer this game over Garaga even. So it's too bad that no port for this game has come out up to this very day, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a big shame.
Yes.
Alright, so it's entering Deviate now, which is an interesting boss. The first form basically ends when he picks off this... when it starts shooting the laser cannons that are not deployed yet. So it's basically now, and... Wait, did 3 turrets just spawn at the same time? I don't think I've ever seen that my entire time playing this game.
There you go.
Okay, he died here. I'm sure that's fine though, because he needs Blackheart to spawn Rather, he needs Snail to spawn Blackheart, which is right after this boss.
Yeah, so no more deaths allowed, but yeah, he did it already.
Yeah.
So you said Wild Snail isn't all that bad?
Yeah, actually, he's
Damn.
not bad at all. Like,
Didn't expect that.
if you're playing start, the speed is kind of adequate, and the shot is always strong. Like, even if you're playing start, you know, kind of like carpet, but you know, of course, it's not carpet, but it's pretty strong considering the kind of reputation Snail has in this game. And like, you see all these yellow shots, the main shots, those are all piercing. And piercing is really good in Batrider. It's gonna do Winder now. So
Yeah, the infamous Winder.
yeah, it's basically completely random how many sweeps it does.
So losing it right before should have been fine, but losing Wild Snail that early is not fine. But the run is a very short one. Shouldn't be more than maybe 20 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So restart isn't too bad at all.
If it's gonna get all the bosses, the run is probably gonna be 30 minutes, I think. I'm not really sure.
Ah, even for normal, alright.
Yeah, there's a lot of bosses in the first 5 stages.
Yeah, that's true. So this car shop, by the way, if you destroy the house before the shop sign, you do trigger a secret boss later on.
Yeah, it's Bastionet 2, which is in Colosseum, which is the stage before Highway. Which is fifth stage, by the way.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing that when you do trigger the special stages, that the stage numbers do not line up anymore. So usually what I do have in my head connected is highway to stage 5, but this is then stage 6. It's kind of confusing, it always gets me.
Yeah. Blackheart 2 also counts as its own stage, but it's unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, depending on the perspective, right now. It's right after Highway, so you don't get to see it. There's to get Blackheart in the first place, like Blackheart 1, at the end of the stage, you need to destroy all these lasers coming up here that flip.
Yeah, the turrets.
Yeah, these.
Lasers
also-
in advanced mode, and here it's
Yeah.
just regular bullets, but basically the same. Just a little bit slower.
Yeah, basically. You're not gonna go through lasers or the bullets either way.
Right. So would you say this is the worst team you could pick? Or are there even worse characters?
I think you
typically-
could make it marginally worse, perhaps. I would think, for example, I would never want to play Snail C. It has really good power, but you can't move, like, honestly.
Actual snail?
Yeah, it lives up to its name for sure. And also, I do think Silver Sword is a bit worse for survival. Its bomb is better, but the shot, you know, it doesn't have that piercing advantage that Snail has.
So the team can even be improved in terms of badness. Maybe next Shmup Slam we're going to see an even worse team. But let's see how this one
Yeah,
plays out.
I recommend the Silver Sword if you want to get worse, but instead maybe you should keep some, you know, like level of sanity to throughout and stick with Snail. Because that's a special formation right now of wide, which is yeah, it's very wide, and
Why is he keeping it?
yeah, I don't think you should keep it here.
Yeah.
I don't actually know if it's called wide, but I believe it is.
Yeah, I think so. It should be called like this. Yep, and there we go.
I think I was trying to kill the turret pods there with the bomb. Because that's a thing you can do and they give 50k each, but sadly they weren't damaged enough. And most of the bomb went onto the main body, so I didn't get any of those 50k bonuses.
Yeah, and that's definitely a lot. So 1.1 and 1.5 is the next, well, the first extend.
Yeah.
So let's see when we're getting this one into the second phase. Oh, third. And here we go for the binder again, which always drags you into the center of the screen. So depending on where you are on the screen, you can control the direction of the winder as well. And this is quite a risky angle.
Yeah. It's a bit uncomfortable on the side there.
Yeah,
Alright.
but he made it, nice.
He also accidentally put in another credit, which is gonna add to his rank.
Perfect. Is it frame rank increase? Or is
Yeah,
it
yeah.
Amazing.
I don't
Like
think
this?
it's I don't think it's an outrageous amount, and it should be fine in normal course, but
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
it's
No
not
doubt about it.
ideal.
It's just absolutely ingenious game design. The more credits people enter in the machine, the harder the game gets. It's just why would you do that? So
Yeah.
good.
Alright, you got the search options now, and they're actually quite good. They're not, you know, they're not like homing, the options that like fly up to the enemy, but I still would say they're quite good. Okay, let's see how this goes.
Oh, this is
Oh.
dangerous. Oh,
Right,
nice
nice.
dodging there. So the hitboxes aren't super tiny. Those are not cave-style hitboxes. So the dodge you've just seen was quite a tight one.
Yeah, and this is a normal privilege. Sometimes boredom will shoot like bullets straight down a wall, basically. In normal course, they're destructible bullets. In advanced, they're very much not destructible.
Oh, excellent. So that's the first form of the secret boss, and it was triggered by killing the formation of blue enemies you saw earlier in the stage. Just kill all the ships, I don't know how many it is, 6 or 7, and Bashinet will pop up.
Yeah.
As long as you do have a Maho character still in your team alive, and that's Chida.
Yeah. I guess it's extending to 3 because it's not scoring that high, so... And it's normal course. I think a couple of times in this
Oh,
shorter
yeah.
than normal run. Should be fine.
So normally 3 lives on stock is oftentimes not a good idea in advanced mode, but in normal it should be fine. So yeah, rank is a thing in Batrider, and if you're familiar, just vaguely familiar with how it works in Garega, it's more or less the same in this game.
Yep.
Great feeling to the stage and the layout itself. All the medals you can uncover.
For sure.
Really cool. These blue helicopters can be a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But I have a
you can
feeling white
misdirect
sniping-
them like this.
Yes, yes,
And the search options are really helping right now.
yes. Oops, deactivated them.
Oh. You should probably swap those, I would say.
And why keep this weird formation I don't even know the name of? Trace? Or whatever it's called?
Maybe?
Oh yeah, we're back to normal. So this turret, the player wants to destroy both parts, left and right, to trigger the secret boss.
Yeah, he
and
needs to
that's
bomb
why
this
the bomb
because
is
he
very
didn't-
urgent here. Can you make it?
Alright,
Yes.
yeah. That's for Garbrobo right after the next boss, which is Bascock. So here's something I never see anyone do, but you can like bomb this cockpit as it falls off for 30k. It's very understandable why people don't do it though. You kind of need the route specifically for it. So you just have a few bomb pieces or it's just not going to be worth it.
Yeah, in my old route I did that. Wondered why no one else did it, but it's a route thing, yeah.
Yeah.
So usually when playing advanced, this boss takes forever if you want to milk it.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I'm not exactly sure how long, but it's like 3 music cycles. So quite a while. Because it's easy to take point milk. The boss is mostly pretty harmless.
Yeah, what can occasionally happen though is that the boss is sidestepping like in a very quick manner. And this sometimes gets me.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, stuff like that.
well, it should be fine, I believe. Hopefully.
Yes, I think so.
The problem here is, though, he has to fight Passionate 2 right after this with Shiro, who is
Oh
an awful
no.
character, and then he has Juji's start, who's even worse, because it's start. His options will betray him at like any opportunity they get.
Oh, and you have to trigger the second ninja as well, so keep Cheetah through all of that.
Yeah, at least
That's a
it's
challenge.
C, so the options might actually work here. Let's hope he gets lucky. He needs like both of these disc flinging claws to die, otherwise phase 2 won't start.
Yeah, this boss is insane.
Yeah, he's going really
RNG
low.
is
This
absolutely
is
silly,
really
and-
poor.
Oh my
RNG.
god, this is worse. RNG, but
okay.
bombed it.
Yeah,
Very
thankfully,
nice.
shocking enough bombs that it killed it before even entering phase 2.
Yes, nice
Oh.
play.
You could have R'd the leftover arm for 50k. Maybe it doesn't know about it.
So at the very end of this stage, there is a second ninja. This is the first ninja, and to trigger it, you have to keep Jitter. So now the player is not allowed to die anymore, which is quite risky because Jitter is very bad.
Yeah.
And Highway isn't the easiest stage, and this
Alright,
was
let's see how it
insane.
does this. This pattern is static, basically.
Ooh,
Alright.
nicely played. And this looks good.
Yeah, really good. But his position has some variance sometimes, but...
Oh my god! It was so close.
Yeah.
But very nice fight. I mean, it's still going on, but
Yeah, those fire
very
trails,
proficient at it.
like how much they curve is affected by rank too, it's crazy.
All right, yeah, I remember now.
Yeah. But the potential max rank, as you can... I'm not even sure if it's realistic to ever achieve it, but those flaming trails will basically loop around itself.
All right.
This is very scary. Shit is so useless.
Oh my god! And that's maybe a reset, or maybe not.
Probably not. He's very deep into the run. It's just his stage
Yeah.
left. And he's still gonna get every single boss after this. Besides... besides the second ninja. Also, when I said 30 minutes earlier, I remembered that there's an option to not score this game. So, I'm definitely very biased when I said 30 minutes. I think 20 minutes is very accurate.
Oh, whoops.
That's not good.
That's an issue.
That is
now
very
we
not
are
good.
losing out on 3 bosses. Oh my god! Come on, Snail, you can do it.
Alright, Snail with Search. He needs to keep. Yep. Good.
Snail is our hero. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, GG.
The power of Team Bad. GG.
On the bright side, there's always a
Oh.
bright side. You get to see the second ninja now. Gotta look at
That's some
the positives.
Now we can see our bosses anyway.
Yeah. That attack is as hard as it looks. You stand still, but it will often get combined with other mean attacks. They overlap, basically.
The thing is, usually when people talk about Batrider, the normal mode, it's not regarded as something particularly difficult. It's rather beginner friendly, but as you can see, just picking up very bad characters makes this actually more challenging and not safe for live setting.
Excellent luck there, by the way. These ninjas
3
can
big
drop
bombs.
a very random amount of bombs. In my experience, the first ninja will most of the time drop 0, and the second one will drop 1 most of the time. And you got 3 from the second one. I think at most it can drop up to 4. and it's getting free is exceptionally good RNG. Definitely. This boss is quite easy. Basically, the order of his pattern depends on the parts you destroy at the very first attack. So you can basically recognize what pattern he's gonna use from the second pattern he does.
It's bothering me that those options from GG are not killing those missiles.
Yeah,
They look way
those
more
missiles are
risky
actually
than supposed to be.
they're actually scary with this
Yes.
this variant. And yeah, when people do like normal normal 1cc's, they definitely don't do all bosses, and this adds a lot of difficulty to them.
Yes. Out of those 3 rivals at the end. Oh,
Yeah.
and we are not going to see the third one. This is probably the second most difficult, and the one we're not going to see, Envy, the infamous. Yeah, that's by far the most difficult. Some absolutely ridiculous attacks there.
Well, he could game over again if he wants to show off Envy, since he failed the 1cc already. Maybe that's something he'll do.
I'd be up for that, but probably should do that
Yeah.
right now, which doesn't look like that. Yeah, alright. GG again.
Yeah,
Good run.
GG. It's a valiant attempt.
Yeah, let's see if the player wants to hop in voice and Mark can maybe
Yeah, he needs
Undeafen
to undeafen him. Yeah, I know. Yeah, let's mute the stream, I guess.
Hey, hey.
No.
Hey, GG.
Hey, thanks.
Nice attempt.
Yeah, that run did not go according to plan. So, hence the 1 credit. And Blunt, was not expecting to get Blunt, but as soon as I got the second special power-up, I knew I was gonna fight either that or Envy. And I do not like playing against Envy, so...
I think we can all agree there.
Yeah.
No one likes Envy. But yeah, as soon as you were on Bastionet Mark II and had Cheetah, it was just a ridiculous challenge to no miss basically the rest of the game.
Yeah.
To get the second ninja, and yeah, then you could have died. But yeah,
It's a very
tough
hard
route,
stretch.
and of course a very tough team.
Yeah, it's I've grinded Cheetah, Bastionet, Mark II, and Stage 5 for so long, and I'm glad to be done with it. Thank you guys for commentating.
So what I wanted to know, why did you do this to you? I mean, why this team? What's the appeal behind this?
In a way, I wanted to prove to myself that that this was possible, and low tier, the AKA bad writers, or this. I still think it's a very viable team. I just have to up my skill, but I think it was a way for me to like really think of the game in different ways than the average team, you know. And,
Right.
Yeah, the average
maybe next
sharing
time
experiences.
an even worse team. I was commentating. Satis was mentioning that maybe you could even make it worse. You could re-listen to the commentary. Maybe you get some bad ideas.
Oh, definitely.
Also, I'm not sure if you know, but you added a credit.
What's next on the table?
You added a credit like after Blackheart, I believe, or was it during Sky High?
Touhou.
Up next, is it Touhou 11? Is that right?
All right.
Is Subterranean? Is that number 11? Touhou experts, let me know because I'm putting that on the overlay because that title's way too long.
Yeah, about that extra credit. Recently I've been playing this game on a hitbox. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but it's not a stick and it's not keyboard, but it's sort of like a mix between each other.
Yeah, how did that go?
And it was all right, but I found that I couldn't really get the micro
Yeah,
dodges, I guess.
I would wonder if those buttons are precise enough to get those really
so
tight dodges in.
hitbox basically means that your directions are mapped to buttons, right?
Yeah, like arcade
Yeah, that's
stick
right.
buttons.
So more or less like a keyboard. Should be fine for tap dodging and microing stuff, maybe. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, it's something you have to learn for sure.
Definitely. And just 2 days ago, I was like, well, maybe I'd feel more confident on a controller. So the past day or two, I've been practicing on a controller. So it's been
Yes.
working so well.
There's always the option of sticking an arcade stick on the hitbox.
That's true.
You can go
And
that
I
route.
do have 3 joysticks. One's a green
Yes.
lever,
Oh, nice.
an A trap, and I used to have a Namco PS1 stick, but I gave that away. So, but yeah, thank you
Yeah,
all
awesome
for
playing.
watching. I appreciate it. You guys have a good run.
Okay, so up next we've got Zemoo playing some Touhou 11. He's got a little poster I can put on for you. Whoa. Yeah.
hello. I am Zemoo, and this is going to be the Touhou extra stage run. Before I get started, I just want to explain a couple bits of Touhou sort of slang, I guess. Just I'm gonna say them, and I just want to explain them. The boss patterns are called spell cards, so I might refer to it as a card or a spell or a spell card. And the boss pattern, those are the boss patterns with names, and the ones without names are non-cards, and I will call them nons or non-cards. So just quick heads up for that, and I just want to apologize. I got a bit of a sore throat earlier this week, so I was not able to practice my commentary, and I still have a bit of a scratchy voice, so I do apologize for that. Without further ado, let's get started. Alright, so this is the extra stage of Touhou 11. The extra stage is sort of the Touhou equivalent of a second loop. When you 1cc the main game, instead of doing a second loop, you unlock this stage and you can go do it whenever you want. You don't have to like rebeat the game every time you want to play it. And I think a lot of sorry, this first part's a bit tricky. I think a lot of people who are sort of not Touhou mains, sort of like Touhou tourists I want to call them, don't play this. If you get close to this enemy, or all these enemies, they will spawn their rings outside of you, which is neat. But yeah, a lot of people who aren't sort of Touhou mains don't end up playing this, and I think that's sort of a shame, because the extra stages is where there's a lot of the more unique Danmaku. It's more abstract, puzzly type stuff. I think the difficulty is somewhere between normal 1cc and hard 1cc, but it's sort of weird in that basically everything in this stage is hard until you learn it, and then once you learn it, it's just easy and consistent. So it's just sort of a puzzle, as is with most of the extra stages, and that's why I would recommend them. Alright, so here we are coming to the mid-boss. This is Sunai. The plot of this game is basically Maria Shrine did something, and when you beat the main game you figure out it was them, so you're going here to talk to them about it. Alright, this spell has a safe spot in the bottom middle. I'm basically going to keep going back to this safe spot whenever this grid of lasers spawns, and there's actually like not a ton of dodging if you just know that safe spot, which is pretty obvious. This pattern is basically all RNG and a bit of reading. Not too bad with this shot type. Alright, Bumper Crop is the tough one. It's sort of the like stage 1 jail equivalent of the extra stage. She shoots these aimed bullets at you, but when they hit the wall they burst into random bullets, and I'm just trying to manipulate it so it's slightly mitigated the randomness. So this streaming section you can kind of cheese with this shot type because you can warp from one side of the screen to the other. It's the only time we'll see it, but it comes up a lot more in the main game. It might seem kind of arbitrary that this shot type can do that and no other shot type can, but it is part of... each shot type has a sidekick character, and that sidekick character's ability is to make portals, basically. A lot of the complaints I hear from like Touhou tourists about Touhou is that it doesn't have a ton of diegetic elements, doesn't have, you know, destructible turrets or ground enemies, but the diegetic elements of Touhou is all in the character designs, and the problem is that the character designs are a lot more salient to Japanese audiences who know all the Japanese monster girls, you know, what kind of monster they are, whereas Western audiences might not. So it's a little weird, but if you're ever not sure why something is happening in Touhou, it might make sense to look a little bit into the lore. But anyway, here we are at the boss. Dude, why? Sorry about that. That should be all my reset time. It's about 3 minutes to the mid-boss, about 5 to the boss. So what I'm going for here is a no miss, no bomb. If I get hit again, I'm just going to have to roll with it because I'm out of reset time. But it will be a no bomb run. That's sort of like a Touhou only thing. I don't really know that other shmup communities do no bomb runs. I think the design of Touhou is very conducive to no bomb. All the patterns are designed to be beaten without bombs, which is not something you can say about other shmups. The patterns are a bit easier, so like it makes sense to have the challenge be, you know, be perfect, don't die. And the spell cards that I mentioned, they have a counter on them that lets you know how you've completed them, like your history of completing them. And if you die or bomb, that counter doesn't give you the score bonus, and it doesn't count as capturing it. So the game has its own subtle way of telling you that like it doesn't want you to bomb, which is, among other things, probably the reason why it's natural for a lot of Touhou players to try to do no bomb. Alright, let's see if I can do bumper crop again. There is a safe spot on bumper crop, but it is kind of difficult to get into and out of, and this shot type has a bit of a tough time actually damaging the boss. Ugh. Whatever. We'll do it live. I can still clear it no bomb, but it just won't be a no miss. I guess I can now show you the way you're supposed to do this with the other shot types that can't warp the screen. Go up and around. Oh no. If those bullets go up there, that's bad. Right, so this part is just a bunch. Where these enemies spawn is kind of random, but also kind of scripted. Like they'll always spawn on the right sides. Dude, really? I was not able to kill them all in time. This part, just like earlier in the stage, it's sort of just a new player trap. If you move around a bunch, the bullet pattern is crazy, but if you just stay still, it is fine. So, if I die again, I'm not allowed to continue, but I have the practice patch, so I will sort of just hack my way into the boss fight just to finish the run. Probably should have just kept going with that reset, but it's fine. I have been able to no miss no bomb this before a couple times, and eventually I will get my lives back, but with this pattern, if you drag her to the side, the bullets will spawn off screen. So I try to do that, but alright, so here, this one is just 2 safe spots. One in the bottom middle, and one if you just go right up shotgun damage. And then it's just a streaming section in between. Alternatively, there's a safe spot by the E for enemy. It's not super precise, but if you don't want to get close, you know, I find it a bit safer to stay at the bottom. But so these, when you capture or when you defeat a spell card without dying, you can bomb. You will get a star piece. 5 of those gives you an extra life. But you'll see me grabbing those because I kind of need them now. Alright, so this is Danmaku Paranoia, and just like the name would suggest, it's an exercise in realizing that it's not actually as dangerous as it looks. It's just tap dodging. The waves are alternated, aimed at you and around you, and these knives keep you from moving a bunch. It's a really good way to teach people tap dodging, because it forces you to tap dodge by not letting you move very much. I think it's really well designed. Especially like I said, this is supposed to come after normal 1cc before you get to hard, so it sort of like teaches you this, you know, the mechanics of shmups. Because you're not going to get through that if you don't know how to tap dodge. Alright, this is Instinct Release of the Id. This pattern is kind of weird when you first get to it. It's pushing you down, and you basically just dodge up and diagonally through the gaps in the hearts. The hearts also have smaller hitboxes than it looks like. It's not too hard to dodge when you know the strat, but when you're first, if you're like gorillaing through it, it is kind of weird. Oh, here you're gonna see how it just didn't spawn the bullets on the right? That's because I was able to drag her far enough to the side to despawn them. Alright, Suppression Super Ego. This looks a lot like the other spell card, but it's going in reverse. And it's the weirdest thing when you first play this game. One of these two patterns is way harder than the other, and it's kind of random. Like, it's based on you as a person. It's not like you'll ask 10 people, you'll get all 10, 9 will say the same. It's just like different for everyone, and that's super weird and super cool. It contributes to like the feeling of malaise you're supposed to get at this stage. Yokai Polygraph is one of my favorite spell cards in the game. So this lasers are spawning these bullets at your radial distance from the center, and it's basically an aim section, but you have to like, because you have to make big jukes to make big openings to dodge through, but it's just not like your typical, you know, it's much more abstract. It's really cool, really well designed, because it's like very easy, but it's always fun because you're constantly having to move and like make your own openings. This is the type of stuff that might not make sense in a normal game, but it makes a ton of sense in the extra stage where things are a bit weirder. These non-spells, there's a lot of the same one, and they all have, there's a couple different variations, but a big theme is that the bullets that are closest to you are the ones that you dodge last, which sort of, you know, goes with the paranoia theme. Just like mind over matter, it's about thinking, not just dodging the first thing that makes sense. Alright, Rorschach is one of the toughest dodging spells. It's not too bad with this shot type, but the RNG sometimes does that. Yeah, it's sort of based on RNG, whether that's super easy or super hard. There's always a way to dodge it, but I was not able to see it, unfortunately. Alright, Embers of Love. She's going to shoot alternating waves of heart bullets that are aimed at you and aimed away from you. These bullet trails are random and they do kill you. What I'm trying to do is manipulate her. She, like I said, she follows you, so if I'm slightly to the left of her when she's about to move, she'll generally speaking go left. It's not always, but and I'm trying to just make the pattern slightly easier for me. Got off route, it's fine. But yeah, I'm trying to stay in front of her when she's shooting bullets to the side and just get as much damage in as I can to quick kill it. These nons are sort of same tap dodging as Danmaku Paranoia, slightly more interesting and less obvious that it's tap dodging. Okay, Genetics of the Subconscious. She's going to bounce around the screen while shooting this double helix. This is like super weird when you first get here. I'm going to jump up here to the middle of the screen. It might have been hard to hear. There's a sound effect she plays that lets you know she's going to charge. And I'm trying to set her up to charge in a couple specific places so I can manipulate the pattern. So she's going to come down here, and then she's going to play that sound effect again and charge down at me. Then I'm going to go up and around the screen, because I have to. And then eventually she's going to wind up at the top right again when she's charging. And that will cause the pattern to loop almost perfectly. Right here. So I can just do this forever and time it out. There's a couple different strats for this. You can set it up to get like a quick kill, but I don't find the dodging too hard, so I just try to survive, and she dies when she dies. But I set it up so, like, if you gorilla that, she will give you a weird pattern and push you against the wall, so just having a route to make it easy is very, very helpful. Alright, so this section, she's turned invisible, and when she's overlapping with these bullets, they erupt into roses, or like bloom. They look like fireballs. I thought they were fireballs, but they're roses. So this is just a pattern. I can't damage her. It's what we call a timeout card. I just am trying to manipulate it so I don't die. So this section is the tough part. Like, this is probably the hardest part when you're first learning. It's a pattern, so you can learn it, and it's not too bad. Okay, I thought I was going to be on top of her. That probably would have killed me. But yeah, glad I was able to do that, at least. And this is the final spell. This has 4 phases, and they're damage based. So if I stop shooting, I can stay on this pretty easy phase forever, but you do not have time for that. If you look at the top right, the timer says 99 and it's not counting down. I think it starts at 300, and you have to like wait 5 minutes to time it out. It's much easier to just kill her. Most of the other final spells that are damage based have, in Touhou, have code that says like, if we're at 30 seconds, just go into max. It's not rank, but it's basically max rank. Just go to the highest difficulty that the attack can be, so you can't just cheese it by not shooting. This doesn't have that, just because it's 4 distinct phases that aren't necessarily harder than the others. Alright, for this final phase, it's a little tough to keep track of which wave of roses is coming, so I just think to myself, okay, blue just passed, red is dangerous. Blue is dangerous. Dude, really? And I just kind of keep doing that. You still have to dodge the bullets, but it just helps me not look up. Yeah, that was Touhou 11 Extra Stage. I did not do as many no misses as I missed a lot, but I didn't bomb. So it was still a no bomb run. Glad to at least be able to show it off. While I'm here, I just wanted to say, if you want to see more shmups and Touhou games on Twitch, there's 2 categories. So you can follow game categories on Twitch, and there's one called STG Shmups. A lot of people play shmups on that, and rather than following individual runners, I usually just follow STG Shmups and Touhou Project, and that way I just always have a smorgasbord of different options to watch. So I would recommend all of you to follow those categories. And other than that, I'm done. Thank you for your time.
Good stuff. All right, let's take a look at the schedule. Up next, we have Xeno Crisis being played by Kodo, and Quake and myself will be commentating. So hang in there. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Xeno Crisis, being played by KodoCoto. That's a tongue twister. And joining me on the microphone is QuakedoomNukem. How's it going, Quake?
Doing well. I hope you are all doing well also, chat.
Yes, and I will say this will be a very interesting run for me to commentate, because in preparation for this run, I went ahead and played some Xeno Crisis, and I'd seen a lot of people talking about it, and it seems to be well liked by a good amount of people. But as I was playing, there's certain elements in the game that made me kind of raise my eyebrows a little bit, and so I'd be good to hear your thoughts on them as well, and also see how Kodo deals with them. For example, it felt like to me it felt like there's some inertia in the movement. Is that right? I mean, it felt like that way to me for sure. Which is
Pretty sure there's probably a little bit of inertia, but I personally find it barely noticeable. Like, I would say there is more inertia when you're actually doing the dodge rolls.
Now, are you playing this on PC or did you play it on Switch?
PC Master Race.
So I played it on Switch, and I'm wondering if it's a little bit more of an issue on the Switch version. Just,
What?
inertia plus lag equals what is going on here? So, yeah, I can't say too much whether or not that's a huge issue till I fire up the PC port.
Like, Kodo actually talked to me because he was mostly practicing on the PS4 version, and that he was able to actually clear it during his practice runs on the very first try on PC version. But I would say that all the console versions have the same difficulty. Like, the difficulty is basically all the same. It's probably just that he just was able to practice so much that he was actually able to do it.
Yeah. So what's interesting about this game is it looks like a twin-stick shooter, but it's not.
Because of that.
It's actually more like something like Shock Troopers, where each face button, or I guess arcade stick button, is your direction, and then when you combine them, that's how you get the diagonals. But it's not like Enter the Gungeon or anything like that, where you have like full analog control. It can be played digitally on an arcade stick or on a D-pad or whatever. I'm gonna turn down his audio just a smidge.
Yeah.
There we go.
Because if you're playing with like a PS3 or Xbox 360 controller, then yeah, you basically have full-on dual stick play.
Right. And I'm wondering if that... I don't know. I'll have to try the PC version before I make my final judgments, but it did feel pretty drifty when I was playing it on the Switch. And I was using the D-pad, not just the analog stick, and it just felt like I was slipping and sliding all over the place. So I'll have to try the PC version, see if that's an issue just to the Switch port, or if that's just how it feels in general.
Yeah.
The graphics of this game are pretty fantastic as far as the pixel art and everything.
Yeah, because this is all done by M.Knight, who is basically a veteran in pixel art, who basically started out with doing pixel art for various Amiga games, and then also for stuff way forward, like Contra 4, for example.
Oh, that's cool.
And he also made his own game, which I'll probably talk about. No, I'm actually gonna talk about it now, which is called Battle Axe, and it's also basically co-developed, published by Bitmap Hero, the developers of Xeno Crisis, and to be honest, for the price that it goes on Steam, I don't think it's worth it. Like,
Well,
it's
how much is it?
overpriced. I think 28 euros or something like that. It's
Oh.
it's really high because the problem is that it has like 4 stages. You cannot continue at all. It has sort of like a new game plus mode and also the infinite mode, which is sort of something like Gauntlet, if you remember that game.
Yes, I remember Gauntlet.
Yeah, but for the price that it has, it's not worth it to me personally. Like, I would say if it's on sale for like 50% and up, then I would say maybe get it, but to be honest, I would rather buy it for the same price as Xeno Crisis is on Steam.
Right. And so another thing about Xeno Crisis that's kind of interesting is that it has an ammo system. So you don't just, like a shmup or most running guns, shoot and shoot and shoot. In this, you have like fixed ammo. And so there can come times where you're in the room and you're like, ah, crap, you need to get ammo. And what do you think about the melee attack in this game? Because I was playing it, and I felt like the melee attack is not so great. It's just got this tiny little reach, doesn't seem to have a whole lot of coverage, but I'm really curious to see how he starts using it in this run because, you know, I just played it for a few hours. I wasn't doing S rank clears or anything like that.
Well, I would say that even personally, I would say that the melee is not all that useful. Like if you're
Yes.
like dodge rolling and then using the melee, then maybe, because it gets pretty hairy from later on, even by the stage 3. But otherwise, the melee is kinda useless.
Yeah, that's what it felt like to me. I was like, the risk reward on this is no bueno. Just shoot them, or just run around and get ammo and then shoot them. The
Yeah.
dodge roll though seems OP as hell. It seems like that's the winner. Would you agree there?
Definitely.
Yeah. So I'll be curious to see as he progresses how much micro dodging we'll be seeing, or if he macros around everything with the dodge roll. Because in the first boss fight, I was trying to micro dodge it, and like I said, I just kept slipping and sliding all over the place. Then I was like, screw it, and I started dodge rolling around it, and it just was much easier. And I noticed Kodo did the same thing, so I'm curious if this will continue, or if there's times where he's gonna have to micro through stuff.
To be honest, I think the first boss was actually intentionally designed that you're actually using the dodge roll, because the first stage you can actually finish so far without the use of a dodge roll, but then when the first boss comes in and uses the 5-way shot, you basically have to actually dodge roll through that, otherwise you will get hit because of how random the bullets are.
Yeah. It felt like, when you look at it visually, it didn't seem that hard of a dodge just to physically dodge around, but yeah, the dodge roll just seemed like a much safer option. So did he get an A rank because he got hit? Is that why he got A?
Yeah.
So far so good though, he's cruising through. So this has a health
Yeah.
system. I noticed that, right? So it does you can regain health, and there's a little like RPG style shop between the stages.
Yeah. You can also buy the upgrades and continues, but given that this is basically an arcade game, it's not really worth buying the continues because you then get
Right. Yeah.
basically gated off from the final boss and get the bad ending.
Also, just the resources are much better spent on power up and other buffs. You can speed up, you can power up. Those seem pretty good to me, but
Yeah. And also the playable characters actually have slight differences when starting out. Like, for example, this character has more ammo in his machine gun and
Right.
also more health, but with Clover in general, while the female character has less ammo, but she's much faster.
yeah, I like to play as the female character. But having more ammo, I underestimated how useful that is. Great soundtrack so far.
Yeah, the soundtrack was done by Savage Regime. And it's really good.
Oh, a rare melee attack. There. I could see it being useful on those types of enemies where, you don't want to waste ammo on them.
Well, I'm pretty sure they mostly designed for like those disc enemies that we saw in stage 2, that you're actually meant to use the melee attack on them specifically.
Right.
Because they take a lot of them, don't take a lot of damage from your guns.
There you go. Sometimes I find those bullets to be a little bit hard to see because they're so tiny. They're so tiny bullets. I mean, especially when you're playing it on the Switch screen, it's like, where are these bullets?
Yeah. But at least anything is better than the Karaka bullets.
So after this stage was pretty much where I did the first 3 stages, and then after that is I called it good for my research.
so far he's been basically hanging in there pretty well.
Yes, he's only taken one hit the whole run, I think.
Not quite. I think he took a hit, at least one hit in every stage, but yeah.
Oh, let
basically,
me expand the view a little bit.
But yeah, he has 7 hit points right now in his stock.
We can see his little... There we go. Okay. Yeah, and there's also this branching path sort of thing in this game where you go to different rooms and stuff. Kind of like Enter the Gungeon, sort of. I'm assuming it's not random though, right?
It is random. It's a roguelike.
Oh, it is. Oh, it's a roguelike. Okay, so it is random.
Because sometimes this stage can either be really short or really long,
right,
depending on how the RNG actually does in favors for you.
Imagine trying to speedrun a game like this. What you have to do. You have to like manipulate the RNG in some way, or just play so many runs and hope for a good RNG or something.
You know somebody is going to do it.
Yes, absolutely. Especially how popular roguelites are. I'm sure there's people who are very familiar with manipulating them at this point.
Yeah.
Ooh,
But
like
it's interesting that they actually didn't go straight for the end of the stage because he was actually there.
Yeah,
and
I know.
instead decided to backtrack.
I think he put in his run description that he's going to show lots of the stages, or like the extra areas of the stages.
No, it's a 1cc and also showing off the cheat codes, basically.
Oh, the cheat codes. I know who's doing something extra.
Pretty sure you can actually buy the Genesis ROM Game Boy Guru. Like, I'm pretty sure it's actually possible to buy it from their website.
Oh, that's cool. See, I would love more developers to do that, where if they're gonna make their like retro game or whatever, make it so you can buy the ROM. That would be cool. That's a nice little compromise.
Yeah.
I'd love to see just regular developers do that. I'd love to see Cave one day just sell you their ROM. Wouldn't that be nice?
Just sell you their PCB.
There you
Well,
go.
the problem with NG Dev Team is, if you watch Junkie's video on Rezardi EX, you would note that they basically have financial issues, and also the issue is that they don't actually have PR people and the publisher. So if they were actually able to have those people, then their games would actually see more success and they would be released digitally.
Right, yes. Marketing is a big part of that. Speaking of which, this game seemed to have pretty excellent marketing, because I heard a lot of buzz about it. And it seems to have pretty good coverage. And I always kind of wonder what are the factors that make games like this so successful among kind of like the retro gaming scene, but then other games that are sort of similar but aren't necessarily roguelites or whatever. If it really is just the roguelite element, or what exactly is that appeals to the more casual fan base?
Really certain on that. Like, it could be either the names that are actually attached to this game. It could be that people actually wanted a good... It's either that they wanted a new gen... They are surprised that there is a new Genesis game.
Right, that could
either
be.
or.
That's huge. Because you get so much built-in marketing just by putting it on the Genesis and kind of advertising it.
Not to mention that it actually got even more ports. Aside from the modern ports, from what I've heard, there is also a Dreamcast version and even a fucking Neo Geo version.
Nice. I think it'd be... Maybe I gotta try it out in the Dreamcast. That might be fun. From what I understand, I've heard that porting games onto the Dreamcast is a lot less of a undertaking than porting it to other consoles comparatively.
And the Dreamcast has the issue with the piracy and why it failed.
Yeah,
because it's
very
easily
true.
piratable.
Yes. It's cruising through here. Yeah, he's gotta... Whenever you get cornered, the dodge roll is gonna really help you out.
Yeah.
Some of these demons kind of remind me a little bit of demons from Doom.
It could be an influence. But yeah. Speaking of which, this stage, the Hive, was actually a Kickstarter goal, actually. I think. Yeah, actually it was, and I think that the stage boss of this stage is actually designed by one of the Kickstarter backers.
Oh, that's cool. So the whole level was a Kickstarter? Or just the
There was
boss?
probably... Not... The boss was probably a backer award, but the level was like a full-on Kickstarter goal.
Oh, okay. How many levels are there?
7.
Ah, okay.
And we're in stage 4 right now.
Well, I'm glad Kodo was able to play. He was nervous because right before the event, his PC... Sorry if I said my mouth. His PC went down on him. And so he was worried it wouldn't be working for the event. But I think he got it fixed.
Yeah. PCs can be a bitch sometimes.
I know. Mine's scaring me because the power supply on it is a little bit temperamental. So I'm afraid if I bump my PC, it'll kill the entire stream. So whenever I need to move around in the room, I run away from it. Try not to touch it. You know, I don't know what exactly his strategy of doing this is, but he seems to not really struggle with getting ammo as much as I did when I played. And then, is that more of just like the character thing? Or is there some sort of routing that he's doing that makes the ammo drops more plentiful?
Not really. The ammo is always drop at a fixed amount. I think like somewhere under, when you have less than 30 bullets, the ammo box will always spawn.
Ah, okay.
I would say it's the other items, like the other weapons, the dark decks, and the health pickups that are actually more random.
Right, right. Yeah, I've noticed you could always get ammo if you like ran around the room long enough. But he seems to not have to do that very often. It might just come down to a lot of experience with bullet management and everything too. You know, because I'm used to playing shmups and running guns where you just hold fire, let it rock. Oh yeah, the hostage saving reminds... It is like Moonwalker, I could see that. That's funny. Oh, I know, FPS, yeah, I definitely need to replace the power supply. But it's the, it's not actually my power supply, it's the computer's port for the power supply. Because a year or two ago, I kept my computer on a shelf, and the shelf collapsed and fell on top of my head, and my computer landed on my head, and part of the part that hit me in the head was my power supply, and it bent the case or whatever. So it's repairable, but it's more than just replacing the power supply. I have to open it up and probably replace some internals or something. Or I just stay away from it because I'm scared of it now. grubs. Seems like that's a really winning strategy in this game is you kind of hang, just observing his gameplay so far, you sort of hang in the corner and then dodge roll to the other corners. You see how he's kind of like making these square patterns around the room? Makes sense. Sometimes that's something that I have to get used to because depending on the genre, your relationship with walls can be very different. Like in a lot of shmups, hanging against the wall for too long is sort of a bad idea because you get trapped. But in other genres, like beat 'em ups, putting your back to the wall is very good. You want your back to the wall so people can't attack you from behind. It seems like that might be a similar sort of thing here. The diagonal is defeating this boss. The boss cannot handle the diagonal direction. Look, he just can't handle it. You just hang diagonally, blast him from the corner, nothing you can do.
You would think the Eldritch God would actually be able to do some kind of diagonal attack, but no, he just sits there.
He's like, nah. He'll throw he's got a little ball he'll shoot at you.
And also the discs.
Yeah. Okay, now it's getting serious.
Not really, he's basically done with the boss right now.
Got it. So he's got four heart pieces. Are you familiar with the end of the run? Is there parts where it's gonna get where he's gonna really have to tank some hits, or could you theoretically pretty easily no miss the game?
So it's really difficult to actually pull off. Like personally, I would say actually buy up all the health that you need for the last 2 stages because they get really hairy.
Right. Not one to fixate on lore or anything like that, but what is exactly going on in this game? Are you on like another planet? Is this... I
Kind of. Basically, there's basically some kind of distress signal sent, and they basically send in the Marines. It's the basic synopsis, but there's actually more to it, even though it's very brief because, you know, it's in the style of the old Genesis games where the story is not really all that important.
Yes, exactly. Kind of reminds me again a little bit of something like Doom. It's like kind of a premise similar to that, it seems. Space Marine, clearing enemy planets or whatever you need to do. Doing what needs to be done. Doing what Space Marines do. I'm a big fan of this grenade launcher weapon. It seems pretty awesome.
It's a rocket launcher.
Oh, rocket launcher. Nice little room shake animation too.
Yeah, just to sell the impact of that thing.
Yeah. I can't remember what game. Oh, it's Super Metroid. So there's a ROM hack of Super Metroid that's actually really, really good called Project Base. And it redoes some of the physics. And one of the fun little changes to the physics is when you have this super missile and you're in the air and you shoot the super missile, it'll kind of like blow you backwards a little bit. I thought that'd be kind of cool if I don't know how that would...
You can rocket jump, huh?
Yes, and I wonder how that would work in a game like this, where you added a little bit of a mechanic like that, where you'd shoot the rocket launcher and it'd blow you back just a little bit. If that would feel cool, or if that would feel obnoxious. Oh, now he's gonna... Yeah, now he's gonna get... Those little birds seem pretty wicked.
They're not so much a pain in the earlier stages, but given that they are now upgraded, yeah, they can get
Well, they shoot
Pretty nasty.
these little spread shots. That's what I think's scary about them. Because those bullets, they're so tiny. They're like all hitbox. It's just a hitbox. Oh, you get knocked back when firing the BFG. That's cool.
Well, it's very slight.
I mean, if you're adding inertia to the movement when you're walking on the ground, you better add a little blowback to the BFG, right?
And the rocket launcher completely decimated this Predator look like.
That was a walk in the park.
Make your selection. Stay alert.
Oh, yes. Now he's getting to the source of the infection. The lab.
Hmm.
Ah.
Room clear. Watch your back.
Mines.
Yeah, apparently the melee attack is the way you deal with those.
Yeah.
Oh, the tempo gets going. And then once they get spinning, I'm assuming melee might be off the table because your melee has a tiny little reach. It doesn't really go that far.
Well, you can still actually melee them, but you have to, you know, keep your distance at somewhat.
Right.
Because the melee actually gives you double the points from the enemies killed.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like if you melee the drones, you get 1000 points, but if you shoot them regularly, you only get 500.
I see.
Finally, a shotgun.
Oh, I was about to say this. When I was playing, I didn't see a point display. Like you'll see, look on the screen now. Like where do these points go exactly? Are they just not displayed on the screen, or like what's up with the points? What's up with the points?
The score tally only shows up after beating the stage, I think. Like I don't remember if the full score actually shows up when you pause the game. But I know that the score tally plus your total score as of that moment is actually shown after beating the boss. It's kind of... I think it was probably done because of the limitations of the Genesis.
Oh, the Genesis can't display the numbers and all that? Like this too many sprites? Like
maybe it's not
sprite
like
limit?
it could... Probably, but it's maybe because that it would probably like obscure actually the view, the game area view.
Right. Okay, I get that.
But yeah, now he's basically dealing with zombies and black people.
Oh, now he's got enemy gunners. Oh, running low on ammo. You know, has he been throwing many grenades? Or is he saving those for the boss or something?
Like, he's been throwing them from time to time, but it's only for like ground control because I don't think that the grenades are actually all that useful against the bosses. Like they do a lot of damage, no doubt, but you don't get a lot of them basically because again it's dependent on the RNG.
Yeah, as I was playing, I was trying to figure what the best scenario to use the grenades would be. Basically just crowd controlling enemies, it sounds like.
Yeah. This is the Steam version. Cerulean.
Oh, go. He's looking good with the extends so far. It's up to 7. And the dog tags, for people who are wondering, those are what you buy stuff at the shop.
It's your currency.
Kind of dark. That the shop owner wants the dog tags of your, I'm assuming, your dead comrades. Sadistic bastard.
But yeah, speaking of the zombies, if you actually melee them while they're still in like their regular state, you actually don't have to deal with their tentacle state, because if you shoot them, they basically do sort of like a fake death and then come back.
Oh.
Or if you have some kind of explosive, then yeah, they basically do the same thing.
Ooh, here comes the... Yeah, he's got to be careful. It seems like attacking things diagonally in this game is really good. Like, a lot of enemies seem to really struggle with that angle of attack.
I mean, if you're making a twin stick shooter, you gotta make sure that it's viable to attack in all directions and not just some of them.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, basically stage 6 and 7 onward get pretty lengthy.
Yeah.
But he should be getting to the boss soon.
Yeah. You can see he's kind of making these little patterns in the corner. That seems to be the way to go. You kind of do little box patterns in the corner, and then when it gets too oppressive, you roll to the next corner. See how he's moving in kind of a little box fashion? I was really interested to study his run because, like I said, I was playing the game and I felt like inertia and all that aside, I felt like I didn't quite understand what the game wanted me to do as far as strategy, with the weapon system and everything.
It's not really that difficult to understand. It's more about actually mastering it.
Yes. I'm just not used to playing this style of game that much. Like, I don't play a lot of twin stick shooters and that sort of thing. Ooh. Yeah, great dodging there. Oh, great roll. You can tell Kodo's very experienced in the game, though. Pro strat, don't die. Very true. I also tried the strategy of dodge rolling into people and then meleeing them, and that didn't go so well.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend actually trying to melee the lab guys because of how they also constantly shoot, but also move away from your shots.
Oh yeah, I think too that I'm not sure if this game has bullet sealing in it, because I think I tried to seal an enemy bullet one time and it just shot me right next to it. I was like, okay, so that's not a thing in this game.
This isn't Hell Sinker. Stop thinking about seals.
Yes.
But not even like in the old midway twin-stick games like Smash TV and Total Carnage or something like that. You basically have to dodge all of that. But you should have all of the cards now and should be able to get to the boss now, I think. Yeah. Just one last room and he's there.
Yeah, this one is a grind. A slick move there. He doesn't seem to mind leaving those turrets alive too much, I've noticed. They must be pretty easy to manipulate.
Also that they are actually stationary targets.
Right, yeah, they won't move around on you.
Yeah, there we go. There's a boss. A very simple, just run around in circles.
Oh no. Start adding in some turrets, it looks like.
Yeah.
Can you cancel the dodge roll?
I don't remember. I don't. Maybe you can. Chat.
Chat.
Please confirm.
Chat. Confirm or deny. Can you cancel the dodge roll? It didn't seem like it to me, but I didn't really try all the different methods that might be accomplished.
And now we're heading into the final stage, the longest one of them all.
HQ.
But yeah, he's basically maxed out on everything.
You know, I will say I am surprised by this final stage. I was assuming it was going to be like hell. That was my assumption. Actane says no canceling the dodge roll. That's unfortunate. Blazing Chrome you can, and oh boy, that's always fun.
Fire Blazing Chrome.
Yeah, that's a great game. I need to do another sort of review of that. I do have a sort of gameplay playthrough sort of review, but I need to do like a full-on review of that game because I like it a lot.
You might also look into Moonrider once it actually releases.
Oh, I haven't heard about that.
It's another Joy Masher game, this time in the PC Engine CD style with the gameplay similar to Shinobi 3 and such.
Oh, that sounds really cool.
Basically a cyborg ninja game.
Nice. Yeah, you know I love cyborg ninja games.
But yeah, basically we have this final stage is a real nutbuster. And if you actually even basically game over,
slow down.
You're going to feel a lot of rage, basically.
No kidding, especially after grinding through stage 6.
Because you can't exactly practice this game at all.
Oh, I just realized that, yeah.
Well, you can technically practice
with the Genesis
bosses,
version.
but that's it.
Well, if you got the Genesis ROM, you could run it in emulator, then use save state.
Well, yeah, you could save state it, yeah, but
thanks,
otherwise, on the other versions, not really.
Yeah.
And also, this is the only stage that actually introduces enemies that actually require you to use your dodge roll to actually get rid of their shields.
Oh, you gotta roll into them. That's
yeah,
interesting.
the orange guys. basically dealing with freaking specters from Doom. The floating little eyeballs.
Did he just dodge roll into that and kill it?
He probably dodge rolled and then hit the melee at the same time.
I'm gonna keep an eye out, see if he does something like that again. That was pretty impressive.
Actually, M.Knight brings up a good point. Because if the game is actually randomized, would the save states actually work? Like, for practicing the enemy behaviors, maybe.
Yes. Yeah, practicing the enemy types and stuff. And I'm going to take a wild stab and say that even with randomization, I don't think the rooms are going to be drastically different from run to run.
Yeah, they're not.
Because they probably follow a certain parameter they have to do stuff in. Which I think is fine. I think having some randomization that's within some really well thought out parameters can work really well. Yeah, that's kind of silly. Yeah, I'd be curious to know how the RNG works. For example, let's say you made a save state at the start of stage 3 and then played all the way through stage 3. Would stage 4 be the same every time after that, or would it change from run to run? Like from save state to save state?
It most likely does.
Yeah. I had to do that with Hibachi actually, where I noticed if you save state during Big B, you would still get different Hibachi speeds. So some time during Big B is when the Hibachi speed is determined.
Just gave things.
I wonder how it works in this game, if it's like when you start the stage, if that's when it's determined, or if it's determined like room to room as you go into the room. That's when it's determined. No! So he's playing on his PS4. We have the secret now. So he didn't repair his PC.
But he is actually at the final boss now. And at this point, if you actually use the continue, then you will get the bad ending.
We didn't come this far for the bad ending. Oh yeah. Alright, I'm curious to see how this goes.
He should be able to 1cc at this point.
Oh, I was hoping you'd actually fight a guy in a wheelchair a little bit. Like he'd like pull out a machine gun and like start doing these huge patterns you'd have to dodge around or something.
I respect the Eero though, right? But yeah, this first phase is not really all that bad. You basically have to run around the room, take care of the small guys, and shoot the center.
When he's opened? Yeah.
Yeah. It's the second phase you should be more worried about personally.
Down to 100 bullets. There you go.
And the final bosses are like because of course.
Ooh, those bullets look really hard to read. Like, where are they? You can tell by the shadow, but
I think they are actually fired in a sort of fixed pattern. Like, they always fire in the same, like, what, 6 spots?
Oh,
it's on
okay.
the elevation that's actually the main deciding factor of where they actually land. And of course, you can still cheese it like that.
Yeah. The power of the corner. He's got 3 grenades, might as well. 2 grenades.
And that's it.
Oh, if I thought for a second there you'd have to go stab him or something.
You do.
Play
You
a
have to
little-
roll over him.
Oh, you roll over him. Yeah, okay. I wasn't far off then. You have to roll over him.
And that's it. GG, Kodo.
Great play, GG.
He even got a new personal best.
Yeah, he played really well. Alrighty, let's see what's next on the schedule. Oh, Area 88 or UN Squadron played one-handed by Etrem or Studio Mud Prince or
Hey, Kodo.
Hey, how's it going? Bullet Heaven. That was the third name I was trying to think of. Great playing on your run. Uh-oh, we can't hear you, buddy.
Yeah, now we can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, hold on a sec. I might have deafened you or something on my end.
Oh, hey, Shuang-Chi sent special thanks. Fuck you, Shuang-Chi.
Special thanks to Shlonchi. Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
You can empty save data.
Okay, I can hear you now. So you have to repeat what you all said because accidentally had you muted or something.
Oh, okay. So I say I have some. The game has a lot of code, a lot of cheat codes and stuff. I switch over to another game with no save data and showcase them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Enjoy the capybara.
I hear a PS4. Do I need to refresh?
No, I'm
okay.
loading the game.
Okay.
All right. Can you see it?
I see your animal there.
No, I'm already ready.
Okay, I
over
can
to
see.
another
Okay, I can
now.
see it now.
Okay. So the first one I will show is there's 2 extra game modes. There is the boss rush and the infinite mode. And to do the boss rush mode, you have to be on player 1 or player 2, and you hold left and square and X and start, and then you enter the boss rush mode.
That's cool.
Okay. Yeah, and then the second one for the infinite mode, it's the same thing, but the direction you use right, so it's right, square, X, and start. Yeah, so if you clear the game, you will have unlocked this mode by default. But if you didn't, you can access this mode by doing those codes. And I tested it on PS4, PS Vita, and PC with the gamepad. So yeah, that can work. And then, there's 2 menus: the hidden menu and the backup menu. The cheat menu and the backup menu. the cheat menu, you could go to options, you hold left, square, triangle, and wait, hold left, L2, square, and sorry, left, L2, triangle, and start. Yeah, this is a cheat menu. So if you wanna play like Scology, and you can use the cheats here.
Yes.
And then, yeah, and you can also choose your start area. So when I was practicing, I do use this to start either later levels and practice.
Nice.
Stage select. That's cool.
Yeah, and then that's the cheat menu. And to access the backer menu, they are the it's a similar thing, but you use the right direction. So right, L2, triangle, and options. The backer menu, and I'm not really sure what do these numbers and do, but from what when I look out online, they say that on the backer 5 and backer 7, you can play the game, and even if you use cheat codes or use continues, you can fight the last boss. Normally, if you like use cheat codes or use stage select,
okay.
Yeah, the last boss is the TLB. So if you use 5 or 7, you can go and fight the last boss.
Nice.
Yeah, that's all, and that's it.
Well, thanks. That's really cool, especially to find out about the stage select.
Yeah. Okay. Mark, I have a question.
Sure.
Yeah. What do you think is the fastest fighting game?
The fastest fighting game?
Yeah.
Melee, if you want to count that.
Okay.
If not, probably King of Fighters. King of Fighters is fast. Like King of Fighters 98 or something. King of Fighters 98 is pretty crazy.
Okay. Alright, thanks for your answers. And I guess that's it. Is there any questions? I think there isn't. Then
some guy says he can now respect this game. So you've won some hearts and minds today.
Yeah. Hey. Alright then, I will just go. Thanks for watching my run.
Oh yeah.
Goodbye.
Guilty Gear XX is really fast too. KOF 98 is not to be underestimated though. That game is crazy.
Alright.
Alright, adios. Up next we have UN Squad played one-handed. That'll be entertaining, and I'm intrigued to see how that goes. So here we go. Okay, stay tuned, everyone.
Yes. Yeah, he's playing Area 88, the Japanese version. Yep. Yeah, it's the it's the ASCII Super L5, and it was actually designed to play RPGs, but the yeah, yep, yeah, or you got the ASCII L5 in one hand, and you're holding the baby in the other. Yep, you got a table set up in front of you, and you're doing your graph paper maps with one hand and playing in the other. He's live, or he's letting you know.
Alrighty. Time for some UN squad. Area 88.
Heck yeah. Yeah, so
Let's go.
the Super Famicom version differs quite a bit from the arcade version, which is relatively straightforward.
Uh-oh.
The Super Famicom
Hold on
version,
a sec. His overlay's a little cut off. Is that me or is that him? Oh, it's me. I'm stupid. Don't tell him anything. It's me. Hold on, I'll fix it. There we
Here we go.
It's fixed.
So the first stage really is pretty simple. There's not much in the way of threats in this stage. It's one that you can really route out pretty easily, and there's a lot of help in this first stage. There's the first Mobi-chan there that you can see that you just reveal by shooting at a certain spot in the sky there, and that is basically a screen clear.
Turn down his audio.
And the only special weapon that he grabs in this first stage are the bombs, just to make it easier to take out some of these helicopters coming in from behind, and a couple of threats on the ground. And the default plane that you start out with is called the Crusader, and this is what he'll be using for the majority of the run.
I didn't see. What pilot did he select?
He always plays as Shin Kazama.
Ah, yes. Shin's cool.
And the reason for that is Shin powers up pretty quickly, and so that helps with, getting up to the requisite power level that you need to have better screen control and crowd control, so to speak.
You know what annoys me most about UN Squadron is I feel like Robotech, they while they were at it, they should have made a Robotech game like this. Capcom should have, because this is based on some kind of anime, right?
Yeah, there was a manga from 1979 to 1986, and then there was an OVA in 1985. And so this game is kind of, or the arcade game is kind of loosely based on that. And then here there should be another. Oh, there was another Moby-chan that he just got. It's hard to see there, but it's right there when that group of 6 eagles comes in. You can kind of reveal it and get rid of them quickly. And the two, if you didn't see before, the two special weapons he grabs in this stage are the bombs and the Mega Crush, which is sort of like your giant bomb sort of power-up that you use to screen clear, do tons of damage to bosses, and it gives you iframes during the time when you're using it. So it really is a huge help in many boss situations, particularly.
Yeah, those... I've played a good amount of UN Squadron, and those... I don't know what exactly they are, but those sort of spear-looking weapons, those things can be real nasty. So they got huge hitboxes on them.
Yeah, the hook missiles are nasty.
Great soundtrack, of course.
Yep. Interesting thing about the Blue Eagles that you fight, they are the only U.S. Air Force specific craft in the game, from what I understand. Here we are at the Bill Gates Executive Stealth Fighter.
That was close.
And the strategy that he came up with for this boss that you saw there was to drop bombs as the thing approaches and then immediately get behind it, because once you're at power level 3, you can wreck him pretty quickly. And I believe he got his first extend there as well.
Yeah, that was slick.
And of course the Mega Crush to do a ton of damage and avoid getting hit from those balls that fire out and then do an 8-way spread. So here in the desert stage, he just picked bombs because those are just needed for a couple of spots. The interesting thing about that red missile carrier there is it seems to be a random element where if you go and approach it from below or from down on the ground, it will drop an orange power-up. But if you start attacking it from up above, it drops a blue one, which is what you want because that gives you more power.
I had no idea about that.
Yeah, it was something that he's noticed in his practice, and as he and I were doing some practice run-throughs, we kind of did a little bit of testing with that, and it seems it's not 100% consistent, but it seems more often than not, if you attack from above, you'll end up with a blue power-up versus the orange.
Yeah, these sections start to get real tricky with the stuff spawning behind you. That's when you really got to know the enemy layouts, because otherwise you just get rammed.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of memo in this game for sure. So here at the boss, you've got, you can get really close down here, as you can see, down to the floor of the carrier. And you just sort of take out these little missile launch bays as quickly as you can while not getting hit from them on the two behind.
Yeah, I do love how low profile your ship is in this game. For, being an old school shmup, you can really squeeze in some tight places.
And now you just set up so that your plane is right above the rock there, and you can just fire away.
Abuse that hitbox.
So if you look at the controller that he's holding, you can see that all 4 of the action buttons that would normally be on the face of your Super Famicom or Super NES controller are there below. This controller does have it does have auto fire features that are below where his thumb is. Beneath the D-pad, there's 4 little color coordinated or 5 tiny little buttons, and you can activate auto fire. But he's not using that because the auto fire rate of the L5 is actually not as good as what you get by just feathering the button, because you get a burst shot every time you hit the button.
That's always tricky with certain shmups.
Right here at the beginning of the stage, you saw him jump down and go right down to the bottom corner to destroy some trees. That's an important element in this stage, because there's a secret where if you take out all of the trees on your approach to the boss, you can then unlock a hidden power-up that is sort of a unicorn, and that gives you a shield that will allow you to take 3 hits, which is important for the boss in this stage, the Forest Fortress.
Oh, damn it! Took hit there.
Yeah.
So he can
for those
recover.
Unfamiliar,
Yes.
Yeah, for those unfamiliar with the game, there is a sort of a life or shield system in this game where it's not a 1-hit death, but it is a 2-hit death if you get hit after your first time that you take a hit. If you take another one right away while you're in danger mode,
you're dead.
You will die. So you really have to be careful.
And this game's got checkpoints, if I remember correctly. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, so there's your unicorn. Always make sure to grab that if you can. Oh, unfortunate missile hit there.
What happens with the unicorn? I've actually never collected that before.
Yeah, so you can see the shield there around his plane. The cool thing here is that as you approach, if you again set your plane up so that the top of your that the bottom of your shots are sort of grazing the trees, you're taking out those cannons while not being able to take any damage. There I use the Mega Crush and do heavy damage to the core. And there comes the
oh yeah, nice. This boss fight's kind of interesting because you'll turn around.
Yes, and that happens multiple times during the game. There's the Yashichi that's hidden there that will refill your shield or your health gauge. And again, set it up so that your shots are just grazing the tops of the trees, and the bullets from those cannons will fly under you. You should should be able to take that out and fly through the fire, and boom, you're done. The Forest Fortress is down.
Yeah, I struggled on that stage forever because I didn't know about as many of those setups and stuff. And you went Squadron. If you don't know what's going to happen, if you don't know the patterns, it is so hard to react to everything.
Yeah. Here he'll be taking on what's called the Senkan Minsk. There was a mistranslation for the arcade and Super NES versions where it's called the Minx, but it's actually Minsk.
I like the Minx better.
Well, now that I know that, I can say that hopefully he'll have a good run here and be able to get through the stage without taking too many hits, and then be able to make mince meat of the boss.
Right.
You're welcome, chat, for the free dad joke there. There's a particular tricky spot here where you get assaulted by helicopters from the back and front. Yeah, right there. And the boat coming up. And so...
Yeah, those bombs are so valuable in stages like this.
Big time. Yeah, the other special weapons, there's your unicorn in this stage.
Wait, are they in every stage?
Not in every stage. They're in specific locations. So here you can see he's lined up so that the main cannon's fire goes under you until you get too close, and then it'll split off into two. And the idea here is to take out as many threats on your way over the first approach of the boss as possible. use the Mega Crush here to majorly damage stuff, and here you can confuse these main cannons.
That's great.
So that,
Yeah,
and
so they don't fire.
I don't know if you saw it there. There was a hidden weapon refill that he just picked up. That, as again, you just shoot the air, and ooh, looks like his positioning is a little off, but he made sure to do it there. And basically, you just rock back and forth here to confuse the gun, so that he can have the ship go on another pass. The reason is because
there's a section in Metal Slug X where you do that. It's great.
Ah, okay. He wants to be able to make another pass because as you approach again, this will now reveal a hidden star that you want to pick up. And there are several of these stars throughout the game that if you can reveal them and pick them up, they're worth $50,000 of in-game currency, which you'll want so that
upgrade your ship.
He can purchase a better plane later.
Turns out planes are expensive in this game. Who would have thought?
Indeed. There it is. So now all he's got to do is take out this cannon, and you're done.
I'm starting to forget he's playing one-handed. I'm like, oh yeah.
Minced meat.
You know, it does seem a tragedy, though, to use an ASCII pad without auto-fire. I think that's part of the setup instructions when you get them.
All right, so now the submarine has surfaced, so now he'll take that on. That's the Sea Vet, and he's only getting the Mega Crush for this fight.
Oh boy.
And this one gave me a lot of trouble when I was concentrating on this game. I just never found a rhythm for it, but...
Very cinematic opening there. It's just like, yeah. The devs were literally sitting there like, no, you're going to listen to some music for a while, buddy.
Yeah, basically it's just a matter of knowing how and when to sort of whip around so that you're avoiding the bullets as the planes are coming by.
Jeez.
Rather than worrying about the planes most of the time. Ooh, you got a hit there. The other thing is...
bullet ceiling does not exist in this fight.
And there is a little bit of RNG. He actually took it out so quickly that you never got to see the missiles.
Nice.
Most of the time, on the second or third time that the craft comes up, he'll fire a volley of missiles. You don't want to shoot those, or they'll split apart, and you'll create a difficult situation to kind of weave through. So now stage 7, we're going to take on the Wolf Pack, which is a batch of 3 stealth fighters. And this stage, as long as you're controlling what's coming on screen and taking stuff out one by one as they appear,
right,
you're going to be okay. But if you let 2 or 3 planes get on screen and not take them out, you're going to have a bad time because they'll start...
You can see in this game, or in this level, there's a bit of a... What is it, vertical scroll? Would you call it?
Yep, a little bit.
Where you can go... This appears in some... Like, Axelay has this too, where if you go up, it'll kind of go a little bit up. It's not just all the viewpoint, or viewport.
Boom. So there you see that he took out the stuff very quickly by using the Mega Crush immediately and then getting behind one to double damage it. So now, for this stage, now...
Oh yeah.
Looks
Did
like
he upgrade his plane?
Not yet. He's going to stay with the Crusader for a little bit.
Oh, this stage. I remember this stage.
Yeah. So you got to watch out for these planes that come in from the front and from behind. They'll drop these fire bombs that will create a giant column of fire. So here at this first rock formation is the first star. Boom, he got it. Very nice. And he's just got the... Yeah, there's those fire bombs you got to watch out for.
Jeez.
Because you'll take damage from them even when they're just falling. So they're kind of a double threat. And here's the second star.
Oh, he didn't get it.
Like, nope. You got cornered there. That's all right. By the time this stage is done, he should have enough money to upgrade. Oh.
Uh-oh. Danger.
It can be hard to thread the MiGs. Now, the strategy for this is the Jeff Bezos luxury SR-71. And the interesting thing about this ship is those homing, those missiles, because they will hone in on your position.
Oh, damn.
There's one of the planes in the game allows to, or basically gives you a pass on those. That's the YF-23.
No.
Ooh. Dang. Okay, so yeah, that's the one spot that is going to be a little bit tricky here, but because of that death now, he's basically at max power, so at least he should have plenty of capability to take stuff out. And this gives him another opportunity to pick up those stars. So sometimes it can be a, you can kind of plan a death here so that you can...
Hey, question, because I've never tried this. Can you milk the stars? So for example, you get star, then you suicide, and then you replay the stage, get the star,
Yes.
suicide, replay the stage?
Yes, you can.
Nice. I don't know if that's really worth it, but something you could try, I guess.
Right. The thing to remember about playing with this controller too is that it's very difficult because he's essentially bracing it with most of his hand.
Yeah, I was about to say.
And so he cannot press more than one button on the back side of the controller at a time.
Right.
Ooh,
Yeah,
nice use
clutch.
of the
This boy does not want to heal. He's not having it.
No, well, he's out of hits out. Yeah. Yeah, he's out of hits at this point.
Maybe he's
But
got
he's
enough
still in
money
good
for a
shape.
big ship. Yeah, that's what I'm
Now-
talking
so now
about.
He's gonna go to the Ifrit, and the nice thing about the F200 there is you get twice the amount of ammo with all the special weapons.
Yeah.
So with all the other planes, you get 1 Mega Crush per level, but the cool thing about this one is you'll get 2.
Nice. That seems
and
very
so
good.
when you come across once you have this plane, once you come across the weapon replenishment icons that are hidden in some of the stages, if you happen to use both Mega Crushes prior to getting that weapon replenishment, you will get another one, because it basically gives you a 50% replacement.
Right. Nice.
But yeah, the great thing about, like I said, the great thing about this plane is all the extra ammo. So you can save 15% or more on weapon replenishment by switching to F200.
Yeah, that's gonna come in handy when he has to fight these missiles too.
Yeah. The other nice thing about this plane, as opposed to the Crusader, is that the Crusader's top power level is 5, whereas the F200 is I think 7?
Fire!
Or 6.
There, I was about to say.
Boom. So that helps now with the additional...
Yeah, get cluster out. He's got one more cluster. Come on. Now. There you go.
Boom.
Got it.
Yeah, there we go. So having that extra Mega Crush really helped, for sure.
Yeah, having that extra those extra clusters too.
And again,
That boss seems like a
you get
pain in the ass.
iframes with the cluster, with the Mega Crush, so that helps quite a bit.
Nothing like a good iframe.
So in the final stage, let's see here. Oh no, here we go. This is okay. This is the cave. This is the stage that there are a couple of particular strategies that if you're not aware of, this is the stage where you might have a bad time.
Yeah.
Picking up the Phoenix missiles, especially with the F200, is key because there are a lot of targets that you can get that will come in from behind you like that you'll be able to take out much more efficiently and safely with the Phoenix missiles.
Shoutouts to the background, real quick. Background looks great. See the little water effects going on?
Yep.
Just a nice little touch.
There's a tricky spot here where you gotta thread through some planes and kind of do a little back and forth dance.
Oh, damn it. So the real struggle of this game is anything coming above or below you, your ship is completely blind in those areas. It's really difficult.
Yep. And here it is super important to have these Phoenix missiles to just take out all the threats.
Oh, shit.
And there's another hidden star.
Hit the star.
And should be one or two more Phoenix missiles here. Yep. Take those guys out. A couple more planes, and then...
Boss time?
Just about. Okay, here we go. So, there's a trick with this area where the ground won't damage you, and you can fly all the way down to the bottom.
Oh.
That's important because you can sneak underneath of these enemies that come in. And of course, the E-Free allows you to use the weapon pod or the gun pods, so you get the upward fire to hit the weak spot, which is that blue orb there.
Oh, that was close.
So the idea here is to gun pod.
Gun pod is one of the coolest weapons in the game. I mean, it's so cool.
Yeah, basically you want to gun pod the orb until, boom, right there.
Yeah, you still got a little more.
Oh, and the other thing is you can sneak under those ships.
Oh, don't do it.
Yeah, but you can't...
Mega Crush.
You can't... Yeah, you can't get away from the fire. So if the fire is coming out, either top or bottom, you'll still take damage. But as long as they're not firing, you can sneak underneath of them. So it's a huge safety strat in this area, and it makes that boss fight way easier. The F200 is, just so you know, it's based on a fictional MiG-31 that was from the movie Firefox.
Oh, cool.
And now we come up on Project 4, which is the enemy base of the basically the military faction that is the rival of Area 88.
Gotta take the fight to them. No more playing defense.
So there's your Mobichan to help clear the field. And in this little corridor, you should be able to mostly stay in the center because of the width of the fire to take out all these cannons until you get toward the end. Then you got to move up because there'll be a group of eagles that'll come in from behind.
Oh,
there we go.
Jeez. Of course.
So you definitely have to know about those.
Yeah.
There is a hidden weapon replenisher partway through. You got to watch out for these rock deals. When they get to the ceiling, then they'll drop back down and split off into 3. And so you have to be mindful of their position. Ooh.
Yeah, I hate how
unfortunate hit there.
Yeah,
and it's
when
always
they sweep
good to
down
take
in,
out
those are crazy.
It's always good to take out those red missile deals. This is another good strat here, basically just to stay at the bottom and take out everything as it comes in, and then, yeah. There's another Mobichan for a screen clear. Boom.
Yeah, good timing there.
There's a hidden health pickup in this stage 2. It's
Yeah,
not
great
too much
item
further
management.
in.
That's really important in this game.
Yeah.
Like that swapping over to this cluster spinner attack or whatever it is called, cluster bomb.
Right. Well, and the thing is, like I said before, since he can only use one finger to hit the face buttons at a time, he's got to move his finger over to the other button to select. There's the health pickup.
Nice.
And then coming up here shortly should be a unicorn.
Uh-oh. Danger,
Boom.
danger, son of a bitch.
Now we switch to the bullpup, which is like a spread missile deal. This is kind of a safety strat. It also does a lot of damage, but this plane will drop these launchers on the ground that you can see.
Yeah.
When he goes back, then it's easier to take them out with the bullpup.
Right.
Because then you're doing damage to the boss and taking those things out as well. That way it's a more safe way to deal with those missile pods that he shoots out. Alright, now switch to the Mega Crush for the final boss. As you approach, he's going to take out the nose as quickly as possible. Do some damage here, and then just start Mega Crushing to take out cannons.
Yeah.
And then hopefully this top fin. There we go. Now we'll
Turn
flip
around.
around. He'll take out the bottom fin.
Can't get to that.
Yep, and there we go. Use all your iframes while the Mega Crush is going on there. And now switch to the cluster so that as he approaches, and these other turrets you cannot take out.
Right.
Oh, I guess he's going to go with the Phoenix here and just pelt it with some Phoenix missiles. Yeah, so there are always going to be cannons that'll shoot at you. Boom! And there you go.
Nicely played.
So, not a no-death run, but
Got
a
the clear.
one-all, one-handed, and very nice.
What a fun game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and one cool thing to note here, this escape sequence is not present when you play the game on easy mode. So you know you're at least on normal or above if you see this escape sequence at the end. So it's kind of a fun little change that Capcom made or did for the game.
Come on. Not even that good. Come on.
Oh, good stuff. For those who didn't notice while the run was going on, the green button that he was pushing most of the time was, of course, the fire button. That's Y. The special weapon button is the blue one. That's B. And then the weapon select is X. Or excuse me, special is yellow, which is B, and then blue is X, which is select, or weapon select, I should say.
Well, awesome. I know a lot of
Yeah,
people
victory.
were really looking forward to that run.
Yeah, this is fun to watch, and
It was
it's
also
been
fun that
to...
he put his face in the character portrait overlay.
Oh yeah, yeah. He told me beforehand he was going to do that.
That's great. All right, now I think it's safe to bring chat back on. didn't want to mess up his overlay
Right.
with my dirty chat overlay. Dirty chat. Alrighty, so let's see what's up next.
No, I can't.
We got... Oh, Eden's Aegis? Aegis? I'm
I
not
think
sure
it's
how to-
Eden's Aegis,
Aegis.
I don't
These-
hear anyone talking.
if I remember
names.
correctly.
The server is deafened on Discord.
Oh, here, let me,
You can do a bit of Q&A if you want, but...
hold on a sec. Hey, hold on. Tell him to hold on. Okay, you're free.
Hey, how's it going?
I have set you free. Hold on, I gotta mute your channel. Hold on a sec. Okay.
Alright.
Oh, gotta
So
scroll back.
that was the thing, I guess.
Nicely done. That was,
That
really
was a
fun.
great run. The canyon was a little bit of a jerk, but
Oh yeah, no, that was. I knew I was going to have problems, and if I'm 100% honest, I was just a bit too late reaching for the button to hit that cluster.
Yeah.
I had excellent RNG going into the Jeff Bezos's luxury SR-71 fight. But I don't know, it happens, right?
yep.
So, but I mean, I've done it before. One of these days, I'll nail it live on stream. But I mean, at the very least, because I had to go through the stage a couple of times, it gave me more score and more power for the final stages. So,
Yep.
it was useful in that sort of respect, regardless.
You were just milking the star. That's all that was going on. You were just milking the star.
Oh yeah,
for
no,
money. It's all
that's what we'll call it.
strategic.
Sure, get that
All
extra cash.
All strategic.
Yeah, sure, I'll take it.
Well, awesome. That was a great run. I was pretty into it.
Well, I'm glad I entertained everyone who watched.
So up next we have Eden's Aegis, played by Luna. So I'll get that prepped for y'all. Stay tuned.
Okay, welcome back to Shmup Slam 4. After that really exciting one-handed UN Squadron run, we have yet another great player, Luna, not to be confused with the Crimson Clover player Lunar earlier, coming to play Eden's Aegis with us. It's a really good game. It's made by XX, the same people that made Bluish Resurrection, and it's a pretty cave-like Dojin shmup, and it's also completely free, so it's a lot of fun. And with me, I have the decorated super player Jaimers, who's already been here a couple times.
Maybe not that much, but yeah, hi everyone, I'm here again. Yeah, this game is it's kind of like a classic game, I'd say. It's also like a pretty old one. It came out in like 2010. The first demos came out in like 2008, and this was basically like the closest thing you could get to like Cave. Before Cave was like emulated and stuff. So this was basically what everyone played like at the time, before stuff was actually emulated for Cave.
I mean, it's very fun though. Like it's obviously super Cave inspired, but also has like that sort of Dojin feel. You know, it's a little bit, you know, less super polished, less arcadey.
Yeah, it's definitely like some. It's not like as polished as like arcade games, I guess, but still like a really good game, I'd say. Still like one of the better ones.
So the main shtick of this game is it's sort of like a cross between Esprade and Mushi Futari. So he has a regular shot and the special shot, which he, in this case is that big giant spread thing that he's using with this character Eve. And hitting enemies with the spread shot will essentially, you know, turn them blue. And if he destroys them while they're blue, it'll cancel all the bullets that enemy has fired into gems.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mix of like Aspirate and like Asbegluda. Like it has like the Aspirate like power shot, and then like the cancel stuff is like similar to like Asbegluda, or like cancels like the entire pattern, doing like a Kakse.
Oh, he's gonna reset there. That's fine. Yeah, so what collecting gems does is it increases his multiplier, but the gems themselves are not what give the points, unlike Mushi Futari, I guess. What the multiplier actually does, it increases the value of enemies when he kills them. So essentially, it's the structure of the game is he just wants to cash out on as many gems at the beginning of the stage as possible, and then focus on killing later in the stage.
Yeah, you can see in like the top left, there's like the big number there. I think that's like the enemy value, I think, and like increases when you collect these golden containers, I guess what they are.
I don't know. They're gems, I guess, but they look like hourglasses or whatever.
Yeah, they look pretty distinct. Yeah, there's like a little chain meter underneath. I think that's like when it starts dropping, is when it empties out.
Yeah, he's using a character called Eve, who has probably the most powerful shot in the game. Like the wide, like her attack is extremely wide, and her like regular shot is also very high coverage and power. But the thing is, her like special weapon has a really long recharge time compared to the other characters, so it's a little bit hard to route scoring in some of the stages because of that.
Yeah, this game is has 4 playable characters. And 2 of them, I think, you have to like unlock. Only 2 of them are available at the start of the game.
Yeah, so there's not Nanathi, or Nanashi, basically. She's like the most popular character. She's pretty stock standard in every way. There's Maple, who's like super concentrated in one like right forward stuff like that. There's Eve, which he's playing, and then there's the other one, which honestly sucks. But she's like melee or something like that.
Yeah, one of them is also like from like a previous game from like XX, one of the shot types. Some Eden's Edge, I think, like is one of them, like the previous game in this series.
Dojin soft lore, dude.
Yeah, XX, the guys that made this are like super good. They all make like a whole bunch of classic Dojin games, Dojin shmups.
Yeah, they really know the like cave style.
Yeah, they're really good. And like a new one, they're all like developing like a new one in like a very long time. That's like pretty good in development right now. It's like stage 5 just like released, I think.
Damn.
That's like they the last game they made is like 10 years ago or something. Yeah.
Okay, so Luna is also playing with Wait on. Wait is basically like cave slowdown. As you can see, there was quite a bit of slowdown during that boss. Yeah, you can actually turn that on and off. So Luna has it on, but you can turn it off if you want more of a challenge. She's playing on original mode as well, which is not the hardest difficulty, but honestly, with Wait off, it's somewhat of a challenge as well.
Yeah, the wait function is pretty weird. Like they introduced it in like Blue Wish Resurrection Plus. It wasn't in the original Blue Wish Resurrection, only in Plus. And then this game also had it. And it's kind of like a weird feature where like as soon as like 10 bullets on screen, like the game slows down to like a crawl. It's a bit too much, I'd say. Probably would have preferred if it was like a little bit less, but yeah, it's still
it's kind of exaggerated, like the difference in difficulty as well.
Yeah, it's like a huge difference in like difficulty if like wait on and off, especially on like hard mode, like the hardest difficulty of the game.
Yeah,
that's a really huge difference.
Really channeling the Mushi syndrome.
Yeah, also like the final pattern on Hell is like basically like the Aki final from Mushi Misama Ultra. And like that is like a huge difference if you have slowdown or not on that pattern.
I don't think you want to play that pattern without a slowdown.
Yeah,
Ever.
it's a challenge without it.
Yeah, so there is a big difference between wait on and wait off. This game also has an auto bomb function that you can turn on and off, but there's no advantage to having it off really, because if you get auto bombed, it will cut your combo meter by like, is it 2/3 I think, or down to 2/3. So it cuts it by 1/3 down to 2/3 of what it was. But if you die, you just lose all of it. So there's really no reason not to have auto bomb on.
Actually, there is like one advantage to not having auto bomb. Like you can see in the result screen, there's like a shield bonus, which is basically the bomb bonus.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you get 50k per bomb when you have auto bomb on, and when you have it off, you get 75k per bomb. So that's a difference between like 25k per bomb, and like that's not really that huge, I'd say. I think like over the course of the game, it's like less than 1 million, I think.
Yeah.
But it is there, I guess. It's like a very tiny optimization. Like if you go like all the way, I guess, then you want to play without auto bombs. Until then, it's like until then you probably won't have it on. Yeah.
I hardly think that would make a difference, though. Like honestly, like this guy's PB is 150 million, and he's going for 180. So like, I don't think a couple 25Ks would make a difference.
It's very small, yeah. It's very tiny optimization, I guess.
I don't know, maybe we'll have a Mountain of Faith moment where the game is just pushed to the very limits and they just want to get every last point.
Yeah. But yeah, for these bosses, you want to make sure you end each phase with the power shot, so you get like the big cancels.
Yeah. It's also much like Ketsui in that regard, where ending each phase is where you cash in out the points, although it doesn't decrease your points, obviously. You want to build up your whole stage counter to the very end until it's a Ketsui moment. So yeah, first two stages are mostly just nice and chill. They don't give that many points anyways, and he just wants to make sure he doesn't get hit and also stock up the bombs. There are hidden bombs in every stage that you can reveal by shooting your special weapon at it. If you know where they are, it's really easy to get them. There's also an extend in stage 4 mid boss, but that one's a little bit harder to get because it's out of the way.
Yeah, it's like a secret extend type of thing.
Also, 2 score extends. He already got one. One's at 7 million and the other's at 35 mil, I believe. Oh, actually, the shield bonus applies to every stage, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it would count for still. Yeah, no, I would still say that's like 1 million difference at most.
Yeah, it's 25k per bomb, so
Times 5 stages.
You get extra, yeah. Times 5 stages.
Alright, stage 3 is when the scoring of the game really starts to go nuts, because we get really big juicy cancels, and it's a longer stage. You can expect a very, very big counter at the end of this stage.
Yeah, you really want to like wait until the screen like fills up with like these bullets, and then cancel them all for like the biggest juicy cancel.
Okay, he actually did get auto bomb there, but it was at the very beginning of the stage, so it really barely decreased his meter.
You can see that these enemies have like little health bars above them. I think that's a very very nice touch this game has.
Honestly, without the health bars, there's like no way you can properly play this game.
Yeah. Wish more games like had that.
It'd be like playing like Mushi Mushi Pork. Like, you know, the bosses without health bars, you have to guess every single time.
Yeah, you have to develop like a sense for it, and it's like annoying.
Another auto bomb might just be nerves, but I don't think it'll hurt him that much in this stage.
Yeah, it depends on like where you get hit. If it's like at the start of the stage, then you don't lose as much as like later in the stage.
Yeah. Luna wants to get there is a pretty big life bonus at the very end of the game, so he is aiming to no miss the whole game. Obviously, missing also drops your combo, so that's not a good thing either. But yeah.
Yeah, so hidden bomb in that little plaque of stone, I guess.
Yep. Actually, manual bombing in this game is a good thing. Manual bombing in this game actually like can help scoring, because it'll cancel every bullet on screen into gems regardless. So, you know, it's not like you're forced to not manual bomb either. In fact, it's encouraged.
The shield bonus.
Yeah, that's true, but honestly, like if you get a lot of gems, that can really offset that bonus.
Yeah, I think it's just a meme. The shield bonus, honestly.
Yeah, true. But if you use a bomb manually, you're obviously taking a risk. And yeah, some big enemies, as you've noticed, will give out full screen cancels, including bullets that weren't fired by that specific enemy, which is very convenient. You know, Mushi Futari mode once again.
Yeah, on Hell you see like a lot of patterns that like resemble a lot of stuff in Mushi and stuff.
Yeah, Hell mode is like pretty difficult, honestly. Holy.
It's a tough one, yeah.
But original is no joke either. I mean, even with weight on, it's not really a walk in the park, as you can probably see.
Yeah, Hell is also like the only one with like the TLB.
Yeah.
Like, it's a pretty nutty one.
It's brutal.
Yeah, this game has like 4 different difficulties. It's like Heaven, Original, and Hell. There's also like a hidden one called Excel.
Yeah, where the bullets speed up.
Yeah, it's like original patterns, I think, but all the bullets are like twice as fast, and it's kind of fun actually. It's a very silly.
There might be a rank system in that mode. I don't remember. It might be like Crimson Clover Boost.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, we have stage 3 boss, which is I think I always felt like a pretty one of the harder bosses in the game.
Yeah, stage 3 boss is like the first like big wall, I would say. A lot of these patterns are actually quite dense, even on original mode.
Yeah, it's a long boss. Yeah, it's like really hard patterns.
If you lose your nerve, you can easily just drop your multiplier and not be able to cash out on the boss.
I think this boss is harder than like stage 4 boss. One after this.
Stage 4 boss is more unconventional, I would say. Like, this is definitely like she's just firing bullets from the top of the screen. You just have to dodge, like Touhou style. But stage 4 has a lot of, you know, have to look elsewhere on the screen.
Yeah, I can see like she uses like these unique bullets here, like these forks. It's a pretty unique team.
Luckily, the hitboxes for them are not that big, I don't think.
Yeah, it's a fun contrast because the TLB uses spoons and bullets.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the only thing it doesn't have the game doesn't have is like knife bullets.
Just play Touhou if you want those.
Yeah, you couldn't complete the full set, unfortunately. I got these cage patterns, like pretty cool.
Gonna wait for them to respawn again before he gets the giant cancel. Boom!
Nice.
Also, Luna is playing with the original soundtrack right now, which is kind of weird because I thought he said he would hack the game to at least I know before in his previous streams he would hack the game to insert the DFK soundtrack, but it seems that's not the case for this run.
I think hacking is a bit of an overstatement.
Yeah, I just inserted it in there, whatever.
Yeah, all the files are just like there, so you can just easily replace them.
True.
Like this, like music files, like MP3s or whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm still too lazy to do it. I call it hacking.
UNESCO hacked.
All right. Well, that was a clean boss fight. He got a big bonus for killing the boss at the very end with a high multiplier. Going into stage 4 with 27 million. Might not sound like much, but this game's scoring scales very exponentially by stage.
Yeah, I think back in the day, like a lot of people replaced the music with like cave stuff to make it feel even more like you're playing a cave game.
Is the music in this game actually royalty free?
Yeah, probably. They're all these doujins, all these Japanese doujin shmups all use like the same source. For, like,
Yeah, I know
free,
Zakichi does
music.
that a lot.
It's all like a Cyber Rainforest, I think. It's like that composer. That's like a whole bunch of like free to use music.
It's the Japanese Kevin McLeod in Comtech.
Basically, yeah. Yeah, you got like these big worms here. That's very mushy, Futari-like.
Yep. Massive cancels. Tons of gems.
Yeah, you want to cancel those when they like all shoot at the same time, like the worm. Like all the different sections of the worm, like all shoot at the same time. Gives you like a very big cancel.
Yep. The music from Pearl's run yesterday got the video demonetized. What? That's pretty funny.
Yeah. I heard Pearl used like custom music for that game.
Damn.
So it wasn't,
Oh, by the way, he just collected the 1-up during the mid-boss. We kind of missed it, but yeah.
Yeah, you gotta blame Pearl for that one, not the game.
True.
Yeah, that was the secret one up right there. I think it's just like in a place you have to go in. It's like a place hidden in the...
Yep, and here's the mid-boss, which honestly sucks. This mid-boss actually is somewhat difficult. There's a hidden bomb on this mid-boss, I believe. Okay, he's using a manual bomb there.
Yeah, I remember with like alternate music. This is like with the place where like...
Oh, that was the
extent.
extent.
Here. It's like a very good time.
I was mistaken. Actually, the one earlier was the score extend, I think.
Ah, okay.
I think it's 30 mil, not 35 million. My bad.
Yeah, that mid-boss always gave me trouble, I remember. It's a pretty tricky one.
Yeah, it's an annoying one too, because the hidden extend is on the right side of the screen. Uh-oh, am I getting some stream lag? Okay, we're fine, okay. Ooh, yeah, trigger auto guard there.
It's a bit annoying to get the extend, yeah, you have to go like out of your way to get it. That puts you like in harm's way.
Yeah, he just spent a bomb there. Honestly, I don't blame him. You can get some extra score from that too, so like, nothing wrong with that. Ooh, auto guarded again. He's out of bombs now.
Ooh.
Might not be able to no-miss this. Yeah, that'll hurt a stage 4 score as well, although stage 5 is unaffected, so stage 5 is where all the score comes from, just like in DFK.
Yeah, stage 5 is pretty absurd.
As Ing says, has the player been in danger yet? Yeah, he's gotten hit multiple times, but there's auto bombs. And also, the cancels only happen if you hit the enemy with your special weapon, so it's actually a little harder to control than you might think.
Yeah, it's like the auto guard thing. It's like a little shield. It's like an auto bomb that doesn't do any damage, basically.
Yep. You don't want it to happen, obviously, since, you know, decreases your multiplier as well.
Yeah.
Alright, those two worms are over, and now we're going into the stage 4 boss, which is easy according to you, but has some new player killers, to be honest. Honestly, when it comes to the bosses in this game, I see a lot of like Ketsui inspiration, to be honest, and Galuda as well.
Yeah, they're very cave inspired.
The flower goes to the bottom of the screen. It does have a hitbox, so if you don't know that that's coming, then you can just get running, you know, rammed by it. But it's not like the Big B drill. It doesn't come out that fast. Very tricky dodges here, but luckily he has the time to work through them.
Yeah, this is like very like Futari.
Yep. Second phase. I think this is the one that has the really annoying pattern. Is it? Oh yes, it is the one. It's the one. Yes. This is like Cinderella Amber, but not really.
Yeah. It's pretty similar, yeah.
It's like the Crimson Clover stage 3 boss.
Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah.
Honestly, the most common way that you can get hit here is to actually run into the boss. Oh, there goes the no miss. Unfortunate.
Yeah, at least he has bombs for like stage 5 now. Safer. For score
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah, you can strategically die there, exactly, so that you have bombs for the next stage.
Als yeah, Ing, he didn't have any bombs, so couldn't see him. But they like those blue-green circles in the bottom right here, bottom middle. Those are the bombs.
Yep. Also, I'm not sure if he actually used it anytime this run yet, but something you can do with the special weapon is actually tap it twice in quick succession when you fire it, which will actually decrease the cooldown. It'll cancel your attack early, but it'll decrease the cooldown. So you can use it to if you just want to like mark the enemies, but you don't really care about doing a ton of damage. Which I feel like is actually really useful on Eve, since the shot goes literally across the entire screen.
Yeah, it's pretty useful in some places, I think.
Because there are some parts where you can find yourself just like stuck there with like just waiting for your special weapon to recharge.
Yes, stage 5. This is the big cash-in stage. I think like over 50% of your score comes from this stage, I think.
Yeah.
More than 50.
Yeah, and the reason is because it's, you know, structured. Like first half, you just get all the BJCs you want, and then the second half of the stage has a massive Zako rush, and I think that all enemies give the same like base score in this game. So essentially, more enemies means more score if you have a really high multiplier. So killing the Zakos gives a massive amount of score if you have a big multiplier.
Yeah, there's like so many bullets as well. So many big cancels you can get.
A little bit of stream lag on my end, but I'll try my best. Yep, a lot of these enemies are pretty Ketsui-esque in how they shoot. Should be obvious.
These guys right here are like huge, give like huge cancels. These medium guys, like a whole bunch of them as well.
All right, here there's some big Zakos. Look at his score. Yeah. Gonna go up even more than that later.
Satisfying score increase.
Collects the bomb at the exact same time he gets auto bombs. That'll hurt his score a tiny little bit, but it's fine.
Got hit there, fortunately though. Got a tiny bit into his multiplier.
There's also a lot of enemies that like when you kill their first health bar, they turn around into a second health bar. That's such a Ketsui thing. Take notes, developers. This is instead of making lasers, why not go the Chad route and just make giant lines of bullets?
Yeah, the canceling is pretty important in this game, to like for safety as well.
All right, so use the bomb on the mid boss there for safety, and again, probably because he just doesn't want to deal with this right now. I don't blame him.
Yeah, on hell mode, all the enemies also like shoot like revenge bullets after you kill them, which makes it even pretty difficult to like get all the cancels actually.
Yep, bullet hell.
Want to cancel those things, otherwise you get walled like really quickly.
Stage 5 in this game is also really long. Like, I mean, that's the reason it's so much score, but man.
Yeah, it's the classic.
I understand why he uses the DFK OST.
Classic. Last stage is like as long as the rest of the game.
We'll be seeing StellaVanity in a bit too, which also has the phenomenon of extremely long last stage. Also a Dojin game. Very good. However, not free. Sad.
Yeah,
Ooh, almost got hit there.
StellaVanity is really sick.
Yeah. StellaVanity might also be up there for like one of the hardest Dojin games, Dojin shmups that there are.
Yeah, for sure.
We're not here to talk about that now, I guess. I mean, Hell in this game is also pretty difficult, and I'm sure that playing Hell with like weight off is a little bit, you know.
Yeah, I've done it. It's like a really tricky mode. Gotta have like all your resources for like the TLB.
But yeah, now that we're in this part of the stage, it's not really going to be so much about getting as many gems as possible anymore, but instead making sure that he kills every enemy. Because that will ultimately give more score than trying to get big cancels.
Yeah, he's at like almost like 10k multiplier right now. It's over it now.
Yeah, every enemy he kills is giving over 100,000 points at this point.
And you can also see like all these like Zaku washes like all at the end of the stage. They're like all like designed to like give you like a huge payout.
Yep. Okay, coming into the main stage 5 boss. There are like 2 TLBs. There's one where there's a normal TLB, and then there's the if you're playing on Hell mode TLB. But this is not Hell mode, so we'll only be seeing 2 bosses here.
I'm not actually sure which is harder, like Hell or XL. I think I had much trouble with XL back in the day.
Basically like playing Strikers again.
Yeah. like a Psycho second loop.
But with more Danmaku. Gosh.
Yeah, it's weird because like all the bullets go like so fast that they like barely or like stay on screen. So it doesn't really look like bullet hell anymore.
Yeah, that's true. But to be fair, having faster bullets also has the side effect of being like, well, bullets will leave the screen faster as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just fighting this giant orb in the sky. You thought we were done with balls? Nope.
Yeah, this is freeware, yeah. The best.
Honestly,
one of the best
really,
freeware.
yeah, you're really good for a freeware. Honestly, deserves to be higher, deserves to be paid for, but they're benevolent gods.
Yeah, all of the XX games are free, and they made like 6 of them or something. All of them are like super high quality as well.
Also, we mentioned this earlier, but him playing in slow-mo is an intended mechanic of the game. It's a setting you can turn on and off. Generally, we treat it as like a different difficulty if you play with weight on or off, I think.
Yeah, weight on is on by default, and you get the game.
It's a good difficulty curve though, because you can play a difficulty with weight on, and then play it with weight off, and then move on to the next difficulty. You know, it's a good learning curve.
Yeah, it's pretty good for like accessibility, I think. You can play like the mode that you want to play.
Yep. Alright, bombing there. No bombs left. Let's see how long you can hold on to this life and get these points.
Yeah, he does like a lot of stuff, like getting like really close. Like obviously you can't do that with the weight off.
Yeah, point blanking. As you can with this character, it's pretty obvious that point blanking will do a lot of damage. It's like Mushi W power.
This is an aspirate pattern, by the way. Miss Gawa.
Yep. I can't even name all the references. So many patterns.
Gotta misdirect those orbs to the corner. Make sure they don't like wall you. Yeah, this final boss has like a lot of different phases. See, like at the top, it's like 4 different hell bars.
Honestly, this boss is quite difficult with weight off too. Honestly.
Yeah, it's easily one of the hardest ones in the game.
Well, it's the last one, unless you're playing on Hell, so that would make sense. They would make it a challenge even on original.
It would make sense, yeah.
Alright, final phase here. If you played Touhou or Exceed Third, you're probably groaning right now.
Yeah, this pattern has been in like a couple different games, I think.
When the seas parted. But you even have that really annoying wave just coming across the screen.
Yeah,
just
you really
push you out of your comfort.
Really need to know that's coming. You need to prepare for that one.
Ooh, so close.
It's a
missing out on a couple points.
Couple of pixels left on the health bar.
It's gonna bomb. And there we go. That's Eden's Aegis original weight on. Unfortunately, didn't really meet the goal of no missing the game or the score goal, but it was still a very impressive run nonetheless.
But a really good one, yeah. Absolutely. 125 is like 28, 20, 31, 34. It's no joke, for sure.
Yeah, this game needs more players. It's free. Come on, like we need more people to play this game. Come on, download it today, everyone in chat. Do it right now.
Yeah, just play it. It's a really good game. Play all the other XX games as well, like Blue Wish Resurrection.
Also, fun fact: if you pause during the game, it invalidates your run.
Yeah, it's cave all the way through, man.
XX is really stickler about that. If you pause, you won't be able to save replays, and you won't save the score, I don't think.
Yeah, the cave ports do that as well. It's like really stupid.
Yeah, that's true. I have a lot of Zero Ranger runs where I like get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the run, and I pause the game. Thank you. Although that game doesn't even have replays, but like, thank you, devs. Bluish Desire, is that the name of the next one that
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
10 million keys.
I think it has like something like a DFK mechanic in it now, with like the bullet cancelling hypers.
But yeah. That was a nice, clean, solid run. Thank you, Luna, for doing the run, and thank you to XX for making the game, even though they're obviously not watching right now.
Yeah, man. Very good one. Thanks for the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame, like all the, I think the old leaderboards, like the XX homepage is like gone. I think that had like a bunch of really good replays on as well. Maybe find back with like the Wayback Machine.
Oh, really? They had a leaderboard?
Yeah, that's like the official like page for like XX.
Oh, yeah, okay, makes sense.
Also like a lot of things that people can post on.
Hello, chat.
Mark is back.
I am back indeed. I was laying down. laying in bed watching the run.
Watching the stream that came directly from your PC.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So up next, we have, let's take a look at the sketch. Oh, StellaVanity. That's kind of a cool back-to-back, because if you're liking Eden, you're probably gonna like StellaVanity.
I mean, we're kind of like unintentionally separating all these like games into blocks pretty well and pretty efficiently. It's kind of funny how that works.
Yeah, that is. Like, I wish I could say I was clever enough to manipulate everyone's schedules to do that, but it really is just a coincidence.
Yeah, we had the comedy block yesterday, and then we have the Dojin block today.
Yeah.
Because we also have Choren Shah after that. After later.
Oh yeah,
that's also
really cool.
Dojin.
Yeah, the comedy block that ended with Xeno.
Yes, that seems about right to me.
Seems legit.
Seems like a good way to end a comedy block. Laughter and then pain. Cheer you up just to beat you down at the end.
True.
Okay, everyone, so stay tuned. I'm going to show you some shmup trailers. How about that? So let's do that real quick. By the way, I'll be giving out codes for these games as we go along. Holy crap, Hauser just donated $500. Thanks so much, Hauser. That's really awesome. Holy crap. Nice. Well, awesome. Also, shout outs to Hauser for all the help with the trailers, by the way. Oh, I was tricked. ARS. Okay. That's great. I thought it was 500 USD. $5. That's still great though. Thanks for the $5. That's funny though. Next you'll be donating in in rubles or whatever. 5 trillion whatever. In some kind of cryptocurrency or something. Thanks so much.
Peggy 12.
Ginga Force.
Hi, and
guess,
welcome to
right.
Castle Shikigami 3.
Yep, we have a little swap because computer issues, which is always something you can't ever anticipate. So, not a big deal. We'll just swap the time slots. So we got Castle Shikigami 3, and Mishi will be doing the commentary.
All right. Yeah,
And-
we're at Castle 3 with Cora, who's got the trans whatever joining. We got Rezardi playing Fumiko, playing a survival run. Show that. We got M.Knight as well, playing Batrider. He's planning on getting 8.5 billion score, I believe. They both played Shikigami 1 yesterday, but they're going up today as well.
And so yeah, Fumiko on one side and Batrider on the other. I'm TJ Iwakura. I'm also helping Agami 2.
Got the go to start. I don't know if I have mic issue or not. Okay, that's
Can you hear me fine?
it is a little clippy. That's a
Am I clear? Okay, cool. So yeah, little backstory. This is the third game in the series. Alpha Systems somehow stayed in business for like 20 years, and they keep making these crazy games, and they just made Sisters Royale, which is technically a spiritual successor. 3 has got, story-wise, the tone's all over the place. Some of the paths are dead serious. Some of them are very silly. And Fumiko's is kind of comedic. I believe Batu's is a little more serious, but he's a mercenary, so he's just there to kill things and get out. The path of Fumiko, she's there to pretty much kill every woman that she considers a threat. That is her actual story. The Castle Shikigami is a very story-driven series. Most of you probably know the second game got a really terrible localization, and the first one barely got localized at all, but the third one was localized by Axis, who actually did a really good job on the script.
okay. So, start.
It looks like we're getting started.
Yeah, we got M.Knight, Bato.
M.Knight is playing Batu Harai, and Rezardi is playing Fumiko Ozette von Stein. I tried his best.
Are you? Hit right off the bat.
So Batu is already going. As you can see, he's got... So to explain the gameplay a little, Shikigami, you have a standard attack, which is just normal shots. And when you use your special attack, or the Shikigami attack, it automatically gathers coins when you use them on enemies. And it uses something called the tension system, where the closer you are to the enemy, the more coins you get. And Batu is using his spinning blade there to pretty much rack up coins really fast.
Yeah, it has a. But add. Instead of using bomb, rarely.
Fumiko, as you notice, her shot is a little more unfocused. You have to, when you move Fumiko in one direction or the other, her shot fires her pattern of movement. So she's considered an intermediate to advanced character for that reason, but her Shikigami attack is also absurdly powerful. She basically calls down an orbital strike, and you have to aim it. It doesn't auto-fire, but when it hits, it is absurdly powerful. Whereas Batu's is pretty much, it just swings around and automatically wraps up points. You can see Fumiko's orbital strike right there in the up top of the screen for Fumiko. Basically, Rezardi is aiming the orbital strike at the components to get extra points, which is the closer you are, the faster the points go to him.
Alright, did I fix my mic issues at all?
That's a lot better.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what happened there. Sorry about that.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, it's got the same mechanics as all the other Shikigami games, except in this one they add the high tension max system, where you can use a bomb instead of using a bomb as a standard shmup bomb clear or whatever. You can use it to temporarily max out your multiplier to ×8 temporarily, and that's the primary scoring mechanic in this game. So you gain bombs traditionally just like you would in all the other Shikigami games, where if you take a hit you get a bomb, and if you get an extend you get a bomb. And so there's a lot of intentional self-destructs that you'll be going to use through the entire game to gain more bombs, so you can get more score for more bombs, and then you just repeat that the entire time. It's kind of Yagawa-esque in that way, except no rank, but it does lead to situations where if you want to really go for score, any mistake can end the entire thing.
So they're already at the first boss, who they're steamrolling through, so any Shikigami 2 fans might recognize her. This is Yukari Horiguchi. She was the 4th stage boss of Shikigami 2, and now she's been demoted to the 1st stage boss of Shikigami 3, which is, by her admission, what happened to her. And she's a fun boss, but you can steamroll her pretty quick.
M.Knight will be milking the 1st stage boss, though, with these flowers for extra coins as long as possible. I don't think every character can optimally do this, so but Bato 2 here does a pretty good damage with his spear spin, can take them all out, so get a bunch of extra score that way.
Also, an interesting thing they do in Shikigami, you'll notice that sometimes the bosses will say different things based on how many credits or lives you used to kill them. Like, sometimes she'll say, "You suck," and then other times she'll say, "I lost again," depending on how well you did when you were fighting her.
Oh wait, it changes depending on how well you do? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, she'll say different voice-acted lines when you kill her. If you, died during it, she'll say, "You suck." And if you did it 1 CC, she'll say, "I lost again." I haven't noticed it as much with the other bosses, but she definitely has different lines.
I actually didn't know that, because normally if you want to be playing for score, you'll be taking intentional hits at the end of the boss. So because you don't want to be
second boss.
You don't want to be taking intentional hits during the stage, because that's a point loss, but you want to refill your bombs. So
Oh, okay. I never knew that. I just try to play the game to survive.
yeah, it is kind of tricky, because it's like when you play just pure survival, you can't make very many mistakes because you don't get very many extends. But if you do play for score, you get a lot more extends, but you have to sacrifice those lives. So it's a
like
balance.
a risk reward.
It is definitely a risk reward, and you can just find a balance for whatever you're comfortable with, I guess.
And also, the second boss coming up, he does something similar. If you die during him, he'll just give you a dismissive But if you beat him 1 CC, you'll hear him actually cry out or yell. Shiko Mibuya. He's I believe if you play as Sayo or a Kotaro when you fight him, he reveals that he's her uncle. He's a priestess, a priest, kind of like she is, and he uses these really obnoxious blades, and he can also seal fire. Which I think that's what he just did to Fumiko there, where once he does that to you, you can't use your regular shot.
Yeah, you got to use your Shikigami temporarily. No problem for Fumiko, because she could just spam the orbital bombard.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's
Fumiko's
with
damage.
Batu, that's going to be a little trickier because he has to get in close. And Fumiko's already made short work of Mibuya, so. So the interesting thing about Stage 3, in every Shikigami, Stage 3 is a gauntlet of obstacles. It's tradition for some reason. And Shikigami 3's is very obnoxious. Those little glowing cubes, you have to be hitting those constantly, or else the obstacles will not appear, and you're going to be flying blind, and you'll die a lot.
Yeah, Stage 3 is traditionally the noob crusher. You gotta learn the maze layouts
Yeah.
and whatnot.
Especially in this game, those cubes moving from the left and right, they will be completely invisible if you don't keep hitting the glowing cubes. And Fumiko is using her bombs there to get through. Oh, in case some of you may have noticed that there's a little icon appearing in the upper right. That's her butler, Munchausen, who you can also play as in Shikigami 3. So he's probably somewhere calling down the orbital strikes for her.
And down here on M.Knight, he's still on the stage 2 mid boss, but a lot of these bosses, the strategy for scoring is you'll want to just break off piece by piece. They all have lots of breakable parts, at least most bosses, and usually worth a lot of points to, surgically remove those.
Unfortunately, if you're playing for survival, it can make it a lot tougher because when you destroy all those parts, the patterns get tougher and they start using new
They
tricks.
definitely do, yeah. I'm definitely not at the level in Shiki 3 where I go for a lot of boss parts. I just try to score the stages. But yeah, M.Knight actually playing it a little safe because normally he suicides twice on those mid bosses. But or maybe he did, but he didn't have enough score to gain his life. Wasn't paying attention, I guess. But yeah, that's well, I'll have to just check on how M.Knight plays it because he might opt to play a little bit more safe with the self-destructs, because obviously he doesn't want to roll the entire run. But yeah.
Rezardi's going through the toughest part of the stage right here. As you'll notice, one tunnel is mostly clear, but the other tunnel has all the enemies. So if you're playing for score, you've really got to pick and choose where you're going to go to. Freedom Wind, the stage 3's boss, very, very difficult. She has a laser she uses at one point that pretty much takes up the entire screen. So you pretty much just have to hide in a corner if you want to survive it. Story-wise, they don't elaborate on who the bosses are a whole bunch. Shikigami 1 gives a whole lot of detail. Like Shikigami 3, there mostly just seem to be spirit enemies or people that have died and come back, which is kind of par for the course. If you play on Fumiko's campaign, she hints that she knows Freedom Wind, and she hates her because she's in her way for Kentaro. But other than if you play multiple routes, they give you little bits of the story. You can try to piece it together. But by and large, they like to leave it to the players to figure it out.
There's already here entering probably the biggest wall of the game, stage 4. That's where the bullet hell really kicks into high gear.
Yeah. It's almost like stage 5 of 2 is with all the bullets you get, because stage 5 of 3 actually doesn't have much of a stage. It's mostly a boss rush. I feel like they crammed a lot of the stage 5 stuff into stage 4 to make up for it.
Stage 4, yeah, stage 5 is pretty short in this game. It's mainly just the final boss fight, but yeah, stage 4 is where it kicks into definitely high gear, especially 4-2.
And we're at the mid boss for 4, on Rezardi's side. It's actually a pretty fun boss. It's got a little bunch of segments to it. So if you aim properly, you can decimate it real quick. Which Fumiko is going to make short work of.
Yeah, he's definitely speed killing everything. He's not going for any particular score goals. Whereas if you're playing for score, like when M.Knight does his, he'll be trying to destroy all the little orb segments between that snake boss. As you can just see, even when he's going through the maze section, he's making sure he dive guards.
He's really racking up the points with the Shikigami attack. It's a lot harder to do that with Fumiko because you have to aim her Shikigami attack. With Badu, you can just fire and forget.
Yeah, with Bato 2 actually, with his spin, normally you charge the the attack, and then you let go, and he spins temporarily. But you can buffer another charge while he's spinning, and so this entire time when he's playing, he basically has an internal metronome where he has to remember to charge and let go periodically to keep the spin going. And if he times it off wrong, he'll run into a situation where he loses his spin, and that can really run into like problems during stage portions because the screen will flood when he's recharging and whatnot. So he's got to constantly make sure he keeps that going, which I'm sure it's just muscle memory, but if that you can really definitely lead to situations where you get into a lot of trouble.
Rezardi's definitely the climax of the stage. Those battleships launch a lot of shots, so if you can take them out quick enough, it'll make your life a lot easier. And he's coming up on the boss, I believe.
Yeah, Kagashi.
This is Kagashi. Very tough, very aggressive.
M.Knight considers him the final boss. He's got a lot of nonsense.
Little lore, he's also a werewolf, I believe. Like, he'll do, like, howl motions when he attacks, and I think Genojo has some dialogue with him because they're both werewolves. And every phase of the life bar. But yeah, we should probably mention that with every phase of the life bar in Shikigami, the attacks change completely. So they're not doing the same thing for the whole fight. We're not seeing it because they're making such short work of them. Yeah. We might see it when Batu...
I didn't mention it all, though, M.Knight milking the boss down here. I completely was... didn't even mention that, but that stage 3-1 boss, he's got regenerating boss parts.
Oh,
so,
yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I didn't even mention that, but he basically milks and repeatedly destroys the boss parts until it times out. Those are the only two bosses you milk in the game, is the stage 1 and stage 3 mid boss. Otherwise, they definitely toned down the milking in Shikigami 3. It does get a little excessive in obviously 1, and some nasty milks in 2 as well.
So Rezardi is on the final stage, which is very short, but the first part of it's no slouching. And yep, that's the final boss right there. Tsukiko Jojima, who first appeared in a visual novel that probably nobody played. There is a visual novel for the PS2 called Nanayozuki Gensou Kyoku, or basically Seven Moon Night Fantasy, and she's like Kotaro's childhood friend who's in a hospital. So, because she's very sick, so when he sees her here, he knows, okay, something's not right. You should be in a hospital. And she's basically it's not really clear whether it's really her, or whether it's just something pretending to be her, but based on the giant nightmare alien thing you fight, it's probably some kind of monster pretending to be her.
It'd be nice actually to play that visual novel, but I'm an English-only peasant, so I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to play it.
It's very cheap, and it's probably the only visual novel shmup I've ever played. It does have shmup segments in it. I don't know what the context is, but there's random parts of the game where you have to do shmup levels from Shikigami 1, and then it goes back to the visual novel. So this boss is basically a stage in and of itself. You can see on Rezardi's side, it's like a gigantic alien mothership, and it's got a lot of different parts and attacks. So you really have to be on your P's and Q's when you fight it.
It's Shikigami tradition for the final boss to be a big
thing.
Yeah, it's usually a big just set piece.
Yeah, usually you fight like the human part first, and then after that it summons like some big alien entity, and that's the real final boss.
Rezardi does make it look pretty easy because he repeatedly can spam his nuke shot and just do ridiculous amount of damage. Normally in the older Shikigami games, you can only use one attack more strategically, but in Shiki 3, they basically took her limiter off, and she can stack them, and so that's why she does so much damage.
And I believe this is the final form, but this is where the scream comes into play, I believe.
Yeah, he just bombs those 4 little orbs at the top. They spawn some pretty undodgeable patterns. So he's just skipping through this because he's got bombs. Yeah.
There's also a scream at some point. We're probably not going to see it, but she screams, and you have to stay still to avoid it, or else it's unblocked. It instantly kills you.
Yeah,
But I didn't even know you could avoid it by staying still.
Yeah, he just resource spammed it. Free win for Rezardi. Easy game.
I don't know if Rezardi's going to let the ending roll or not, because we've got time if he wants to show the ending. It's not much, but it's amusing.
Yeah, but M.Knight here, he's going full on score, so he's still in stage 4, 1 mid boss here. I'll just focus on him, I guess. Yeah, he's got to destroy all these segments on the snake boss. He missed a couple there, but because Batu's spear does so much damage, he's got to make sure he kills all those before actually ending each phase. Oh yeah, he got it there.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to be taking his time against Tsukiko or not, because that's a really tough fight to take your time on.
I believe he's probably not going to be going for too many boss parts in Tsukiko. Too many things that can go wrong if you try to do that. He only takes 1 self-destruct there. I think he wants to be at max resources coming into stage 4 too, because this is definitely M.Knight's. Like, this is the part of the game that M.Knight fears the most. Things can go wrong very, very quickly. With Bato, it's basically you have control of the screen, or you get hit and things can spiral out of control really, really fast. He'll be up on the top of the screen with high tension basically most of the time, killing enemies before they can flood, but he takes a hit. He takes a hit and everything goes to hell really quick.
Oh yeah, it should mention that if you may notice on the bottom of the screen that each bomb has like a recharge meter. That's kind of like your indicator of when you're about to earn more bombs or more lives. So if you score higher consistently, you can pretty much get more or less unlimited lives and bombs as long as you're very particular about when you use them. But he's already got a new bomb.
Scoring is definitely all about just routing your resources, and yeah, it's a very resource focused scoring game.
So it also adds a new layer of strategy to scoring, because since you can get unlimited lives almost whenever you want, you have to choose when you can sacrifice your lives and maximize your score.
Yeah, plus the fact there's 10 different characters, each with 2 different Shikigami attacks. So that's 20 different playable characters essentially. So it changes how each character can be played to however you like. It's a lot of fun routing out these games.
Especially if you do 2-player modes, not only do you have all the possible combinations, but you also have a unique story mode for every possible pairing. And it looks like Rezardi is firing up Sisters Royale, which is Shikigami 4.
He's the sideshow. Is
he playing Fumiko? Yes, he's playing Fumiko. So Fumiko is in Shikigami 4. It says ODE, which is short for Odette. Her name is Fumiko Odette von Stein. So it's Fumiko. She's purple witch on a broom with the same shots.
Pay no mind to Rezardi here. He's just there to make M.Knight look good.
I've actually never played Sisters Royale, but from looking at it, it is exactly the same as Shikigami.
It's Shikigami 4 essentially. Yeah, it's a bit easier, but it's Shikigami 4. But
even the shot patterns all the enemy patterns look the same. The way they fire the shots, they're just cuter. Yeah,
M.Knight's coming into stage 5 though. He's got full resources though. He's
he's an
playing
S-class.
kind of safe. He's a little bit
S-class
behind on
is-
score though, but I
Still
think
is
that's
mate.
expected.
I've never seen the S class before, and it says almost the best. So I'm guessing S plus is the best.
I'm not really. He don't really pay too much attention to the rank because a lot of the times when it comes to scoring optimally, there's forced hits that you'll be taking, and so that can make your rank go down a little bit. But you get more score for getting those high tensions, so it's more of a little flavor thing than actually optimally playing the game. He doesn't seem to be using any high tension max though in stage 5. I think is saving them for actual bomb use during the final boss because he is focused entirely on the clear at this point. I think because
Understandably.
yeah,
Is there a consensus on which of the characters is best for high scoring? Like who gets the highest score with a certain character?
Oh, the character M.Knight is playing is the highest scoring. Bato 2
nice.
he is the highest potential.
Yeah, he's definitely not going
to win
for-
characters. The spin to win characters always seem to be the best in terms of scoring in this game. Like Sayo has like all the highest scores in all the games, and she's stuck providing Kotaro sustenance in Shiki 3, so Bato takes that spot. Yeah, I think he had 2 planned bombs on the first phase of Tsukiko, so it's a lot of RNG on those, so he just he bombs them to delete it. And, yeah, he's going for speed kills here. Normally you can
he's really playing Shiro.
you can destroy those side tentacles for more score, but it just makes it harder, and he's going full safety at this point.
Yeah, if you destroy those things, it starts firing some really nasty stuff. Like just walls of flame comes pouring out.
It's not too bad to speed kill him too with Bato because he does a lot of DPS as well, especially when point blank because the spinning blades do extra damage. So Bato he's actually a pretty good character for survival now that I think about it. Yeah, I don't even know why. If you're looking just for survival strats, I guess Rezardi can show off how you can trivialize all things to Fumiko, even though Fumiko's pretty hard for a score. But probably the best character if you're getting into this game is Rika. She's the tank. She's the time gal, like cameo. She's pretty easy if you're looking to learn the game.
Yeah, it's basically I don't know if anyone's familiar with it, but there was a FMV game for the Sega CD in 1995, 96 called Time Gal, and it was made by Taito. It's like a Dragon's Lair game, and somehow Alpha System is in good with Taito, so they're like, hey, can we use her? And they're like, sure, go ahead. And she literally says that she's Reika Time Gal Kirishima. I don't even think she has a name in the original Time Gal. She's just Time Gal. So they pretty much had open season to make her whatever they wanted to be.
Yeah, with a lot of these phases on the final boss, they got like extra enemies flying in. You can sort of milk them, but yeah, he's using a planned bomb there because he doesn't want to deal with all this. He's got one more planned bomb, I believe, maybe 2 actually. These orbs that spawn on the last phase of Tsukiko, she's invincible until you destroy the orbs. The 2 back ones will fire waves of green bullets, and the front ones will fire aimed needles. And if you don't destroy at least one of the back orbs immediately, it's basically impossible to dodge. And so that's those are one of the few routed bombs that I think most players will almost always use. He bombed both of them because he doesn't want to deal with that. He's looking pretty free here. He's got full lives coming in the last part of the boss, so
You might see the scream. I see the scream's coming up.
Yeah,
There's the scream.
Yeah, you just stand still and you dodge that. For the longest time, I thought it was just some random bullcrap, but yeah.
Yeah, it didn't make sense. I figured there had to be some way of dodging it. This is definitely a lot more fair than Shikigami 1's final boss, which you just have to survive. You can't even kill it.
Yeah, there's a lot less randomness in Shikigami 1 and 2, which is probably a lot more palatable to some people. What's he got as final score? Like 7.7-ish? 7.8?
Yep, 7.
It's a little bit lower than what he might have expected, but he was playing a little bit more for survival at the end, so he had to sacrifice some score. Still a very good clear. Yeah.
Oh, and yeah, it looks like game over on Sisters Royale at the same time. Yuichi Shimomura did the music for the first two, and Kota Nakashima was the music on 3 primarily, so I guess the composer of 1 and 2 kind of took a backseat for 3. So yeah, that's Shikigami 3, and a lot of Alpha System staff who've still been working on the games for a very long time, and hopefully they'll make a real Shikigami 4 one day. Yeah, that's it for Shikigami 3, I believe. Yeah. It's been fun. So if you want to play Shikigami 3, it's on the Wii or it's on the PC. It's not on Steam, sadly, but maybe they'll localize it for Steam one day. Who knows? That'd be nice. So bug Dejika if you want to play Shikigami 3 on Steam and 2 with better localization.
Yeah, I think the Steam port has some issues with like modern OS though, or I mean the PC port. It's also on 360, but I think that's a Japanese only. So the
ideal way to play the games is on PC.
Yeah, I think the best way to actually get your hands on this game is the Wii version.
Definitely. As far as the original, it's on Steam, and the 2 is on PS2 and just about everything. So you can even play 2 on the Dreamcast, although I don't like the Dreamcast version.
Oh, I guess M.Knight might hop on and say some words. See what his thoughts are.
Oh, okay. So here am I. Whoa, that was pretty intense.
Congrats on the run.
Thanks. How did it go for Rezardi? I think I saw some
Easy.
So you cleared it?
It was a first
Rezardi
try.
blitzed through the whole game like a hot knife through butter. He finished 5 when you were halfway through 3, I believe.
That's the power of the Fumiko nukes.
Yeah,
the Munchausen bombs.
Yeah, so both of us managed to get the clear. So survival and scoring.
That's
reset. Pretty great. Yeah, no reset. Well, my score wasn't that hot, but honestly, it doesn't matter.
Hey, 7.8 is nothing to scoff at. This game is very risky to play for score.
I don't know.
Goes way better than I've done.
Though. Like, for the end game, I think you may have covered it already, but I played very risky at the beginning with sacrificing the lives left and right. But for the end game, I kept my lives with myself. Let's not get too wild. That's how I managed to get the clear. Because otherwise, like maybe the schedule said that I'm supposed to get 8.5 bill, but it was barely possible with the save strat now. But otherwise, I wouldn't have.
You ended it. Yeah, you had 7.9 was the final score, I believe.
Yeah, 7.9. Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, if you play
damn
optimally,
impressive.
you're essentially at 1 health the entire game, right? That's super unmarathon safe. So
Yeah,
I think
I know that I
probably
believe there are some Japanese super play videos out there of Shikigami 3, and if you want to see some interesting, terrifying strategies, there's also that.
Yeah, the super play DVDs, they sacrifice their lives even more because that gets them more bombs, so more score. It's pretty crazy to watch. And yeah, for a live event, I would rather play it safe now, as safe as I can. I mean, relatively speaking. But if you want to play the game like Rezardi did, just clear the game, it's also a possibility. You don't have to play it super dangerously.
We can see there's the demo run of the Time Gal herself. That's how
Yeah.
she plays. Very straightforward.
And she's a pretty good character to begin the game with. So
But
if
her
you're
bomb
interested-
is not. Yeah, but if her bombs are very useless because she just freezes time. She doesn't
Yeah.
really do much damage.
Yeah, you can shoot between. I mean, during the time freeze, but it's not that powerful.
It looks cool, but not. It's good for survival, not good for score.
I don't know if the commentators noticed, but at some point I was in a bad situation. Like I was at 1 life and the next extend was pretty far away. I think it was in 3-1 even, 3-1 or 3-2. I should have reset there. Like if I went for full safety, I would have done a reset there. But I was like, fuck it. I still have I can still play all the way to Kagachi. So if I do lose the run, then I'll just reset there. But I just went with it, and I think I got to the last boss, to Katana Tsukiko with 2 lives, maybe? Yeah, 2 lives, 4 bombs or something. And then I just no-missed anyways. Easy.
Oh, nice. So both of us got like a Deathless stage 5? Or did you?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so.
Impressive. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I've seen you try to practice some new strats right before the event.
Yeah.
I was hoping you would not be.
Rezardi special. Just completely changed his entire route 30 minutes before the run.
Yeah. I did that for Shiki 1 as well, like legit 30 minutes before it was our turn. I figured out 2 new tricks to try out, and yeah, they worked, and I used them in the run.
Also, I'm not sure if you had time to mention it or talk about it, but CJ Iwakura, you have this translation project. I mean, you did a fan translation for the original Shikigami no Shiro. I'm not sure if you had time to talk about it during the run, because, well, I wish you
We didn't touch on it much. Yeah, the game was going real fast, so we didn't really touch on it too much, but yeah.
Yeah, I tried to milk with a few bosses, but yeah, even with that, it's pretty fast.
Yeah, but basically, the original game never came out with a proper localization. It was just released as Mobile Light Force 2, and they took all the story out of it. So you just pretty much pick a character and go. And we did the PC version and put the story text back in, so you could actually have the story. And then, like, I think a year after that or so, Dejika did it on Steam, and I was really excited, and I was like, pretty much begging them to let me work on it or at least edit the script. Yeah. And they're like, oh no, we got our own people doing it. So I'm like, oh, okay, I guess. And then it came out and it was like, it's okay, but a lot of this translation is very wooden in the Dejika version. Like, they didn't really give it much of a flair. So I'm kind of bummed they didn't let me edit it, but there's our version and there's Dejika's, so at least there's options.
Yeah. Yeah,
I believe you're working. I believe you're working on the translation for the second game.
Yeah, actually, I love Shikigami's story. So whenever someone says who plays shmups for story, I'm like mentally like cringing inside because I'm that guy.
Hey, it's fine. I like
I suck at Shikigami from a gameplay perspective. I can barely one CC it, but I love the story. They come up with all these interconnected, crazy characters that hardly anyone's going to pay attention to. But if you dig into it, they added some crazy lore. Like in Shikigami 1, like one character just plays it like, oh, I'm going to kill the bad guys. And in one story mode, they say that they're just putting on personas, and that's not what they're really like at all. And you're like, wait, what?
Oh yeah, that changes everything.
Yeah, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm just pretending. How are you doing? What?
Yeah,
and then Shikigami's mode is full meta. It's just like, oh yeah, I'm from a different game.
Well, just one last thing. I mean, if we're ready to wrap up, I want to mention that there's also a SHMUP's wiki page for Shiki 3 that Rose self-promotion again. But the page is very detailed. I mean, you'll be the ones to judge. But I put the link in the chat. So if you're interested in playing the game and knowing how to score well and how to play in general, there's tons of info in there. a bunch of videos as well, like plenty of tricks, strats, and mechanics. So hope that helps anyone who wants to play this super cool game, like the better Garaga or something.
The better Touhou.
Yeah, it's the better everything.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Touhou too. I think there's a lot of crossover between Touhou and Shikigami, but Touhou fans are way more ravenous about the characters and story, which is why I think if you like Touhou, play Shikigami, you'll love it. There's a lot of the same stuff.
Yeah, just
And
also
there's
Rezardi.
voice acting. The voice acting. Yes.
By that I mean Castle of Shikigami 2 on the PlayStation 2.
The US version.
It is my favorite in the series. Castle Shikigami 2 is a great game. It has great music, great characters.
He wants us out of here so we can get, well, he wants you out of there because I'll be commentating on it.
Oh,
thanks everyone.
Deuces.
See ya. Dead but still bros again.
No bro, dead but still bros.
Still bro. He powerful like bro, shouting like we do.
It's idiot power.
Get him in here.
Bye.
Things, but now I'm here, so this is good. So StellaVanity is a game released in 2011 and features a lot of different difficulty modes, 6, and within each difficulty mode there are 5 different variables as well, which I'll get into later. I'll be playing strict rule mode, which means there's no accessories, no level ups, no RPG elements, you just have your main shot. you just have standard stats and it's designed around that. And within that, I'm playing easy mode. Okay, there are 4 characters, but 2 different shot types. There's the simple shot type, which plays like a standard cave shot, makes complete sense. And then we have this monstrosity, type S, which turns the game into 7 buttons. So there's a lot going on. And for such a monstrosity, we also have a complicated, weird scoring system. Like, it's a bit. I probably won't explain all of it because it's way too much. I tried to, anyway, run starting. So, we have the main shot, slow, we have the lasers that do dun dun dun, dun dun dun. Okay, then we have the sword, then we have one of the hypers, which is the sword hyper, and just lets you spam your sword. So you can see it down here, bottom left, and just during this hyper you just, spam the sword, stay at the top. Then we have the other hyper, the Kakusei. It's the big blue bar at the top, which is slowly counting down, which is Kakusei. You destroy bullets, and when you release the hyper, if you release the hyper, it cancels all bullets on screen. Yeah. Alright, first boss, and now we get to the really funny part about the scoring system, which is that resources can be chained on certain enemies, which directly correlates to more score. So right there, I bombed the boss 3 times, and that's going to give me a big cash in at the end of this stage. I mean, for this, so yeah. Okay, next mechanic, it has been too much, and these yellow crystals, you hear that? You can use your blade attack, and then that cancels. Or that cancels all bullets on screen. I mean, now cancels all bullets on screen, then I just sort of stay down here, vibe, cancel this again with one of the hypers. Okay. Bit of an info dump, I'm very sorry, it's just how this game is, especially stage 1. Okay, if you end a boss phase and they reach 0 HP, and you have Blade Hyper or Ethereal Shift active, the phase continues until you get hit. Until you get hit, all the meter down here on the bottom left runs out. And that ran out, that's helpful for score. I do that, and then we continue. There. Okay. So the next mechanic I think I'll sort of go into is rank. Like I alluded to it earlier, on top of each difficulty there are 5 different ranks, from rank 0 to rank EX or rank 4. With this type, with type S, you only increase the rank based on your performance in the first 4 stages, or your first couple of stages. If you score high enough in the early stages, you rank up. We'll see this big qualified in a second, or soon after I extend this phase. And from there, I need to go from stage 1 to stage 2. Like, I only rank up if I choose to go to the next stage chronologically. Wow, that's great. So here we have the qualified. No, first stage thing. And they're qualified. So now I only rank up if I go to stage 2. If I go to stage 4 or stage 3, no rank up, I continue on rank 0. Once you choose to increase rank, it stays that way for the rest of the run. So I go to stage 2 now, locked in for rank 2. And finally, a more slightly calmer stage compared to the madness that was stage 1. big info dump. So, what may not be obvious to people watching in are where the lives and bombs are. The lives are these pink circles on the top left. They're flashing right now. And the bombs are the green circles at the bottom, next to this ether bar down here. Then I should probably touch on the blade bar. Normally you can't spam blade, it does a lot of damage. It just ends boss phases pretty prematurely if you just don't want to deal with it. So that's what that is. You need enough meter to use blade, so can't spam that. And that was a unfortunate hit, but whatever. This game has a very generous auto bomb system. All bombs are automatically just hits, and the game, auto bombs. It only takes one bomb, and it's usually always beneficial, at least in easy mode. Like with other difficulties, the auto bomb doesn't erase bullets. In easy mode it does, so there's no reason not to use it. Like this, I guess. Unfortunately, just the audio issues, so I don't have someone helping with commentary and checking the chat, so I'm sorry about that. I hope someone can answer your questions. Okay, big enemies to have these reticle, big medium-sized enemies, you press blade, you dash through them, do a sword attack, and it's great for skill. That's all I'm going to say to that. It's also great for recharging your different hypers, so when possible, just always do that. So, I'll put that in a sec. You can't start spamming blades. The game locks you out from spamming blades. You've got to wait 10 seconds before you can use your blade hyper and just spam damage on the boss. So the only way you can use it to end the boss phase prematurely is if you activate it before a boss even appears. And now, HP is down here of the boss. Once that reaches 0, I raid the boss, use blades, and then I just activate the blade hyper and just spam away. And this is still easy mode. There are still some very safe spots, at least for now. It will get crazier later, don't worry. Like, I'm fighting one of the hardest bosses on this difficulty, the second hardest boss, the second hardest difficulty. Not every run is going to be... If you just want to play this casually, it won't be as crazy as what this one will be. I can probably boot it up and just clear some easier difficulties. And there, I cancelled all those bullets. Great for survival, great for points. So coming up, we have a really cool pattern. It's a really pretty pattern. Really fun to dodge in easy mode as well. It's just this, just all these bullets. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it. And here I will do a trick as well. I do this and do that. The way that works, enemies don't die if they're targeted by the weird lasers and the sword. So there, I just abuse that to keep the boss phase alive. And just continue damaging him. Yeah, just for points. If I get hit, no problem. I don't lose a bomb, the run continues. It's just not great for skill. I will, in this run, I will show some scoring strats. Not a lot, because as you saw in stage 1, scoring high literally means and use a lot of bombs. Anyway, I need 20 seconds. There we go. Okay, my apologies. Pet issues. Now that, okay. That should be all the disruptions for this run. Hopefully. So long as the internet collaborates. So now rank 2. These weird red bullets that are homing at me, which you saw earlier, mostly from the Zako, are revenge bullets. It's the main thing increasing the rank changes, is just adds more suicide bullets. Boss phases gain tankier, and there are also more boss phases. And the patterns with this type are more bullet hell heavy. Like these patterns, the patterns in this run aren't, yeah, more bullet hell heavy. Like that. So now we have a thing coming up with this boss. You can destroy all these options, these purple things roaming around, pink things. You get an extra bomb if you want to kill this boss. That's basically it. See, 2 bombs spawn, these green things, and that's nice. It's just an extra bomb, it's basically an extra hit with auto bomb. Now you get to see the beautiful revenge bullets. We're used to. I'm blade hypering, so staying on the top of the screen. What I haven't mentioned is enemies that are destroyed with blade release like a small aura around them which erases bullets, which is how just staying on the top of the screen is safe. So now, like stage 1 mini boss, mid boss, you spam bombs on this. So here's 1 bomb, wait for score, nice. So give me a sec. Watch the score, and that was a lot of fun. It's basically the bomb helped, and then the delayed hyper. Kakusei, sorry. So most of the big cash-ins in this game are at the end when you use a bomb on an enemy, and then you follow that up with a Kakusei. This easy, yeah, this is still an easy mode game. We are still easy mode, don't forget. Just vibe at the top of this boss, and she doesn't hit you. These safe spots are the same with most difficulties, they just get a lot tighter. So normal, you can still do the same. These gaps here aren't as big anymore though. This so up here, raid, and then you go to the top, and it's just boss spamming the sword. Boss phases are extended because I activated Blade Hyper or Ethereal Shift, and this is like exciting scoring for bosses, during bosses. Like one of my favorite mechanics is just dodging these patterns with not needing to worry if I miss. Like right now it's still alright, but later on the patterns get difficult, it's just fun. Doesn't matter if you miss the pattern, you lose nothing. And then here, the Kakusei, when I release the Kakusei, it erases all bullets on screen. That's sort of what happened there. And this boss now has a bunch more phases because I'm on rank 2, so the max rank for this section of the run. And this is not great. There we go. So this is sort of what rank does. more boss phases. So this pattern is weird. Just doesn't give you a low score, but whatever. We have these lovely gadgets on both sides of the screen. We have the different shot powers on the left, which I don't look at. It's complicated. All you need to know, you naturally power up during the run. Sort of based on score, but not really. It's big, so the further you get, the more powerful you are in the game. We'll do this. This pattern's very lucrative, but I need to survive it. I need to survive this. I mean, later on you'll see I take a hit and the phase just ends. And that's sort of what the Blade Hyper does. So then down here with the accessories and other things, which I'm not using, on the bottom left, because this is strict rule mode. We have easy mode. Oh, it's gone now. But we have easy mode and what rank we're on, and that we auto guard is auto bomb on the bottom left. So nothing to worry about. Now we're here on stage 4, which is the weirdest stage in the game in my opinion. It just feels a lot different from the rest of the game. Scores the least as well. There's no clear cash-in with this stage. Not like the other stages. So you just do some hang out on the top. Off the path will say. I'm sorry, there is a lot to this game. It's like, it's worse than Helsinki. Let's put it that way. It's a monstrosity. Like, it's very easy to figure out what each button does, but how it all chains together and works together, and how you score is just weird. So I hope I did an alright job introducing it. I'll try and repeat what I said throughout the run, just so it makes sense. Oh. Ah! Of course, another mechanic. Coins and gems. I'm very sorry for this. There are coins at the top right of the screen, and they determine your gem value, which basically determines how much points your person makes. So more points mean more points basically. And they reset after each stage, and you need to reach the right threshold again later in the next stage. So off the top of my head, the thresholds, actually no, that's too much information. We also have the multiplier, which I'm fairly sure only multiplies your overkill value. So the green bar, which is the weird green bar and the green number, I think that multiplies that value. And overkill is just something I don't really want to go into, just because it's the weirdest part about this entire scoring system. Just understanding what that means, how that works. Like, I ignored that when I started out. I had no idea what it meant. And I was like, okay, just spam hypers, it'll work out. And that's sort of what I did. So we have this boss, which not a lot to say. Yeah, it's a boss. He has patterns. They get harder to dodge. And the most significant part about this boss, I would say, is that I got hit. So there we go, boss phase ended. Is that I used the hypersplit defensively here. I want to just end the boss phases as fast as I can. Person in Twitch chat, check YouTube. Shmup Slam Electric Underground. Like this pattern, don't like it. So I slow this down, and then just pop this as the phase ends, just because that's safe. Just the slowdown from the Kakusei is just really helpful with some of these patterns. I mean, it cancels as well, which is also nice, but the slowdown is the most important in my opinion. And this attack is why I just want to end this phase, because I always take a hit. And that was bad. So here, save the Kakusei to just cancel this pattern, because this is hard to dodge. You sort of dodge it on the left here, or one of the sides. And then just carry on. The boss sort of fades in and out. Still targeted by the lasers, the assault, the dun-dun-dun, 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 dun-dun-dun. Scarred in my head. If I hear any of these themes without the dun-dun-dun, I'm like, what am I playing? So, the final boss phase is a bit weird, because he just zooms around the screen and you can barely attack him, and it just takes a while. So now we just sort of wait and explain the final rank of this game. There's rank 4 and rank EX, or rank 4 EX, which is an arranged version of rank 4, just technically just faster bullets and harder. And this is the only rank that changes and depending on your hits in the coming 3 stages. Also the rank that lets you fight the hardest TLB. And I want none of that. I want none of the hardest rank and none of the hardest TLB, because it's not marathon safe. You take 2 hits in, or you just take too many hits and the run, and basically you drop down to rank 4, runs over, and you just do what I'm doing. So at the beginning of the stage I'm taking 2 intentional hits just to lower the rank. The rank 4 on the bottom left is red, and now the rank 4 on the bottom left is white. So, no thank you. I don't want to deal with that. I have beaten rank EX, like one of 4 people, or 3-4 people, maybe that I know of. Could be some people on some Japanese side that have beaten as well. Other people just wasn't documented, so kinda sad. Ah, right. There is a secret 1-up in this stage. Gotta destroy all these towers, all the things that I'm raiding on, if you know what I'm saying. Just this, it explodes. You need to destroy all of them in this stage. And it drops a 1-up at the end. So again, these turrets have, these things have these small turrets. You've got to destroy them to reveal this, destroy it, and we're all good. Don't really see it here because I'm just using my sword hyper. Mostly just to generate coins, but I don't want to go into too much detail there, just because it's weird. It's not easy to figure out. And here we have this, there are enemies hidden behind the boss. Can be kind of scary. This, and just, okay. The general way you score this game, which I have ignored already, but just very much in general, is you use the blade shift, the blade hyper, sorry, or the ethereal shift, get coins, use the kakusei or delayed hyper, to just get the points. And this sort of repeats for the entire stage, but not really, because there are obviously exceptions. all the time. That's not great. Usually to show it off, I would bomb that enemy I just destroyed. That also cancelled the bullets, but I took a hit. So if an auto bomb is active, you can't bomb. I mean, makes sense, right? And then I'll get that to the stage. Well, the revenge bullets sort of work like Ketsui. If you get close to them, it cancels. Or they don't even spawn, they don't cancel, sorry. And that's a trick. Just stay in the middle and you destroy the spinning wheels and it then cancel the Kakuse and it gets you points. It's nice. Anyway, coming up, we have my favorite boss in the game. Because he's just fun to score. There are just some weird things going on with this boss. Or at least in this phase. The mechanic I don't understand is if you pop the Kakuse, then the delayed hyper, once the boss enters the overkill or extension of fight, goes to 1 HP, all bullets get cancelled on screen. I don't know why. I think it's the time between you activated both shifts and when you destroy the boss. That phase done. So now he gets these rotating arms, which you destroy one by one. Keep your Kakuse in line because it still recharges when damaging the boss. And just repeat. Like you can speed kill this, you can turn the lasers back on, the dun-dun-dun, but I'm sort of doing damage control on the boss. I don't want to damage it too hard, because once you've destroyed all these, he starts shooting a ton of bullets, which is the most lucrative pattern to sort of cancel. Or just get with the Kakuse. I hope that makes sense. And just to repeat, this is a boss. When you hear the bell, or on the bottom left it says raid OK, you press the sword, you press the blade, and then you shoot the boss, and it just does damage. It automatically ends any phase if you don't activate Ethereum. Or, sorry, Blade Hyper. And then the last phase is also very scoreable. You get to cancel this pattern 4 times. If nothing goes wrong. We'll see if it does. 1 points. Sort of wait. Enjoy the boss theme, hopefully. Coming up with the second cancel. 2. Okay, now I can raid the boss, get a seat on the bottom left, the raid OK. Hopefully you heard the bell. That's that. Sort of delayed, sort of waited to do that. Just so I don't die. Also perfect illustration of what I mean with raid. Okay. The Kakuse recharged. Cancels, 4 bullets on screen. And once again, 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Meteorite stage. We're flying to space. There are these meteorites that are annoying. They shoot suicide bullets. And just not great. This is also where the game picks up. Easy mode, by the way. Just look at the revenge bullets just become a pain. the Katsuki ran out, so it just cancelled by itself. I just released that aura. So the developer is Chisram, or Feathered Ether, and his favorite shmup is Ketsui. The Touhou aura Ketsui cleared, so he likes the game. So I feel like a lot of design decisions in this game were inspired by that. Like just the sword, you get close to the enemy, you stay at the top of the screen, it scores more. But then he also added his own twists. Like, and you have these with two different hypers. Like, what on earth? What do you think? What on earth? This is the best part about these games, but still, what on earth? So, small intermission. I use three bombs on this mid boss for scoring. And there are other references to Ketsui as well. We have the lock-on lasers, which work kind of differently, but still sort of. And I won't rate this boss for scoring reasons. So I'm just going to wait here at the bottom and just destroy these lasers normally. We also, at some point in the future, have Descent from Ketsui. It's very obviously the Descent. It's really cool. I like it. Yeah, I'm kind of tense. This is unironically the most important section of the game with all those bombs. I just hope it all goes well. Looks like it. Nice. So that was a short introduction to the dev and how he likes Ketsui. Basically, sort of more, I don't know, can't even call this simpler Ketsui. Ketsui with more hypers, I guess. Anyway, I don't like this phase. This attack is all to dodge, so I'm just speakling this boss. I still need to keep in mind that TLB is hard. It's the hardest part of this run, as a TLB should be. And I want to clear. That's my priority. Right. Most scoring routes are there to make the game more exciting, but the TLB is the coolest part. Hands down. I love the TLB. So on the topic of TLB, there are 3 different TLBs in this game. 2 fake TLBs and 1 true TLB, but they're all TLBs, because they're all at the end of this run. And for most difficulties, for ranks 1 to 4, there are 2 different TLBs. And which one you get depends on your hit count. For all shot types, it depends on your hit count. And generally, the higher the rank, the more likely you are to fight one of the bosses. The easier boss, funnily enough, the easier boss is the one you get. I need to concentrate. The easier true last boss is the one you get, and if you play well throughout your run, you get the harder TLB if you take too many hits for your run. But the shot type I'm playing, type S, on rank 4, so the rank I'm playing on, and guarantees it's always the easier TLB to fight. Probably for story reasons, but the developer did not balance the game around the simpler type. Which, I don't know, kind of unfortunate, but I get it. If you want to beat the TLB, learn the shot type you pour this soul into. Okay, this pattern. Okay, I thought he... Okay. I didn't show it off, but this pattern really fun to dodge because it gets super fast when you're overkilling it, keep attacking it using Blade Hyper, but I didn't do that trick successfully, so unfortunate, but moving on. Stage 7, last stage of the game. Longest stage by far, excluding the boss in TLB already. So let's go. Let's go. So the hardest part of the stage is the suicide. These revenge suicide bullets. The game spawns a ton, and they're not nice. Just you've always got to keep in mind you've got to route this around. Just for the entire stage. Then here, just the Kakuse helping me survive. Yeah, I do need to concentrate a bit more, so commentary will be different now. Out of points to talk, it's just different. And these things can be raided. You can use your sword on it. Super helpful. Okay, it's not ideal. Let's just bomb. Okay, first time I'm using this, when you're out of bombs, you can hold the bomb button to sacrifice lives. So sacrifice 1 life for 4 bombs, which is the same number of hits. Normally you get 3 bombs per life, but if you sacrifice it and you get 4, which you're still allowed to take the same number of hits. You're just still allowed to bomb as well. So it's a really nice mechanic, honestly. Also means that the no miss requirement is sort of just there because you're probably going to if you're paying attention to your bomb count, you're going to clear all stages. And I can't see. I need to check quickly. Who? Oh, okay. That's fine. I had Discord open and I thought someone atted me, but it was just an at everyone, so it's fine. I thought there was something wrong with stream quality or something like that. You never know. You never know. Which is a shame, because I synchronized a lot of my routes with the music. I like the music. I always play with the music. So here, around the world, we all aimed. It looks cool. Not mandatory with this rank, because it's slow enough. But on the highest difficulty or on other difficulties as well, you've sort of just got to restream it, and I think just doing it around the world is the easiest way. So it's a big enemy, so boom, raids, and it's nice and safe. I was trying to score this, but I wasn't paying enough attention. So unfortunate, but it's not worth a lot of points. Most points happen at the end of the stage. And this is sort of like a lame duck section. Like, I speculate this is with how practice and stage select works, since you can start practicing right there. But since the music starts, it's really slow on starting, just sort of waits until the music picks up. That's my theory. Anyway, this section is difficult. Just using Blade Hyper, that's what I meant to say. In this stage is risky, since the main downside of using it is that it spawns a lot of enemies. Like, you're more powerful, so here are more enemies to deal with. That's good for me. I like those points. but I also like surviving, which is this stage. And boom. I forcefully deactivated it because this section is sort of weird. Just sort of stay at the top and just use your sword, because that has the highest range out of everything in your toolkit, and just deal with it like that. Ah, the other one up in this stage. There's a one up in this stage. I forgot, but the first green orb and this green orb, you destroy both, and you get a one up after this one. Also drops a bomb, like all mid-bosses in this game. I may have forgotten, but I hope it was obvious. Like, see, this is what I mean. Ugly. I don't know how I dodged back, honestly. What on earth? Sort of what I'm doing here, I'm no longer staying at the top, but I'm moving forward to use my sword, because it one-shots most enemies. Like that. Like that. Okay. Now we have the descent. If you're playing rank EX, I just want to mention it, 4EX, the rank is set in stone after this. So no matter your hits, it stays on 4EX. Now we're going down. So very Ketsui, but not as hard. Because you can just go to the big enemies and just use your sword. You're invincible, cancels bullets, it's great. I'm just making this harder on myself because I'm hypering. And boom. So anything I didn't go over. The stuff on the right, just category score. That's where your score is coming from. I did not keep it in mind where it's from. What all of the categories mean, so sorry about that. Those are gibberish numbers to all of us here. We have count data, hits, stage, bomb, useful to have. And then the other two things, clarification and properties, are just things that happen outside the game. Sort of an RPG, there's a shop, you can buy equipment, and that's basically what that means. The clarification is just achievements. It gives you a higher rank based on your achievements. So a higher classification. So there are achievements for Shiva Hunters. This game is all in Japanese. I forgot to mention it. There's no English patch, no English translation, not even on Steam. But it is what it is, right? But I love this game. Please play this game. And that was enough. I'm trying to sell you this game. TLB is hard. Final boss is alright. And I will start screeching, I think. One thing to note about this boss, if you trigger a TLB, the last phase is a lot shorter, as it is here. And the music is missing a layer. It's missing the melody layer, so it's not as melodic, not as epic. We'll see. I don't like this phase. This is awkward to dodge, so I'm speaking like this. No, it's more a survival strategy. A bullet spawned on top of me. Use Kakusei to make these patterns easier and slower, thus easier to dodge. And pray you don't get hit. That was awkward. Still going on for a bit. Lucky me. Okay, stick to a corner and just stay here. That way you only have to dodge with bullets that come from under you. That makes this pattern a lot easier. Okay. Kakuse, sort of pop your Kakuse. Because there's a save spot here. If you get to the save spot without using a bomb. If it activates the bomb, it targets you, so it's no longer safe. Okay, these ones are actually telegraphed, but I messed around with visual settings just to stream because I'm afraid of bitrate. I got hit, very sad, but no resources lost. And this phase just pops because the boss just has less HP by default. So. TLB. Welcome to the TLB. Fear Dummy. Fear Dummy. Easy mode, by the way. Easy mode, by the way. This wasn't ideal. Just my hit there. May sort of messes up with damage timings. But we'll see what happens, right? When do TLBs ever go perfectly? We have baby washing machine. Or, I don't know, looks like baby washing machine. Took a dumb hit, I don't know from what, but it was dumb. Again. It should end soon, please. Ah. None of this is ideal. Great. Okay, at least I overkilled this correctly, or in time. Sort of messes up my strategy for this pattern. Just have to delay up and just cancel once it gets difficult. I'm not going to commentate anymore. Enjoy the music. And the stick. Oh yeah, this pattern gets impossible if you get too good. Okay, I don't know why the bomb does what it does here, but it makes this pattern free. There's the last mechanic I didn't go to, which is the bomb hyper. Hold bomb, it shoots a hyper, your shots gets powerful, and that's how I speed build this phase. Look at this massive shot. Okay, that was kind of weird. Rate doesn't damage the boss, but you still get iframes. Final pattern, enjoy, easy mode. That was unlucky. That's GG. Overkill. Whatever. GG! Whew! that was fun. My apologies for the lack of commentary. I hope that's understandable. So, made by Tristram. A one-man show this entire game. He's working on an update, which looks cool. Comes out soon. Eventually. There's a sequel as well, which also looks cool. Coming out soon. Or eventually. And so thank you for playing. Thank you for watching. And here are the RPG elements. If you want to play story mode, fun time. It's just basically Black Label. You're just more powerful. The game changes. Save the run. And yeah, that was that. Over to you, Mark.
Alrighty, up next, I believe, is Cho-Ren Sha. We had a schedule swap there. Yep.
Just the different scoring splits. So decent score.
So, yeah, I'll get that loaded up for everyone.
Anyway, I hope Mark's here.
Hello, hello. Next up is Choran Shah, 68k to be precise, and the run is played by SF Koa. I think we will see it in just a bit, so hang in there.
Should be starting pretty soon.
Oh yeah, we're already on. Seems like it.
No, I did like a practice one just to test the stream.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I'll say, guys, Jaimers here. There's one more coming up here for like one more one.
So is this the Dojin block or something?
Kinda seems like it, yeah.
Was that planned all along? Oh, probably just an accident because the schedule we got to switch between StellaVanity and Shikigami or Shiro. But yeah.
Oh, happy accidents.
Right.
Yeah, Joe and Shah, this game is kind of legendary actually. It's like a Dojin game that was made in 1995. It makes it like one of the oldest like Dojin games like ever made, I think. Originally it was on the Sharp X68000, which is like a fairly unknown like Japanese like computer slash like console thing. And then later on it like also got ported to like Windows PCs. One difference between like that original version and like the PC version is that the original version actually ran at like 55 FPS, while the PC version runs at like 60. So the PC version is like 10% faster actually, makes it a tiny bit harder.
And the amazing thing about it is that even after all those years, the developer is still around, I think, and he's still publishing updates if it's not running anymore on the newest edition of Windows. So
Yeah, in 2017 he made like patch to like make the game as supports for like Windows 10, which is like really cool.
That's insane. Like over 20 years later, and you still care about this game. But it makes sense because it's that good, really. It's a fantastic game.
Yeah, it's really good. Like when it first like came out on like the X68000, like this was pretty like insane for like that system, for like how like smooth it runs and like how many effects it has and stuff. Like, it was pretty insane at the time. I think like they did like a trick or something to make like in order to like make that work, made like the background like really simple, so everything else could get like really boosted up. I think that's kind of like maybe a bit ironic nowadays because like the biggest complaint people have with this game is same background for the entire game. Well, that was like the big thing to make it work back in the day. Now it's like kind of a bit of a detriment. Tiny bit ironic.
Yeah, I don't mind. Oh, maybe we should talk about the boss here, because there's something going on already. So there are a couple of things important about scoring in this game, and this trick you see here is especially important. So if you make the bosses shoot themselves, so one shoots at the other and the other stacks, so the bosses explode and they explode into debris, and you bomb this debris, you get a whole lot of points. I don't know just how much it is, but it boosts your score quite a bit.
This game has all kinds of like little secrets hidden around. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the basic scoring mechanics, apart from those little secrets, and we will see some of them later, are those 3 items. They're arranged in these triangles we've seen quite a bit already. They're always hidden in those item carriers. And you get a bomb item, a shield item, and a power-up item, and you can pick one of them. Or you can try to stay in the middle of the 3 items, so the items begin to spin and they become faster and faster, and at one point you will just get them all. And the trick here is that if you have full bombs, or if you already have a shield, or if you are in full power, you do get a point bonus, and this point bonus will increase up to 25k, I think. So that's where your score is mostly coming from in the early stages, at least.
Yeah, the items you get is like a power up for a shot, a bomb, and a shield. You can have you always can have like a one-hit shield on yourself, which you can like then replenish if you pick up another one. Actually, you can see one of them. The shot power, a bomb, and a shield. You can carry up to 5 bombs at once. And once you power up to full and have max bombs and a shield, you get like points for the item you pick up, and that increases more and more over time as you pick them up until you get to the max of like 25k, and that resets once you die once. So so it's really important to not die in this game, so you can have those maximum point values for all the items.
And the whole scoring becomes a little bit more exponential, maybe. So to say, when you consider that you get regular extends, I think every 1 million, is it? I forgot, to be honest.
Every 1 million, yeah.
Yeah, every 1 million. So if you do have an active shield and you have passed the next million barrier, the next shield item will actually be a life icon.
Yeah, one gets replaced by the one up here on the ring.
Yes.
Which makes
if you have many lives, you get a huge life bonus at the end, so that's even more important for scoring. Not only at the end of the game, but at the end of each stage.
Yeah, it makes it really scary if you want to do like the trick where you go inside the ring. Because if you like fail that and you just miss the extent, that's like a huge score.
Yeah, that's the classic. Because the extent will not come back, and if you just get like a bomb you don't need, or like a power-up you don't need as well, that's makes you feel really bad.
Yeah, little scoring trick with this boss here. You can like stall it a bit, and it releases these like little enemies, and you can destroy these enemies for like a bunch of points. Also, these enemies here are also included.
These enemies there already.
Yeah, these enemies get added if you also do like the little timeout thing.
So this already looks like a really good scoring run.
Yeah, also like the stage end bonus is also like really important, because you have your bomber bonus, shield bonus, and the Zanki bonus. Zanki is just like the extra lives you have. Shield is like 50k, bombs are 20k each, so like 100k for at max bombs, and all the lives are 50k. And so actually the bombs are capped at 5, but the lives are not. You can have like an infinite amount of extra lives in stock, and so that bonus, that Zanki bonus, can get like really high if you have a lot of extend. And at some point, like if you have like 20 lives, you get 1 million bonus from that, and 1 million gives you an extra life. So that train kind of like accelerates, and it gets pretty out of control at that point in terms of like the scoring. So for this game, basically no Mr. Bomb is actually, it's just like the most important thing really, just so you get those extremely high bonuses. And yeah, this game doesn't have auto fire actually. It don't really have to mash that hard to like get like the max firepower. But I'd rather just like not mash in the first place. You can just set up some auto fire by yourself though, so it's not really that much of an issue.
You can also mash to the beat, because the soundtrack in this game is just so amazing. Can't just sit there, stay still, it's too good.
It's definitely one of the highlights of the game, yeah, like the music.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, this game is very like Touhou Plan inspired. You can definitely tell in like the design, as well as like in the results screen. You can also see like a bunch of like Touhou Plan games in there with the names of them. It's pretty funny. So yeah, these enemies right here, you can shoot them for a bit, And when they're at low health, they release these like extra enemies. And these give like 1,000 points each, which is like a nice score boost. If you want to go for it. It's a bit dangerous, of course, because I got like extra enemies, but it's like a risk reward kind of thing.
Yeah, I like that there's a little bit of milking here and there, but no excessive milk that goes on forever.
Yeah, it's
just a moderate milk.
It's pretty well balanced that way, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, like, if dying is also like pretty bad because you lose like all your power, and it's actually kind of hard to like recover in this game. It's when you're at 1 power, things don't really die. It kind of becomes like a thing that kind of spirals out of control. Kind of like limping along at that point. So don't die in this game.
Yep, just use those bombs because you have quite a bit of them. Resources are not scarce at all in this game, so definitely make use of them. And overall, I would say the difficulty, if you're just going for pure survival, so not what you see right here, isn't too bad. The game has 2 loops, but in my opinion, it's definitely an approachable 2-loop game. Try that one out if you feel like it, if you want to listen to the great soundtrack, and if you want to have a challenge. Of course, scoring in this game changes many things. It becomes really difficult then.
It also helps that like a shield gets dropped like every 10 seconds.
Yes.
So you can make quite a few mistakes in this game. Just you have to be careful that you don't pick 2 like in a row, because then you're in trouble.
Yeah, definitely try to learn to get the 3 item pickup, at least in the early parts of the game. So you have like full power and get your bomb stock ready for the second half of the first loop, and then you should be good to go.
Yeah, doing the circle thing is also like really important for score.
Yes.
Because instead of picking one up you get like 25k. If you pick all of them at once, you get like 76, which is like times 3. Get 3 times as much score from doing the trick than not doing it. Yeah, these missiles, you have to be a bit careful of them.
Yeah, sometimes you just destroy them immediately, and other times they seem to be lingering around on the screen and they become really scary. It's kind of weird. Maybe gotta mesh faster, I don't know.
Yeah, this game has 2 loops. Well, actually, it's kind of weird how the loops work in this game, because there's like the normal mode, which is like the first 2 loops. There's also like a hard mode, which is like technically it's like loop 3 and loop 4. If you go in like the debug settings, this game has like 8 different kind of loops you can play. And all of them have like different kinds of revenge bullets in the loops. But the first 2 loops are just the ones you always play, and then the game ends. In hard mode you play loop 3 and 4, then the game ends. But you can also play like the other loops if you like set them in the options. You can play like loop 5 and 6 and like 7 and 8. And the revenge bullets like change like they're like pretty hysterical actually. Like I think like loop 7 has like revenge lasers. It gets really silly. Just like random lasers in all directions.
It sounds amazing.
It's really funny, yeah. Yeah, this boss is kind of weird. It was mostly just like a bunch of enemies, a bunch of big enemies. And yeah, you want to destroy like the turrets because they're like pretty dangerous. If you want to play for score, you have to pick off like every little part of the enemies. If you're playing for like survival, you probably want to pick off like a couple of turrets and then just aim for the core just to get rid of them.
Yeah,
this
so
boss,
scoring...
this boss has like changes dramatically in like the loops because of the revenge bullets.
Oh yes.
Like most bosses don't really change that much in the loop, but that boss changes like drastically. You should probably see it later.
Yeah, it's a huge spike in difficulty. So yeah, here you can see how tricky it is to stay in the middle of the 3 items, because when everything's just shooting at you, you cannot really stand still. So you have 2 options. Either you just decide to go for a 25k pickup, so pick up 1 item, or you can still camp in the middle of the triangle, but then use a bomb, because you immediately get a bomb back, and if you succeed, you still get 50k instead.
Yeah, it's always worth going for the triple, even if you like use a bomb or like get hit.
Yeah, it can be really scary though.
Yeah, definitely. Gonna have to like know when to go in when it's safe. Also, yeah, another thing about that is once you pick up an item, you get like a second of like invincibility. You can use that for like certain in certain sections. Get like a bit of extra damage in, and just get like straight into like a boss or an enemy. There's no boss. The boss doesn't count them. It's just enemies. There's no item drops during bosses.
Missed it there. So even if the schedule is just saying that Koa is aiming for 2-all, this looks like a, as I've mentioned before, really good scoring run already. And I know that he also got, I think it's, well, the high score is still on screen, right? So 20 million, 20.3 he already got, and that's a good score.
Yeah, he's doing really well.
Yes.
I think he mentioned he was like pretty nervous for this one, so he's doing really good so far.
Oh yeah, here's milk. You can milk these things from the boss, whatever those are.
Yeah, it's pretty short milk, because these like end pretty quickly.
Yeah, I can deal with those milks.
Yeah, you want to get rid of them anyway, so because they like shoot bullets.
Yeah, and after those tiles are gone, I think you can milk it for like 5. Is it 5? Yeah, it's 5 additional tiles. But usually I just kill the boss before I get to those. Like these that are coming out now. I think if you really want to optimize for score, you want to shoot those as well. But it's difficult not to blow up the boss in the process.
Yeah, the boss patterns look like pretty scary, but most of them are like fairly static. So if you know like where to go, they're like not really that bad. Also, yeah, I should probably mention like that this game is like free. It's a freeware.
Oh yeah,
so you can play it right now.
Yep, I saw that the link for the Shmups Wiki Dojin list, like 200 plus free games, was already dropped in chat. But feel free to do it again. It's an amazing list.
It is still probably one of the best freeware shmups. Still. For like the past 27 years.
Hmm.
Got these red guys.
Yeah, this is where the game slowly becomes more difficult. Especially when those other dudes are coming in just in a bit.
Yeah, these enemies right here, like the red ones, they always drop the items. You can tell which ones which ones are which.
Nicely played. Taking those out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I love how those like slide into the screen. Like, hey, what's up? It's going like straight up, and that one enemy is also like really cool. It's really satisfying.
Yeah, you saw the abuse of the iframes right there. So pick up the 3 items from one item carrier and then use those iframes to get into the second and immediately camp in the middle of the next bunch.
Yeah, you also do like a bit of contact damage, I think, when you're in iframes.
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah, he already has like 7 lives.
Yep, and you do get quite a bit of lives in this game. For reasons you've explained before. I don't know if you missed the game. How many lives do you have at the TLB? And yes, there's a TLB.
I think like 25 or something.
Yeah,
20,
at least.
30.
It's just a huge...
Like the entire like top left of the screen,
Oh.
like that's completely from left to right, like all of them extends. It's really funny. Yeah, it just goes exponentially up, like how many lives you get. Because of like the 1 million thing per life. You get more score, the more lives you have. Yeah, this guy is pretty big.
Ooh, this was scary. Good dodge there.
Yeah, I think this first pattern is a bit random. Gotta make sure you dodge one lane at a time here.
Oh, and the second form has some fun patterns. First one is not too bad. You can just macro it, and then the gaps, even if you micro it, are still not all too bad.
Yeah, it gets pretty dense, but at least like the hitbox is pretty small in this game.
Yeah, and then this one, it's completely static as well. So you can just aim the directly aimed bullets away from you, and then a couple of more random ones. And this one is my favorite. It's basically just tap dodging, but it doesn't look like it at first.
Yeah, this is like pretty static, I think.
Yeah.
It's just gotta follow the lane.
Right, it's not even tap dodging, it's just staying there, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Less than tap dodging.
Now we're into stage 0.
Last stage.
This is the only stage in the game with a different background. It's red now. That's it. Yeah, this is a pretty crazy stage compared to the rest of the game. Kind of like throwing like everything at you here. It's the last stage, so quite a few actually a bunch of like new enemies as well that are like pretty dangerous. Lots of insect enemies. And then these big guys.
Oh,
really
that's
want
it.
really want to be on the side they come in from, so you can like damage them as they come in.
So no more shield at this point.
Yeah, he has to survive until the next item drop.
Oh, and there it is.
And he's safe. It's always pretty scary whenever you lose the shield. Yeah, these guys also have like a lot of HP.
Yeah, they can be tricky, especially since they're coming in groups. And the different patterns overlap. And it can be quite confusing.
Yeah, maybe not mentioned yet, but point blanking does like significantly more damage. So you want to be up in the grill. You can buy the soundtrack apparently. It's cool.
Also good decision he went just for the one up there.
Yeah, I just don't risk it.
Yeah, at this point, don't risk it. It's a damn good first loop. And those you want to take out as quickly as possible.
satisfying explosions.
Close. Alright. On to the final boss, or the first loop. Which is quite a nice, dramatic appearance here.
Yeah, this one is really cool.
And when you take a closer look, you realize that the boss is basically just a bigger version of your own ship. And since we have seen 2 playthroughs of Zero Ranger yesterday, you might see an inspiration here.
Yeah, this game was a big inspiration for Zero Ranger. These exact same enemies, these big enemies, and his boss looks exactly like this. Yeah. Yeah, little scoring trick you can do here. If you like destroy one side, and then damage this one until it at low health, it's going to like shoot a bunch of extra enemies. You can milk a bit for extra score.
Looks like he's not going for it though.
He's not doing it, okay.
But again, the gain from the milk wouldn't be too crazy, but that's alright.
Yeah, it's kind of like dangerous milk as well.
Oh yes, it is.
Probably not really worth worrying about, honestly.
Yep, and that's it.
Nice. You made that look really easy.
Yeah, just flies through it. And if we're talking about the first loop and the second loop in these shooting games, in this game it really is meant as a loop, like quite literally. So it blows up and you see the explosion, the debris flowing down here, and it's basically the exact same opening we've seen at the first stage. So it like literally loops.
It's really cool detail.
Yes.
Also
like an endless loop.
It also like applies some interesting things. Like we said, like the game has no story, but I guess the story is that you're stuck in a time loop here.
Yep. Story is you're stuck.
Yeah, this is the second loop. As far as I can tell, the only difference between first and second loop is that all the enemies now shoot like these revenge bullets, like these purple ones. The smaller popcorn ones only shoot like one, and then the bigger ones shoot like a couple of them. I think that's like the only difference as far as I can tell.
Yeah, should be. Yeah, now when I think about it, even the boss patterns and everything, nothing's really changing. Maybe I'm forgetting something here, but maybe it's just the suicide bullets, yeah.
Yeah, the only change on bosses is like when you shoot down a part or like a face, like a bunch of extra bullets come your way.
Right, yeah.
That's basically it, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably not like my most favorite like second loop, because it's just revenge bullets, but it's still cool stuff.
Yeah, I like it myself. Reminds me a little bit of Batsugun Special. I mean, the whole game maybe a bit. As you've said before, like the Toplan influence is seriously strong in this one, with the shield and the style of suicide bullets in the loop.
Yeah, it resembles like, especially like Batsugun a lot.
Yeah.
Batsugun Special. Yeah, he was already at like 9 lives. He's getting in the big, get like 500,000 for every stage cleared. That's like the halfway to another life.
You
also,
can
that's
see the trick again.
So that's a big donation, wow. Yeah, thanks, Solus.
Oh, just see the donation. Damn. Thanks, man. That's a big one.
Yeah, that's not it.
Alright, same trick for the stage 1 boss. Just don't shoot it at all. Wait for the big bullets and it will kill itself.
Yeah,
Oh
the
yeah, I
enemy
didn't
bomb.
pay attention to the stage end bonus, but it was probably quite big at this point already.
Yeah, it's 500k, so 500,000 just for the lives bonus.
Almost there. I want to see that big juicy 1 million stage end bonus.
Yeah. Yeah, that triggered stage 1 boss where you like bomb the shrapnel. I think that's the only thing, only place you do it in the game, which is kind of interesting. Like, I'm not sure I've actually ever seen like a shrapnel myself.
This is danger. No shield. And there's one.
You know,
Don't
it's
risk it. Just get the shield.
it's a bot clench time.
Alright.
We're fine.
Yes.
Every time you lose the shield, it's bot clench time. If you get hit one more time, it's basically game over. Like, basically.
Yeah, if you die
Unless
now, it's so bad.
Unless you're like really close to the end, then it's fine.
Nice dodge there. Getting some bombs back. Good. Full stock.
Yeah, if I were to say if like one thing I maybe don't like about this game is that it's kind of long. It's a pretty long game actually. I think for like 2 loops it's like an hour long, and the first loop can get a bit boring after a while.
Yeah, I can see that. Like an hour is definitely the limit for me as well. Maybe even too long. Man, all those lives lined up on top of there looks so tasty. Look at all those ship icons. So good.
Yeah, it's going to get even more if this keeps up.
Yeah.
It's going to go all the way across the screen. Yeah, but thankfully at least this game is like pretty consistent at least. As long as you're not doing like any super crazy stuff. So you shouldn't have to reset like that many times.
So let's see, the end bonus, 700. That's pretty good. 11 extra lives. It's ridiculous.
Extra lives are mostly full score, yeah, they're kind of pointless. Though they do help against like the TLB though. TLB can be pretty crazy. So if you have like a bunch of lives for that, so you can like just gorilla through it, then you're in the nice. Otherwise, yeah, they're not really that important for like survival.
Yeah, TLB definitely is some sort of a resource dump. Like not the worst kind, but a little bit, definitely.
It is kinda dodgeable. There are like some
like
there's some sketchy dodges.
Yeah.
There's some sketchy dodges, but for the most part it's like dodgeable, yeah. You need some luck, yeah, for the sketchy dodges. For sure.
Kind of reminds me of Doom and Kitsui. Then, like theoretically, everything's just possible. The final is kind of weird, maybe, but if you get lucky, why not? But
Yeah, the
still, I
final,
would consider it somewhat of a resource dump.
The final is a bit unreasonable.
Yeah. Oh, missed him next to life there. That one hurt.
Yeah, you can bomb like a lot. Octane. Every carrier drops a bomb. You can only hold like 5 bombs. But there are a lot of bomb drops. So you can bomb a lot in this game if you want to.
Yeah, and you should definitely be bombing if you're not playing for score. Even then, it's fine to bomb.
Yeah, you lose like 25k for every bomb you use.
Yeah,
if you don't pick up the item, yeah.
Bad, maybe. I mean, depending on the level of optimization, of course.
Yeah. Bombs are top left. There are 5 of them.
Yep. The B.
Aegis is the only boss in the game that doesn't have like any scoring trick to it. It's just
Yeah, this one's kind of bland.
you just kill it, and that's it. There's a bit of randomness to like this first round.
And then that was scary.
Oh, he got hit. It's about clench
Yeah.
time.
Shield gun.
He has to beat the boss now without any extra hit.
Should be fine. Just don't get confused by those final bullets here. Oh my god. Okay, he made it.
Ooh.
That was scary.
It's fine.
Everything's just so much scarier without a shield.
Yeah, those final lasers are kinda scary.
Yeah. But still very easy to recover. Just get a new shield and nothing is really lost. So the run is
Yeah,
still
he
very
needs,
much alive.
he needs to get to it there.
That was-
though. Okay, but it's
That
fine.
was a good bomb.
It's fine.
Yes.
So yeah, this game has a bunch of extra features to it. There's like a debug menu where you can like set things. There's like stages, like loops, like you can set like invincibility, like change like bullet speed and rank. It's pretty
There's
interesting,
also
actually.
this like boss rush stage where you fight some secret unused bosses, I think, and also really cool.
Yeah, there's a normal boss rush, and there's also like the stage where like it's showtime, I think, and it shows like a bunch. It shows like a bunch of extra like unused like assets and like patterns that you don't see in the main game. It's kind of cool, yeah. It's like an entire boss here that's not used. It's like these big arms. It's kind of like a crab thing.
Oh yeah, crap, and that's maybe alluding to a run we will see in a bit, another game with more crabs, but more on that later.
Ooh, mysterious. Yeah, these guys
Really?
like a lot of suicide bullets here. The
The
trains.
run is really becoming intense at this point.
Yeah, this the boss is also coming up, and this boss is like significantly different in the loops. Like I said, you'll probably see in a bit.
Alright, full resources. Let's see how this one goes.
But yeah, all these enemies here, they have like a lot of parts to them, a lot of small targets. Each time you destroy one of these, and revenge bullet gets thrown at you. So that makes it a pretty big difference from the first loop, especially because some of these come from like weird angles. So you have to really be careful with what you destroy here. Probably mostly want to go for the core.
Nice bomb.
Yeah, stuff like that can happen as well with revenge bullet.
And another one, but also a good one.
Yeah, this boss is honestly kind of a nightmare in the loop.
Oh my god. Still lost the shield.
Yeah, it's what clench time.
Oh my god.
There's one bomb left. There's still a couple enemies to go.
Yeah, but just as he said, he started basically with 5 lives and a shield, and now no shield, no bombs.
Yeah, like this boss is brutal. It's probably the hardest one besides like the TLB.
Yeah, basically lost everything here. So we have to do a little bit of recovery here in 2-5.
He just has to get like a shield, and then he's fine, I think. Yeah, he just gets the shield immediately.
He had to pick up the 1-up, so still no bombs. Those decisions... Man... I think it's 2 more stages, right?
I think so, yeah. Also, this stage is also pretty tricky in the loop, I think.
Oh, definitely.
So because of these big things, they also have like a lot of turrets that shoot revenge bullets.
Yeah, like from now on everything is just difficult.
Ah, I got it. Oh.
No, this is scary. This is insane. Can you do it? Oh my god. Those are some insane dodges.
Oh.
Alright.
Almost
Now
made it.
let's see how
Almost
this
made it.
one goes. And look at the shot power.
Yeah,
this
this
just
is...
takes forever. You have to bomb now because it will not die otherwise. This is
now
bad.
we're in trouble.
Now the game is like 5 times more difficult.
Yeah, nothing just died anymore now.
Oh, that was scary. Yep, those attacks I have never seen before. Because usually it's dead by now.
He really needs to get his shot power back.
Yes. Get everything back, basically. And due to the fact that we're in the penultimate stage by now, it's very difficult to get the 3-item bunch. So
Yeah.
recovery is very painful.
It's also like pretty far from the end of the game still.
Yeah. And maybe you might think, well, he still had like more than 10 lives left. But those can be gone very quickly.
Those revenge bullets from behind the screen.
And this boss also takes significantly longer.
Yeah, it's a bit different also in the loop. Because you get like a revenge bullet now and then.
Yeah. You have to alter your strategies a bit, your approach.
You have to like move a tiny bit more.
Right. Nice. So usually the boss is dead by now. Now we get to see some extra patterns. Like this one. Alright.
I've never seen that.
Me neither. That's still a good bonus. Not too shabby.
Yeah, 650,000 for Zonky.
15 million almost, going to 2.6. Not that bad. Still a good run, but very hard to recover still.
Yeah, at some point when you get like enough lives, and just like every like item carry just like drops an extent. it's kind of funny. But yeah, this one is pretty scary now.
It is.
Gotta see some scary stuff that you normally never see.
Oof.
Pretty
Nice
exciting
dodges.
thing for pretty exciting for a marathon one at least.
Yes. Yes, good bomb.
Yeah, you're getting these extra enemies now, even when you're not trying to get them.
Aww.
But it's so weak that you can't kill those enemies and you just drop those extra enemies.
Yeah, you kill at least some of them and others you definitely cannot. Oof. Almost got cornered there. Ah, those carriers are good.
Got a big, got all three of them.
Yep, we're almost back. Just need a shield. Nice.
I think this base you always just have to bomb, I think.
Yeah.
It's kinda... It's not a lot of place you can dodge.
And I think we are back, more or less. Full power, shield, and 2 bombs. It's looking
Yeah,
good.
I think we're fine now, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the last boss before stage 0. This kind of feels like a last boss stage. Also, it's like unique music track. This boss is probably the least changed in the loop. Only time you ever see like revenge bullets here is when like a face changes, and that's basically it, I think.
During the first phase of this boss, you just saw a little bit of point blank optimization as well, just to kill the boss a few seconds earlier.
I think I can kind of dance right there.
Yep, and let's check out this one again. It's not even tap dodging, it's just, well, tapping with the movement of the boss, but it's completely static. Yep.
Yeah, you kind of have like tiny bit feel for like timing, but after that it's pretty easy.
Yeah. Alright, final stage.
15 lives.
Too bad we were not able to see the 1 million stage end bonus. We'll be close, even for no miss no bomb at this stage, maybe. Oh, is there even a bonus before the TLB? I forgot. There should be, right? But I'm not sure, I don't know.
It's after TLB, I think.
Ah, I see.
This is probably the hardest stage in the game.
Ah,
like right here.
good abuse of iframes right there.
Well, it's pretty higher. Quite a bit higher than all the other stages.
Yeah, this stage in the loop is madness.
Yeah, no, just like imagine this, but with random 360 lasers. Revenge lasers. They had like a bunch of weird stuff, like random 360, like normal revenge bullets, like normally these big ones. Yeah, a bunch of weird stuff with those loops going on. Nice, this guy.
Oh, he lost the shield.
It's that time again.
Oh yeah. Two more bombs.
Takes a while for... Oh, there's one. Two of them even.
Oh my god. He wanted to go for the shield, but it was just not possible. Oh, that was unfortunate.
I didn't pick
That
up
was
the
such
shield
a steep death.
on the first one. Yeah, always go for the shield first, just whatever you do.
Yep, even if you die, just go for the shield.
It should still be fine though. It's close to the end.
Yeah, no, it's so late in the game. He should be fine.
ELB can be a bit of a resource dump though, if you have no power.
Yeah, the final boss, this boss here, it will take a while, I guess. But Koa is definitely confident in dodging it because the patterns itself don't really have changed.
Yeah, it should be completely the same as the first loop, and it's...
Yeah.
Once you know the patterns on this guy, it's not really that difficult.
Well, yeah, there's also no rank in this game, so it will always stay the same, more or less.
Mm. Ooh. I destroyed it that time back. I guess these hatches can like shoot like a revenge bullet, maybe.
Yeah, you got some nasty combination, nasty overlap. Oop. Nice reading. Alright, final phase. Just have to stay slightly off center for the first, and then here center.
Yeah, it's a cool pattern. Kind of like
Yeah, when the big balls are coming out, those are directly aimed at you. So you have to somehow misdirect them first, and then go into the center.
Yeah, it's like a static pattern with a couple of aim shots. It's cool to like misdirect that.
So that was really
there we
good.
go. There we go.
No
It's
miss.
the
And you do get a bonus. Nice. Another 800k. Good score. 17 million. Going to the TLB. Let's go.
I guess if that's before the TLB, I guess at this point it doesn't really matter anymore. Like the nice bonus. Maybe there's another one after this. I don't remember quite as well.
I think that's another one, yeah. You do get like a game end bonus, which is basically another stage end bonus.
So yeah, you do want to no miss this if you can.
Yep, good luck on that.
The TLB has two phases. You have this one, and after that it's like kind of like Hibachi kind of pattern. Also, I've never seen that pattern before.
Yeah, this takes a little bit longer than usual. Due to the low power level. That was scary.
Wait, it's oh yes, 3 phases. What did you know? What is here? There's some tight dodges here.
Ooh.
Just go like one layer at a time.
That was really good. Those dodges are not easy.
Just make sure you go one at a time.
Yeah. Very fast reactions there. Good.
And here it comes.
Final
Here it
phase.
comes. Here it comes. This is basically the Hibachi equivalent.
Yep.
He goes pretty
And
nuts.
This one has a shield. So if you bomb, you cannot hurt him. But if you do not bomb, you're probably just going to die. How did you survive that? What? What are those dodges? Oh my god.
Yeah, these.
This
these
is
are
insane.
some sketchy patterns.
This was amazing. Man.
And goes all over the place.
Almost dead. Come on, just a little bit more. Yo, go. Yes.
Nice.
Was that a one miss?
There was one miss here, I think, yeah.
Damn. That was really good.
And yeah, there's another end screen, yeah, end of stage screen. After that,
Yeah. 18.7. Good.
it's very, very nice, actually. very, very nice one.
Yeah, 18.7 pulled off on a live setting. That's quite something.
Yeah, even with like a couple of deaths, that's still like a really high score.
Got the classic name entry there.
Yeah, you can see on the bottom like some default names, just like Daifukatsu and Vimana.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Daifukatsu got there.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
The new update.
That's not a very tall plan. Yeah, the TLB is pretty wild.
Yeah, that was an amazing fight.
Like the rest of the game is pretty reasonable, but that guy is he doesn't play by the rules. He just goes all in, all ham. Yeah, very, very nice. Even got some recoveries in there.
Yeah, let's see if the player wants to join. Maybe in a bit. But he lets us know that he has to calm down a bit because the TLB fight was just too much. It was too much for me as well, just looking at it. Can't imagine how it felt like to have those nerfs from the live setting and then pull off these dodges.
Yeah, he did say he had some issues with the nerves,
Yeah.
but
Oh, I think it's here.
hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hello. Hey, GG on the run. That was amazing.
Oh man,
Yeah, that's a very good
thanks
one.
so much.
That was amazing.
Yeah, that's a very
Cool.
That TLB.
That was
Just
the
how?
first time I've ever had a one miss on a TLB, and like, oh my god, my hands are shaking.
This was
Nice.
nuts.
Yeah, those were some insane dodges there.
Yeah. Like, not gonna lie though, I was like super nervous when I went into this for the first like this is my first live run, right? So
Oh, really? Yeah, the first time is always pretty scary.
yeah.
Right.
Then usually you get like in the zone once you like start playing for a bit though.
Mhm.
Yeah, the one went really well. Then there was a little bit of a hiccup, I think, in 2-4 also,
there
but you
was
managed to
definitely-
recover, and then it was fine again, I think.
Yeah, there were definitely some hiccups. Like, you probably noticed that I died while trying to get the shield, and
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yep. And then there was one moment where I got when I was trying to get 3 items, and I got hit at the exact same frame that the items were, picked up.
Yeah, that game can be such a troll.
It
But
is.
nonetheless, that was just exceptional. Really good score as well. So it's not just a 2-all, it's a pretty damn good score. Especially for
even
that one.
we even got to see some recoveries, which is like a rare sight, I guess. It's interesting. Very, very good one, yeah.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Alrighty, stream. So I have a quick little announcement to make before we go on to the next run, which is because I'm now paranoid about Steam or about YouTube not capturing everything, and I'm going to end this stream and then immediately start a new stream. So yeah, I guess refresh your pages, and we'll have a new stream here in a second.